Ladies and gentlemen, how we doing? This is Julien Masson from Adrenaline Combatives, and I'm here with Mr. Lee Hasdell from Inner Guardian, from Kombudo, from Senjutsu, from what else? How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for inviting me onto your podcast. It's
Thank you
been
for
uh,
giving
it's
me your
been a
time.
while. It's been a while. I've been well. I'm a busy guy, so
I
uh,
know, man. We've actually planned this already. Yeah, probably last year already, or
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I
yeah,
think
man.
we even planned it before you started doing your podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That would make sense. Probably like a couple of years ago now. Yeah, we started talking during the lockdown. I could see your post where on. Are you still there? You're not moving. Oh, you're not moving. The picture has frozen. Got some technical difficulties, folks. Lee, can you hear me, bro? Hello, hello. Right, what's happening here? Well, that's a good start. I can't. I can see you, but you're not moving, and can't hear you. Hello. Uh, he'll be back. Probably a network issue, or maybe the computer or something. His connection is gone down. Hopefully it comes back on. Well, my end seems to be good, man. I mean, the internet is working fine. Sorry, folks. A little bit of technical difficulties. Hopefully, we'll be able to sort it out. I'm just trying to get to him, see what he says. All right, he's coming back. There he is. There he is. Can you hear me, brother?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm back on. Sorry
Yep.
about that. The internet went down.
Right, I was saying to myself, shit, that's a good start.
Where were we?
So we were. I tell you what. Let's just start with the start. Give us a little introduction, please. I know a lot of people know who you are, but for those that don't know who you are, just give us like a short introduction, who you are, what you do, a little bit, and then we'll get into things a bit more.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've spent many years practicing the martial arts. I started around about the age of 8. Progressed through different and various martial arts. Then I went from that to becoming a professional fighter or professional athlete, as I like to term it as well. Then from there, I I went through a strange period where I ended up joining the army for a period of time, and then I actually got involved in close protection from that. Spent
Yeah.
many years involved in close protection at yeah, pretty high level. I went grey, so nobody knew where I was or what I was doing for quite a few years. Uh,
Mm,
I've also I was a dojo owner for a long time as well, so I taught thousands of adults and yeah, thousands of children as well.
mm,
And then alongside that, I run a security business, and my hobby, which is canines or dogs,
mm-hmm,
I was able to sort of segue into running a business that is connected to canine training and canine protection.
mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's really cool, man. Like working with dogs. I know that's something we're gonna speak about. Kind of how similar it is to teach people and teach dogs. In fact, if you're good at teaching dogs, then you understand that everything is like neural based learning, and
sure.
and by that you can create some really good drills. If you know how to teach dogs, then you can create some really good drills, even for humans that will really get there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to go into the canine side now, or
Let's
we'll
let
leave it.
let's just do you want to speak a little bit about your fight career? I mean, that's one thing first of all that impressed me the most about you was like you became a pro MMA guy. I've seen you fight people like Fedor Emelianenko. I mean, these are some big names, and
Yeah.
do you want to tell us a bit about that, man?
Yeah, I mean, if I was to go into every single detail, I mean, I think even on Wikipedia, it used to have my fight record, and even then, it said that not all the fights that I took or had were listed. I think I think I went over like the 100 mark for professional Muay Thai and kickboxing, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
I think when it came to MMA, I got probably about 40 matches.
Mm-hmm.
Back then in the 90s, a lot of them weren't recorded. I actually did some like no rules matches, like underground type matches,
Yeah.
overseas, which was quite typical back then. A lot of the pro fighters would take these kind of underground fights where you could make relatively good money, um, and they were like literally like in a secret or private hotel for private clientele.
Could you bite, gouge, and do all that stuff in those fights?
No, they did have some rules, even though it was called no rules. But
Yeah,
you could strike, you could headbutt, you could strike to the groin, you
yeah.
could, but you couldn't eye gouge, and I think
You couldn't bite.
you couldn't eye gouge. I think that was the only the only rules that they had,
Primal. Yeah,
which was enough to class it as no rules.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I can start off with like my sort of origin story regarding the martial arts
Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. Go
as a
ahead.
child.
Go
Um, and I have this saying or quote that I use, and it kind of sums up my life from the beginning up until now. For those, if you look on my Facebook, I actually have it as my heading, which is anything designed to hold you back is also or equally designed to thrust you forwards.
on.
So from a very young age, I was able to, you could say, transform any negative situations that I was experiencing into a positive outcome. Um,
Transmutation, huh?
yeah, so I can go into a bit about that. So I first got into martial arts when I was around about 8 or 9. And that was just doing your typical karate.
Yeah.
Back then, it was different to what it is now. Back then, there was literally only judo, karate, boxing, and that was about it. That was the only sort of martial arts you could learn. Then the sort of kung fu or the Bruce Lee boom happened.
Yeah.
Probably I'm a bit older than maybe a lot of the people listening to this podcast, but yeah, back then there was only really three choices: karate, judo, and boxing. So I started off as most kids did in like traditional karate,
Yeah.
and then what it was, my mother, she used to own some like a garage, and she rented it out to one of our neighbors who was a black belt in taekwondo, and his name's Maurice Young, so shout out to Maurice Young. And he used to hire it and train, but back then I was too small. He's a bit older than me. I was too small, too young, but I used to watch them, and then when they were gone, I used to practice the moves and the techniques that I was observing. Because my mother owned the property, they kind of they kind of allowed me to watch. And when
Mhm.
everybody was gone, I'd practice all the moves. I practiced the nunchuckers and Yeah, all the punching and the kicking. And then as I got older, I was more into athletics. I was very athletic as a child, and the coaches at school, they kind of they they were hoping that I could become an Olympian in high jump and 200 meters. They were my kind of specialist activities, of which I excelled in. Unfortunately, they pushed me so hard with that dream and desire for me to
Mm.
become an Olympian that I ended up with a very serious leg condition at a young age. Because when you're young, your bones and muscles and everything else is kind of growing and quite
Yeah.
sensitive. So unfortunately, I ended up in various types of calipers for around about 2 years, which meant I couldn't participate in any sports. And bearing in mind that sports was my thing. I wasn't particularly academic. I was very athletic and I was into sports. So the very thing that I was good at, the very thing that I loved, my passion, my world came to an end at a young age.
Yeah.
I was taken to various consultants, doctors, surgeons, and all of that. And they pretty much said to me, I would be lucky if I could walk again.
Mm.
I would never participate in any sports. And I was to write off any notion of being an athlete. So that was at around about the age of 12 and a half, 13. And this
Yeah.
period was over around about 2 years. So for 2 years of my young life, I didn't do any sports or martial arts or anything like that. No, so that was kind of like the negative. That was a big hit for me
Mm.
because being a being a young child, being athletic, having coaches telling you, supporting you, and telling you how kind of like not how great you are, but encouraging you in something that you're good at is a very much a positive. It's very much a positive thing for any
Yeah.
child. But for me, it was that was my world that came crashing down. So when it came to school and everybody was participating in sports, I was sat in a classroom by myself
Mm. Yeah.
in isolation. No teachers, no support, nothing. And I used to look out the window. One of my other sports that I used to like was soccer. I used to like the sort of team aspect of that, the
Yeah.
teamwork, because high jump and 200 meters is very much like a solo sport.
Mm.
So I would sit there looking out the window, watching my friends participating in sports, and it I basically got depressed, as you can imagine. Yeah. But over a period of time, I started to develop a very good skill of excuse me, visualization. So
Yeah.
I would visualize myself participating in these sports because as a child, you have a very good imagination. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would sit there visualizing and reimagining my own condition. So I had no leg injuries or anything like that. I was participating mentally in my mind, in my mind's eye. And then I started to notice when I was practicing that my legs were getting better.
Mm.
So then when I went back to the doctors, consultants, all of the experts and that, they were quite surprised how quickly I was getting better.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't too long before I was able to start doing sports again. So the first thing I did, I didn't go back to high jump and sprinting. I went straight back into the martial arts. So I started doing karate, and same thing. I started to excel. I remember the instructors were very impressed at my flying kicks. Now they all seemed to think that I'd done a lot of martial arts in the past when I hadn't really. What I'd been doing is high jump,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I was able to combine my sort of athletic prowess into the martial arts. So I used to really enjoy doing these flying kicks and things like that. And I was still quite young. And when I explained to them, no, I was a former high jumper. So then they understood I had the
Mm.
ability to jump very, very high and kick out the legs. And then once again, I was almost able to reclaim maybe a period of my life that I lost from having the encouragement and support of coaches. The martial art instructors became that kind of replacement.
Yeah.
So I quickly excelled, and I practiced for many, many years. Then I started doing competitions, of which I did very, very well. I collected countless amounts of trophies, and then at that point, my instructor actually recommended that I switched from karate into a new sport called kickboxing.
Yeah.
And back then there was no kickboxing. So around about this time, I would have been probably around about 17 years old. There was no kickboxing. It was a new thing. And then I actually moved to Milton Keynes, and there's a little bit of synchronicity. Lo and behold, literally on the first day that I'd moved to Milton Keynes for a job, I found a Muay Thai and kickboxing school. So I went straight there, and I always remember the instructor. And the good thing was, the instructor back then, he was a former full contact karate fighter.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So he appreciated my background in karate and competition karate. But I do remember I turned up, I was around about maybe 13 stone. The first thing he said to me, he says, you're overweight, you need to be 12 stone, because that's very much a Muay Thai thing, where they try and strip you right down for competition. Yeah. I'd actually built myself up quite nicely because I was into weight training and that. So I was kind of a little bit disappointed that I spent a couple of years making my body stronger, especially because of the leg issue and condition. So then I had to lose all this weight, and then I started competing very, very quickly. And then I literally was almost competing every other week. I would compete at 3 days' notice. I just had this hunger for competition, and then I'll try and speed things up a little bit, because otherwise it would probably take 3 hours just to explain just this one bit. Then I actually picked up this magazine. I can't remember which magazine it was, but on the front cover it had a kickboxer in Japan with his hands up and a trophy and a belt or something. And I remember seeing that, and when I saw it, it literally burnt like an imprint into the deepest part of my mind, into my psyche. And I remember going home and saying to my family, also said to my friends, I'm going to do that. And literally everybody kind of went, oh yeah, whatever. How are you going to be fighting in Japan? How would I go from Milton Keynes to fighting in Japan? Anyway, well, this idea was imprinted into my imagination, my mind, my everything. So I pursued that, and I always had that in the back of my mind, that it was going to manifest, it was going to happen. And anyway, I kept on competing. I became a British WKA champion. The WKA back then was like the #1 kickboxing organization. And so the organization of K1, so most people have heard of K1 in Japan, it started around about 1993, I believe. And they were sanctioned by the WKA, and Mr. Ishii, he said that he wanted all of the champions from around the world to go to Japan to train or compete, or both. So because I was the British champion at the time, I actually got invited to go to the K1 Saidokaikan Hombu in Japan.
I bet you were buzzing when that happened, didn't it?
Yeah. So this kind of crazy dream of me fighting in Japan started to become a reality. Yeah. And it wasn't, well, you could say it wasn't necessarily my work that was able to do that, but it was, because I became British WK champion at that time, which was hard work. I trained twice a day for 6 days a week for many, many years. So I ended up going to Japan, and I was actually training at the Saidokaikan, helping the karate guys who were transitioning from karate to kickboxing, because that was kind of a big thing back then. The fighter pool of the K1 in Japan was taken from the karate guys. Now, because I was already a kickboxing champion, my boxing skills were good. So I got to do that, and they basically paid me to go to Japan to train and to sit and watch these fights taking place in K1, where they were offering relatively big money back then. I mean, I remember sitting on an airplane with one of the fighters, and they used to pay cash. He had like $200,000 in a box on the airplane. It was a weird time, because this is like in the early 90s. And around about that time, actually from around about 1990 to 1993, I did travel all around the world fighting. I fought in Russia, Poland, France, Holland. I fought a lot of places. So I was very busy and a lot of traveling. Something I must add, around about 1990, my coach at the time, Brian Walker, he closed his school. He quit. And the reason why he closed his school is because he had his own business. And I never remember more than probably 10 people training, because the training was so hard. It was brutal. And new people used to walk in. It wasn't a case of how long are they going to stick around training. It was how long are they going to last in this session. We used to have a sick bucket to the side.
Yeah.
So when the new people came in, they would inevitably be sick because the training was that brutal and that tough. Anyway, so he said to me, if you really want to make a career out of this, the best bet is to go to Holland, go to Amsterdam, because that's almost like the epicenter of the kickboxing world.
Dutch kickboxing, you know.
Kickboxing, yeah. So I ended up. This is a funny story. I was literally only maybe 20 years old. I didn't have much money back then because I was training all the time. I didn't have a particular career. So I remember getting this ticket for around about £20 to go on the coach all the way down to France, to Belgium, into Holland.
Yeah.
I ended up training Gym International, and that was where I was first exposed to Dutch, what is commonly now known as Dutch kickboxing, which is kind of a hybrid of Muay Thai and Kyokushinkai.
Yeah, it's that guy. What was his name? Ramon Decker.
Yeah. I actually hosted a seminar with him in Milton Keynes. May he rest in peace. He passed away, unfortunately.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, a few years back. Yeah, but yeah, I had fond memories with him. He came to Milton Keynes. He did a seminar, and yeah, I don't think many people know about it because on the day, I think the camera that we were using didn't work, so we didn't get to film a lot of it. But yeah, we had a good turnout. As maybe 100 students turned up for that. So anyway, when I was training in Holland, the gyms were so busy. Now I went from a gym where we had 10 people training to a gym and gyms where you had hundreds of people training. And one thing I noticed, the difference, why you could have 10 in one and 100 in another, was mainly because they were able to separate like almost casual training from the fighting training. Back in the UK, back then, we were always getting everybody from one pool, where it was like you was expected to train and be a fighter. Most instructors will testify to this. You're probably looking at 1% of your student base will actually become fighters or have a fight career. So I didn't want to make the same mistakes as my instructor, and I didn't. When I come back to the UK and started school, I didn't want to have the same financial problems. So when I came back, I implemented the Dutch kickboxing style of not training, but also the way you run your school or your dojo or your gym. So I would have like almost like a fitness type kickboxing, and out of that, I could select those with the potential or those with the desire.
That gives you a way to kind of see who's got it in them, like.
Yeah. And so what we would do is we would have, and back then I call it the golden era of kickboxing, because that was when Jean-Claude Van Damme and Kickboxer came out.
Yeah.
I remember prior to that, people would say, "Oh, what martial arts you do?" And I say, "Kickboxing." They would say, "What's that?" You know, you couldn't think of it now, but back then people didn't know what it was. And I used to say, "Well, it's like boxing with kicks."
Yeah.
And they'd be like, "Oh, okay."
Okay.
But when that film came out, all of a sudden kickboxing became a thing, and I call it the golden era or the golden age. And I actually I used to get I used to do head counts. I would have up to 80 S80 people training in a sports hall in one session. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
It's
good.
Back then kickboxing schools were very, very rare. I think within maybe like a 30-mile radius, we were the only kickboxing school at that time. Anyway, I'll try and keep the whole thing on track. So I was to and fro to Japan with the K1 organization, and then coincidentally, there was a Japanese boarding school that was based in Milton Keynes, because in Milton Keynes they had a lot of Japanese corporations there, like Hitachi, like the headquarters and stuff. And the people that were working in these places in Milton Keynes wanted their children to be with them. So they built a brand spanking new boarding school for Japanese school children. Now, part of the school curriculum in Japan is martial arts. So in this complex, they had 2 fully equipped dojos. And through kind of word of mouth, somebody said to me that because I think somebody from the school saw me in Japan on television or something like that. So they contacted me and they said, do you fancy hiring one of the dojos? Because we don't use it in the evenings.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, perfect. I turned up and it was an amazing, fully equipped dojo. So they had the dojo and the downstairs for things like judo, jiu-jitsu, karate. Upstairs was a kendo dojo because kendo is part of the school curriculum.
Nice.
So anyway, I started teaching there in the evenings, and all my students loved it because it had that kind of almost Japanese vibe to it. The moment you went through the main entrance, it was almost like being in a Little Tokyo or something. Yeah.
Traditional Japanese dojo.
Yeah. And then, so one evening I was teaching like K1 style kickboxing, which was a new thing back then. I noticed there was some sort of Japanese guys that were kind of watching through the doorway. When the class finished, they approached me and they introduced themselves. Japanese people are very, very polite, and they never impose themselves. And they approached me very politely and they said, "Oh, Lee-san, can we train with you kickboxing?" Or in Japanese, they say kickboxing. So I said, "Yeah, sure, yeah." So we arranged like a private session. Now there was quite a few of them, and there was a mixture of like minimum of 5th dan in judo, karate, jiu-jitsu, and then there was a couple of guys that did the kendo. And I felt embarrassed to charge them money because it's a weird dynamic because I was looking up to them, but they were looking up to me. So when it came to payment, it was a bit of a standoff. We didn't know who to pay who. So we made an agreement that I would teach them K1 kickboxing, and that they would teach me the skills and the arts that they were specialists in.
Yeah.
So literally within one session, we would go from K1 kickboxing into judo throwing, into jiu-jitsu ground fighting. Okay.
Shit, you had the holy grail right there in your dojo, man. You had everything you needed.
Yeah, and I was being trained by authentic Japanese instructors. Okay. Then the kendo guy, he would take me upstairs on a separate night or after training, and he'd give me all the armor to put on, and he gave me the shinai. And the instructor, he was a very small, petite, small frame guy. And I thought to myself, I'm going to kill him because he wanted to spar with me in all the kendo equipment. I thought I'm gonna kill him, so I better go easy on him. Anyway, he said, okay. So we started. Back then I was a lot bigger and stronger than I am now. Back then I picked up the shinai to strike him, to literally decapitate him. And by the time I'd lifted the shinai up, he'd already hit me 3 times on the head. So basically he won, and he would win consistently, and I couldn't even get close to him. Anyway, the reason why I'm saying this is because back then that kind of revolutionized my concept and the context of striking, because in kendo and many weapon arts, there's 0 margin of error, unlike in kickboxing. So ordinarily in kickboxing, you take a hit, you absorb a hit,
especially
counter.
in Thai, take it, give it, take it, give it.
Yeah, but in kendo you don't really do that, because you can't receive the impact, or if it was a katana, you'd be dead.
Or
Yeah,
dismembered.
Yeah. So what I learned from that experience of training, I trained for around about 3 months on and off, is that my margin of error for all forms of striking went from here down to here. And one of the main benefits I found from training in kendo, of which I did take up after many years, is that after the training, you have such a mental sharpness. And this is why they teach it in Japanese schools, and this is why Japanese businessmen will practice kendo before they go to the boardroom. and have these business meetings, because it gives you such clarity of mind, such precision, zero margin of error, and your whole ability to receive impressions and your perceptions are so sharp. So I was able to take that into the style of kickboxing that I was doing. Anyway, to try and move things on a little bit, I went back out to Japan, and I was sitting at a K1 event as a spectator. I was a standby fighter for Andy Hug. I don't know if you know Andy Hug from K1. He's from Switzerland. He passed away as well, unfortunately. He was very, very famous. He was almost like a god in Japan, because he went from being a full contact karate champion. He spent most of his life in Japan, and then he switched over to K1 and became very, very famous. To the degree that he would have standby fighters in case anybody didn't make the weigh-in or got sick or jet lagged and stuff like that. So I was being paid to sit there as a standby fighter. Anyway, I got to watch this event, and on the undercard, this would have been around about 1992, 93. They had these MMA fights. Back then, it wasn't called MMA. It was called like total fights, mixed fight, no holds barred fights. So they had these fights on the undercard, and I was sitting there with my manager, and I said, "That's what I'm training in the UK." In these sessions, because we're doing striking, takedowns, submission. And my manager was like, yeah, whatever. He wasn't really interested. He didn't see the vision in that. So once again, when I saw that, it left an imprint in my mind's eye. As soon as I got back to the UK, I put an advert in the martial art magazines asking for all styles of martial artists to come and stay in my dojo to train in this new style, this mixed style, hybrid style. Back then we didn't have social media. You literally had to put an advert in a magazine.
In a newspaper or something.
Yeah, and people would even write letters to me saying, "Can I join this training program that you're doing?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So very quickly it manifested that in our training sessions we had people, students, competitors from judo, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, sambo, Muay Thai, basically all the styles, and we would train together. To be honest, we didn't know what the hell we were really doing, because back then there wasn't a blueprint for MMA. But over a period of time, things got more popular. Word was getting out that there was this new mixed style. The UFC started. By then, it's probably like UFC 2 or 3 or 4. The whole notion of this kind of mixed rule fighting or total fighting became a thing. Yeah. So I was still to and fro back to Japan, and then I wanted to really focus on this whole idea of mixed style fighting, because being a polymath, which naturally I'm a polymath, so that basically means, so if you show me 10 things, ordinarily people will spot the difference in the 10 things. A polymath will see the commonalities, the similarities of the 10 things. Some people are naturally like that, and some people are not. So some people are stuck in their ways. They won't see life or anything from a different perspective. I'm not like that. I've always been able, with a natural gift, to see the commonalities in things. So that kind of gave me a head start when it comes to mixed martial arts. So I wouldn't see the differences, I would see the similarities. But more importantly, so you've got striking, you've got takedowns, you've got, say, ground fighting and submission. They're like subsections of a martial art. But what was missing back then was what gels them together. So you don't necessarily go from punching to the ground or to even the takedown. There's these little bits, these nuances. And that's what we really kind of discovered. That's what we had to learn. So back then, you could have a very good coach in Muay Thai, a very good coach in wrestling, very good coach in jiu-jitsu, but none of them could do it all together.
Yeah, because when you think, for example, I know what you mean in some ways. Look at Thai boxing, for example. The stance is very, very wide open. If you take a boxing stance against a Muay Thai guy, you're going to get your legs completely blasted. But it's like the MMA is a mixture between the boxing stance and the Thai boxing stance, because you got to be able to sprawl back if somebody's trying to take you down,
Yeah,
and so yeah, it kind of changes the structure now of everything, you know.
yeah, and this is why I'm a big believer that nothing is wrong. It's only the context that's wrong,
Mm, yeah.
and it's context, context, and context. So a lot of people now, let's say a lot of people who have just got into MMA, they assume that it's always been there. That, but no, there was a time when it didn't exist, and people had to experiment. People literally sacrificed their limbs to build this style.
Mm,
Yeah, and back then, so a coaching team would normally consist of a boxing coach, a judo coach, a wrestling coach. Whereas now you will have a coach that can actually coach MMA,
yeah, yeah.
and that took a good almost 20 years for that transitional period to take place.
Mm,
Um,
mm,
yeah. So and then getting back on track. So then I got contacted by Holland because I had a fight in Russia against Bob Schreiber. That was for a European Championship. Bob Schreiber was in Japan fighting what we now know as MMA, and
mm,
he said to his coach, who was an organizer of a lot of the fighting in Holland, Chris Dolman, he said to Chris Dolman, you should check out Lee Hasdell. He gave me a real tough fight in Russia. You should invite him to Holland to fight. So I got
mm,
contacted by Chris Dolman, and before I even knew it, I was in Holland fighting in mixed rule style fighting. So that took place. The fight was a draw. Back then, a lot of the matches, if there was no knockout or submission, it was considered a draw.
yeah.
The notion of scoring systems wasn't really a thing that came in around about 2000 or something. So anyway, I had this fight, and there was Japanese fighters on the same card. So the organizer of the Japanese MMA, Akira Maeda,
Mm,
straight after my match, he came into the changing room and basically invited me to stay in his dojo and complete what's known as uchideshi, which is a live-in student. And then he disappeared. He gave me a business card. He said, "Contact me when you get back to the UK. We'll arrange for you to come out." And so, as you can imagine, I was like, "Wow, this is like a golden ticket for me."
mm,
And I had a commitment. I had to go to Italy to take part in a mixed martial art tournament. And back then, there was a lot of pressure from the media and legislation about banning this new kind of up and coming sport.
mm,
So I was contracted to fight in Italy in this 8-man tournament. By the time the event came, because of this almost fear from the media,
yeah.
they altered the rules. They made us put boxing gloves on, so we had to grapple with boxing gloves.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's complicated. I mean, I've tried that. Even in Thai boxing, when you're trying to clinch with the gloves, it's like
mm,
it takes some getting used to. It really kind of being like a prey mantis, the way that you clinch. But how do you
yeah.
grapple with boxing gloves, man?
Well, what they did, they literally the day before they switched from open hand gloves to boxing gloves. This was because of the media. They were getting a lot of pressure about like the dangers of this new combat sport. So there's actually a sport in Japan called shoot boxing, which is kickboxing with gloves, and you've got submissions in a standing position.
Okay.
So um, uh, anyway, so they kind of called it shoot boxing, but yeah, literally they made the rules upon the day. Now I ended up winning that tournament, and I actually took it at relatively short notice. I didn't have a full fight camp, and we can come back to this when we start talking about some of the mental aspects or psychophysical stuff
Yeah,
of sports and combat.
fighting. Yeah.
Um, I ended up winning this tournament, and I made quite good money from that. And when I came back to the UK, I then contacted Japan, and I flew out and I completed my uchideshi, which means you're a living student, and it's kind of like a basic training in the military. They they will beast you to the point where you want to give up. And what they generally say is they can teach technique, but they can't teach like the spirit of the heart. You've either got it or you haven't, sort of thing. So it was kind of like old school training, and I must say it was brutal training. It's like some of the hardest training I've ever done in my life. I was able to complete that successfully, and as a reward, they gave me a fight in Tokyo, doing mixed rule style against Sean McCulley, who became quite well known because he fought in I think it was like Extreme World Combat or something in America. I can't remember the exact name. So I fought him, and they basically said to me, if you win, we'll give you a fight contract. If you lose, then it's sayonara, bye-bye. And they told me that the night before the fight. So can you imagine the mental pressure? And I can say I didn't sleep that night. I was just laying there kind of anxiously visualizing what could happen, what could go wrong, desired outcomes. Yeah. So as it turned out, I won the fight with a guillotine choke. And yeah, so almost the rest is history. They gave me a contract, and I think, and I'll put this out there, anybody can challenge me on this because I'm quite curious to find out if it's true. As far as I can figure out, I am, or I was, or still am, the longest contracted fighter from the UK in Japan.
Okay.
And what I mean by that, I don't mean just going out there to fight. I mean contracted fighter. So I had back then they used to do yearly contracts. So I completed around about 6 or 7 years as a contracted fighter. So yeah, I'm curious to know whether anybody else from the UK did more than that. Yeah, because it's to me that's the thing. You know, I don't see myself as a fighter. I see myself as like an athlete, a professional athlete. I always used to view it as sport, not violence.
The art.
Yeah. Originally, I thought I was going to be like an Olympian and in athletics, and I never really viewed the fight or combat sports as violence. I always used to see it as like a competition.
The art behind it.
Yeah.
Can we do something? Can I just? I need to go to the toilet for like a minute. If you give me like a couple of minutes, yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
And then we can get into the genius state in sparring and fighting. You know, like the fight IQ. How do you develop that sort of combative intelligence? What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it all comes together anyway.
Cool. Just 2 minutes.
Sure.
Sorry, bro.
That's okay.
Go on then. That's you've never actually went in depth into how you became an MMA fighter, man. That was
It's kind of a mixture of like synchronicity and visualization. There's a lot of things that came together. I mean, you could say right place, right time. But I'll just add, I kind of, I've kind of like drawn a line in the sand with like pre and post MMA. So if you've got into MMA after say 2000, there's almost like a whole world that you may not be aware of that took place in the 90s. The kind of figuring out of MMA, like
Yeah.
you probably not you, but people probably assume that there was always 5-minute rounds, that there was always these 4-ounce gloves, that there's always these kind of rule sets when there wasn't. I mean, I've been to some places. I fought in Russia, and we made the rules up in the changing rooms before we went out. And back then, some people would wear gloves, some people wouldn't. Some people wear wrestling boots, some people wouldn't. There was there's no uniform, unified rules,
regulations, and so
yeah. So that all kind of came in over time through trial and error, and
it changes the whole dynamic. I mean, look, I was watching Bas Rutten's old fight the other day, and so they were in Pancrath. They used to wear these boots, so you could do like the toe kicks to the liver, like the savate kick to the liver and stuff. You can't really do that without the boots, and it doesn't work the same.
Yeah, well, the organization that I fought in was rings. So we had rings rule, which was the open palm shote, bare knuckle to the body, and we used to wear the leg and knee protectors. And so, just as an example, when I originally used to fight in Japan, there was no rounds; it was a straight 30 minutes.
Right, like Pancras,
yeah. So you know how long a 3-minute round is, even a 2-minute round in a fight. Yeah, imagine doing straight 30.
Huh?
But I must just add, I actually used to like doing the 30 minutes or the 20 minutes straight. And I'll tell you why. When both competitors know that it's 30 minutes, 20 minutes straight, it means that you take your time. It becomes more like a chess match.
Yeah.
Now the whole point of shortening the rounds or having rounds at all, and this is the same for boxing as well, is to make it more spectator friendly, so that the bell goes, the two combatants come together and they fight. And then they rest and then they fight again. So it's actually to make the fight harder. So although straight 30 minutes sounds bad, which it can be, it just means that it's a much slower tempo because nobody can afford to gas out. Now, some competitors would take the gamble where they would say, do you know what? I'm not fighting more than 10 minutes. I'm going to go in as hard as I can. And if I don't win in 10 minutes, then I'll just gas out and give up. So that was some fighters' strategy, and it would work for some. I do remember fighting some of the Dutch fighters, and that would be, I could see it in their eyes, and their mentality was they're going to come at you hard to hurt you
in the eyes. You see that's the thing. That's an analogy that I make when I teach my students combatives, more the combative aspect of things, where there is a sprint and then there is a marathon. And when you have a look at MMA or boxing or Thai boxing or even BJJ, judo, it's more like a marathon. It's like you want to be able to run for a long time. So it's kind of saving your energy. But like the combatives is like all out sprint, just go through the target, blitz through the target and go home. So what do you think I think both are important, but do you actually train both, like ATP, energy system, and anaerobic ATP? And
well, with most combat sports, and you'll understand this, with most combat sports, it's literally 80% fitness and conditioning, 20% technique. And I often say to students or people that train with me, okay, go and watch say Glory kickboxing, watch a world title fight over 5 rounds, and come back to me. Tell me how many different techniques that you can count. Okay, they normally come back and they'll say, do you know what? I only counted 8 different techniques.
Small toolbox.
Yeah. And you have to prioritize those techniques to what is going to give you the greatest reward. So kind of low risk, high reward. You can't really go out there. I mean, you could have that as a strategy. I've seen it used before, where it's like high risk, low reward. But if you do land that high risk maneuver, you completely win. And some will have that mentality. But when when you're a professional fighter, you have to factor in you're doing it for a living. Okay, so you don't want to get injured.
Yeah, for
Um,
longevity, yeah.
and also you have the pressure of the sponsors. I remember having meetings with sponsors. I used to be sponsored by Maxi Muscle, and they would write checks for like £10,000 at a time, and I would obviously it's helpful, but there's a
Mm.
psychological pressure to being sponsored.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to win. Without that pressure, you can be more relaxed. And one thing that always used to stick in my mind, it wasn't until later on in my life that I was able to kind of figure it out when I got more into the sort of the psychology, the physiology, anatomy of what takes place when you're fighting, was a very simple dynamic is this. So I could be given a fight in 12 weeks' time. I go into a full fight camp, 12 weeks or
Yeah.
10 weeks, perfect camp. Sparring's great, strength and conditioning great, cardio great, anaerobic thresholds is great. Everything's perfect. You turn up for the fight, you get in the ring or cage or whatever it is, and you have a terrible performance. Okay, then you could get a phone call, or back then we used to get like a fax or even a letter.
Mm.
Can you take a fight in 3 days' notice?
Mm.
Yeah, no fight camp. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
you got relatively good fitness. No fight camp. You go there and you win.
yeah.
So you sit there thinking, well, do I need to train? Because I did a 12-week fight camp, terrible performance, no fight camp, 3 days notice, and I win. I beat somebody that had a 12-week fight camp.
Mm.
What's the science behind that? Well, it wasn't until later on when I got more into the sort of you could say um, defensive tactics, tactical training, and all of that stuff,
Yeah.
where there's a lot of emphasis placed on the psychology, the nervous systems, what is taking place in your physiology.
On a physiological level, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't until I studied that I suddenly realized, and I always said to myself, if there was one thing I could change, people always ask me if you could change, if you go back in life, what would you change? I
Mm.
pretty much say nothing, but there is one thing, especially when it comes to the fight career.
Yeah.
Um, if I'd had access or a coach that could have taught me all of those kind of non-physical aspects of fighting, of physical fighting, uh,
Yeah.
that's the one thing I would change, and I would have made it would have made a massive difference.
Mm. So you reckon, like, by understanding what's happening on a psychological level, on a physiological level, and how to kind of keep all that in check and control your, what we call that, state management, basically, like management of emotional state, and being able to kind of access the most resourceful state at that point.
Yeah, and also being able to have enough self-awareness to be able to monitor where you're actually at yourself in terms
Yeah.
of like your heart rate, even your blood pressure.
Yeah.
Are you on the threshold of the sympathetic nervous system? Um, are you too relaxed? Are
Yeah.
you hyper
Yeah.
focused?
Yeah.
There's a lot to it. It's almost like making fine adjustments to an engine or a machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you actually had this, what Anthony Robbins calls the genius state? That state where the time slows down and
Yeah.
everything seems slow motion, and it's like what you're doing seems effortless. It just feels effortless, like you're doing the right thing without even it's going through a cognitive process. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously that's a state of mastery, but I know you have trained enough to get there, man.
Well, I would consider it a type of flow state. I would also say, what is it? I would say it's when basically when your psychology, your confidence, your emotional world falls into some kind of alignment.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah, so everything lines up. It's almost like the stars align. Yeah.
yeah,
When I fought in the 8-man tournament in Italy, I can honestly say that I remember walking out. It was held in a boxing ring. Walking out to the ring, I almost felt I was kind of floating, gliding.
yeah.
There was something about my presence, my energy, And one thing I missed out just then, your almost like your vision,
Mm.
the vision of the outcome. Because normally when you approach a fight or anything where there's could be a different outcome, like win or lose, you have mixed feelings, you have mixed thoughts, because you could be laying in the hotel
Mm.
realizing like the worst possible outcome, and then you're like, no, 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 don't think these negative thoughts.
Yeah.
But it keeps coming, like, or these voices like, you're not good enough, you're gonna lose,
Mm.
and then you have to kind of push it away and keep reaffirming, no, no, I'm good, I've done a great fight camp, and I'm the best in the world, all these affirming quotes that we'll keep replaying. But it's almost like there's a fight taking place in our mind, in our head, like an angel and a devil.
Yeah,
What-
which there is, yeah.
yeah, so I think when we achieve these like genius states or flow states, it's when our self-image, our self, um the story that we have of ourself in our head
Mm.
about the fight or the competition we're about to do, it all aligns.
Mm.
So we're
Mm.
in sync with our destiny, you could
Yeah.
say. And when and basically, to be a successful athlete, you've got to keep replicating that state. And that's what makes the difference between a terrible fighter, an average fighter, and a genius fighter. Um, like if you look at Fedor Emelianenko,
Mm.
I spent a lot of time with him in Japan and Russia. We did fight. He won fair and square. But I got to know him quite well, and I would spend quite a bit of time with him. And people always used to say to me, "What is it about him? What makes him different to all the others?"
Mm.
Well, because technically he's pretty much the same as everybody else, but there's something that's not the same as all the other fighters. The main things that I could put it down to is that, so in the morning in the hotel, he would come down and he'd sit there and eat his breakfast, and he'd have a certain state, a certain energy level, very chilled out, very relaxed. You'd see him like that in the morning. Then on the night of the fight, you watch him get into the ring, and he's the same.
You made me laugh last time we spoke about it. You were like Fedor just looked like he just got out of bed. Do you know what I mean? Like not bothered, like just half asleep. Like when he gets on the ring, so
Yeah,
everybody's like proper aggressive, like raw, and he's just like, yeah, just not bothered. Like,
yeah.
uh,
I recommend everybody after watching this, check out Fedor Emelianenko and look at him when he gets into the ring.
mm,
Just look at his energy.
yeah,
It's like it's just another day in the office. And
yeah,
then look at all the other fighters.
yeah.
They're all animated. They're like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna smash
There's
you up.
one in particular when you see like he's proper like tapping his chest like proper like, trying to destabilize him on a mental level. Do you know what I mean? Try to intimidate him. And like
Mm,
Federer's just like not even bothered. And I think he knocks him out from the beginning, from the first round as well.
yeah. So that, to me, that's the main difference. And it kind of it brings us back to this kind of whole psychophysical thing, and the state of somebody's mind, how it can affect the ability to physically perform.
Yeah.
So if we use Fedor as a kind of a case study,
Hmm.
I think quite naturally, and I think he has had some training to support this, but naturally he's kind of, it's very hard to get him upset. It's very hard to make him um what's the word, like animated. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you look at the whole business of smack talk, yeah.
I don't like that. That's one thing about fighting that I never understand. I know it's designed to make money and publicity, but
Well, there's way more to it than people realize. It can become a fine art. So what you're trying to do when you have these pre-fight interviews,
you to upset the fighter in front of you. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, you're trying to get inside the mind of your
Yeah.
opponent, and basically whoever you can anger, you
Mm,
you can master.
yeah.
So whatever makes you angry is the master of you. So that's
Mm,
basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to get somebody angry. So if you can upset them with words or gestures or postures, you
mm,
could equally control them in the fight.
yeah.
So there's a lot more to this whole smack talk business than people actually realize. there's a lot more kind of psychological warfare, psychological games being played, gaslighting, and all of those techniques. And some are masters of that, and some are not. So, as an example, some fighters can only win the physical fight if they're able to dominate the smack talk.
Do you think Conor McGregor is one of those guys?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Because he's the master at chatting shit, isn't it? Like,
yeah. If you allow somebody to get inside your mind, into your psyche, then there's a higher chance. Not completely. I mean, I used to have some fights, and they would use every technique to try to get inside my mind. But I'm the sort of person, anything designed to hold me back ultimately will thrust me forwards. So rather than me getting angry or upset about somebody saying things or using postures and gestures, I would just kind of recatalyze that anger or any emotion or thought into, do you know what? I'm going to actually just fire it back at you. I'm going to kind of almost incubate those sentiments and bring it back on you. But in saying that, I mean, I'm human. I can remember plenty of times I would literally be sitting in a hotel room, wouldn't sleep the night before a match, anxious, worried, pacing up and down. And yeah, I've been through all of those things, the good, the bad, and the ugly side of pre-fight nerves. Like I say, if there was one thing I could take back, if I could do it all again, it would be more the sort of the psychology and being able to manage your states.
You think you could have actually managed to sleep the night before a fight if you knew what you know now?
Well, yeah, I mean, most of the time I used to sleep. In fact, I adopted an attitude where I would carry on as normal. So I may even go shopping or something like during the day of the fight. I would try to normalize and stabilize my existence. Locking yourself away, putting a towel over your head can actually be the worst thing that you can ever do. It can completely drain all of your energy. Yeah. So it wasn't until I got, I mean, saying that, back then I did start to explore certain things because I got into a sport known as free diving.
Yeah.
The way that happened is I used to to and fro from Japan, so it was a long haul flight. I used to watch these films on the airplane, and I saw this documentary about some free divers in Brazil, and they were able to like hold their breath for up to 13 minutes or something. And they took these free divers, put them in a laboratory. The scientists put all these sensors and probes and everything to figure out how and what they were doing. They were able to get their heart rates down to something like 20 beats per minute or something. Yeah. And when I saw that, they were doing these special yogic exercises, and they were explaining that they would convert their thoughts into colors. So in order to eliminate any negative thinking, they would start thinking in colors. Okay, so as an example, they figured out that thoughts take up 50% of your body's oxygen. Yeah, and this explains that why before a fight, if you're sat there thinking, the mind's racing. By the time, by the time you even got to the ring or the cage or whatever, you're drained, you're tired. Yeah. So weeks leading up to that, you could have been doing 10, 20 round sparring, no problem.
Yeah.
When it comes to the day of the competition, you got no energy at all. You can't even hit the pads. It feels like the energy has been sucked out of you. Well, that's largely because the brain, in its activity, is draining all your body's energy. Yeah. So these free divers were able to use techniques where they, instead of thinking about fearful things, so as an example, when they dive down, if you see a shadow of something and you think it's a shark, guess what? You've just lost a whole load of oxygen. So you don't allow yourself to have any negativity in your thinking, and then that gives you a lot more energy in the body. So once I started studying that side of things, you could say that's when I kind of got more into the psychophysical aspect of fighting.
Yeah.
And that was a big game changer. But by that point, my career was pretty much over because of my age. I was getting older.
Uh,
Yeah.
so there's something that you do, one of your organization that's called Kombudo.
Yeah.
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 So like like combat, Budo like Budo, the two together. How did you come up with that, and what do you specialize in with Kombudo?
Okay. Yeah. So around about 1999, 2000 ish, I started to come to the realization that my career was coming to an end, both physically and mentally. I kind of
Mm,
got tired. I was literally fighting every other week. I kind of got tired of the whole thing. And I realized that because my career is coming to an end, maybe my time in Japan was coming to an end. I actually paid tax in Japan for 6 or 7 years. Um, so I was considered like a resident of Japan,
yeah.
paying tax for that time. I did pay tax in the UK for that time period. Um, I realized it was coming to an end. And while I was out there, unlike a lot of the other fighters, when they weren't fighting, they might go to a place called Roppongi, which is like nightclubs, bars, and all that. And
Yeah.
they'd be drinking, getting up to mischief and stuff. I never did any of that. I saw the opportunity that when I was in Japan, I could visit and train in different martial arts. So when I wasn't fighting, um, when I was out there, I was studying um, different types of martial arts,
Yeah.
or because I was kind of like a relatively famous in Japan for fighting, I would
Yeah.
have different teachers approach me from Japan, offering to teach me or do sessions with them, which I found amazing and fascinating. So anyway, I wanted, and it was always my aim to develop a system, like a
Yeah.
martial arts system. A lot of the stuff I did in terms of competition was to explore, experiment, what works, what doesn't work.
Yeah.
Again, you have to remember that a lot of this stuff that we take for granted as working and not working, nobody had figured it out. The whole tsunami of ground fighting was relatively new in the 90s. That whole notion of, um, that you could go to the ground and lose quite easily, but you could be a world champion boxer, world champion kickboxer. So it was almost like the Wild West for techniques. So I saw a lot of that time, and I used that time wisely to develop a fighting system, which would incorporate the striking, takedowns, and ground fighting, and weapons, and a few like health exercises.
Yeah.
With the Japanese guys that I was with at the time, we kind of developed a system that I could export back to the UK, which is what I did. So I didn't know what to call it. So I asked my Japanese friends and instructors, well, what should I call this thing? And they were like, let us think about it. Then they were coming up with words like kakatogi, shin kakatogi, shin kakatogi jutsu. And I was like, that's too complicated. In
Mm.
the UK, people aren't going to be able to say it, let alone
Yeah.
do it. So in the end, we narrowed it down, and they suggested Shin Senjutsu, which basically means new. It's like it can be translated in many different ways, but it basically means like a new combat tactics, new
Mm.
combat style. But it's in context with, say, for instance, this old story of a samurai going to the mountain and then coming back down with this new style and would challenge all the other styles. It's kind of linked to that,
Yeah.
which I thought was quite fitting because there was me coming from Japan back to the UK,
Mm.
and it was a way of almost creating it's almost like creating a box or a cradle to put all these techniques in that I
Yeah.
discovered. Anyway, so then I started basically getting involved with organizing people that wanted to do mixed martial arts. And back
Yeah.
then, no associations, there was no this, that, and the other, no regulations. Back then, if you wanted to teach in a sports center, you would need to have the backing of like an association of some sort or an organization to verify you, to validate you.
Yeah.
So we ended up forming an organization to kind of oversee and look after this whole mixed martial art phenomena. So I come up originally, it was called the Combined Budo Association. That was what it was originally called.
Right.
combined. So remember, mixed martial arts
Okay.
didn't exist. Then I shortened it to Kombudo.
Mm-hmm.
Then, it kind of evolved. So then we had combat, uh,
Yeah.
um, um, combined,
Combined combat. Yeah.
combatives, competition. There's quite a lot of words. So we
Mhm.
just call it Kombudo for short. And so we used that for a couple of years, and then it kind of got shelved for the most part. And then after the lockdowns and stuff of 2020, which was kind of like a catastrophe for martial arts,
Mm.
we kind of resuscitated, brought it back to life. But I must just add, in the time period of its inception, around about 2000, we actually did do a lot of events. We did Muay Thai, K1 kickboxing,
Mm-hmm.
MMA. We even did like Pride Rules MMA in the UK, grappling tournaments, jiu-jitsu tournaments. So we were actually very active over a sort of 20 year period. And
Okay.
yeah, so we kind of, you could say, resuscitated it after all the lockdowns, because there's a lot of things that didn't make it after the lockdowns. Like, for instance, my dojo. I lost my dojo in 2020.
Okay.
But I made a decision that I was going to kind of, yeah, it was time for me to move on and do
Yeah.
a little bit different, because there were other projects and ideas that I had in mind. So I thought, do you know what? It's kind of like the universe telling me to do something else.
Have you not thought about actually have some sort of online format type of training with with all the knowledge that you have, like a grading system, like modules, lessons?
Well, actually, you just reminded me of something by saying that. In 2000, when I came back from Japan,
Yeah.
we designed a syllabus
Mm-hmm.
for mixed martial arts
Okay.
with a black belt at the end of it. When I introduced it to the UK, it was pretty much laughed at.
Why?
Because there's this kind of notion that combat sports shouldn't have gradings and all of that stuff.
Right.
Anyway, it was kind of like not laughed at, but ignored. It was largely ignored. But I had a syllabus in 2000, which was an MMA syllabus, and also we had some weapons in it as well. And at the end
Mm-hmm.
of it, you would earn a black belt, and of which I made a few black belts that went through the syllabus. And I said, look, give it another 5-10 years, there will be syllabuses for mixed martial arts,
Mm-hmm.
which there is. There is a syllabus now, which the UFC recognize. You can get a black belt in mixed martial arts.
Okay.
Why not? Every other martial art or sport has it, so why not mixed martial arts?
Well, you see right now, I mean, that's a transition that I've started to make in the last year now, where when you have a look at all the street-based stuff, the combatives, yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, yourself. Once you have a look at this, you have a look at that, and you go and you go and train with some of the top people in that industry, and you have a look at this, you have a look at that, and then eventually you kind of go full circle. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like I mean, we can always learn. That's one thing for sure. But there comes a point where you realize that you've come full circle and you don't really learn as much as you used to before, because it's all kind of a variation of the same thing.
yeah,
And and that's where I started to realize that I think the real skill set, the bulk of the skill, is the MMA skill set. It's a solid striking background, a solid
yeah,
wrestling background, and then add the weapons to that, and you got that trinity of
yeah,
what any realistic combat system should be like: solid striking, solid wrestling, and solid weaponry. And
yeah,
that's what I'm working on now. That's why I got back to my MMA training now, because once you understand the concept, the street concept, the combative principles and concepts,
yeah,
now if you got that on one side to play with and to understand, and on the other side you got a solid MMA skill set, and I think you got something really solid compared to a lot of styles and systems out there.
yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, when I was in Japan, I actually did gradings as well when I was in Japan. So I got a black belt in jiu-jitsu in Japan, by the Japanese,
Yeah.
literally at the source. And I always respected the whole notion of gradients and black belts and the kind of the martial art side of things. Now, going back to Kombudo, one of the visions of Kombudo that we could bring together the worlds of combat sports, combatives, and the martial arts. Now, historically, they've always been kind of at each other, as seeing
Yeah.
each other as enemies. Oh, that wouldn't work on the street, or you couldn't use your tactics in a cage. And there's
Mm.
always this kind of like. So I actually come up with this thing about the katana versus the shinai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that analogy.
For those that don't understand what shinai is, it's the bamboo sword that you use in kendo.
Hmm.
So it's obviously it's not sharpened, and yeah, it's bamboo. So I
Hmm.
call it the katana versus the shinai. And the, for many years, people always had to choose between shinai or katana. Shinai or
Mm.
katana. Whereas I never had a problem with using both.
Yeah, exactly, because they give you something different. They
Yeah.
gives you they give you like uh how do you call that, a dimension of training that you wouldn't get with the other.
Yeah. Yeah. And where this kind of really came together for me, so I'll talk very briefly about this, but when my career was coming to an end, I came back to the UK and I kind of went through this almost depression. Like, what am I going to do now? I'm kind of
Mm,
too old for a career. I couldn't even get a job. Can you imagine going for a job interview and they say, "What have you been doing for the last 5 years?" Well, I've been fighting, yeah. So it was kind of like, well, what am I going to do? So then I always had this thing in my head that I wanted to join the military. I wanted to be a
mhm,
soldier, but I never fulfilled it because I was busy doing the martial arts and fighting. So when I came back to the UK, I kind of went through like a kind of depression of sorts.
yeah,
Nothing too serious, but I remember sending an application to the French Foreign Legion because I didn't just want to join. Like, I didn't want to be a squaddy. I wanted to do something, either special forces, something like that.
yeah,
So I decided French Foreign Legion sounded good. I'll give that a go. I got the paperwork back, and then my family realized what I was going to do, and they were able to talk me out of it because I think I wasn't in a good place.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
there was something in my psychology that didn't want to continue, didn't want to live an ordinary life. And I do remember there was something in my head that was telling me the best way to end all of this would be to join, say, the French Foreign Legion, go on the front line and be killed in action. And that
yeah,
it's kind of like it sounds very dark, yeah, but yeah, I guess it is. But that was I after sort of looking into my own psychology, that was kind of at the root of it.
yeah,
Anyway, when I decided not to do that, I then thought, well, do you know what? I'm going to join the British Armed Forces, but I want to be Royal Marine, Parachute Regiment,
yeah,
SAS, something like that. Yeah.
mm,
But it turned out that I was too old.
okay,
Yeah, I was too, because I was probably about 30. I think I was 32. Yeah.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
So the joining age was around about 27, 28 or something like that. Yeah. So I got kind of knocked back. And at the time, I got into like close protection, minding, um, because back then I was a bit of a unit, and I was quite well known, so people would employ me because of my skills from
yeah,
fighting. And the guys that I was always working with were either ex military or were serving reservists.
yeah,
So they said to me, "Do you know what? There's a way you can do this." I was like, "How's that?" And they said, "Well, there's a particular unit you can join at a much older age because it's combat engineering, but you can do your commando course through them." And I
right,
thought that sounds like a good idea. So I applied. I got in. They're more than happy to have me. I did all the training. I went down to Limpston. I went down to Shivana for um, uh, commando training
hmm,
with 5'9" commandos, which is a Royal Engineer. It's a bit of a weird thing because it's army, but you can do the Green Beret.
yeah,
So I did all of that training, and I had a very unfortunate incident where I was in full fighting order. I jumped off the back of the truck. You're meant to land with 2 feet. They always say land with 2 feet. I landed, me being a bit cocky, I landed on 1 foot, and I had a knee injury from fighting, and my knee went. The medic came over. I got RTU'd and basically sent home because the injury was too bad. I couldn't continue the training.
Right.
So I saw that as a massive negative. Once again, I was kind of like, I spent a couple of weeks a bit depressed because I kind of set myself up that was going to be my future. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I got a phone call, and they said, look, do you want to come back and try again? I said, have I got to go back to day one of basic training and stuff? And they said, yeah. I said, no way. I'm not going to go back to day one of basic training because it's kind of like, it's like a hell. And you get treated, yeah.
Like
Especially,
shit.
it's okay if you're 18 or something, but when you're kind of in your 30s, you don't want to be almost disrespected in that way. So anyway, then I got a phone call, and they said, look, we don't want you to leave because you've completed your basic training as a combat engineer. We've invested in you, you've invested in us. We're quite happy for you to transfer into EOD, and we'll send you on a PTI course at Aldershot. So I thought, actually, that sounds quite good. Well, if I'm not going to do Green Beret or Special Forces, at least I can be a physical training instructor.
Yeah.
Because I had all the skill set anyway. I was very athletic, very strong. I had the mindset for it. So they sent me down to Aldershot. I completed that course, and then I served in the military as a PTI, and that led me then to go to America. When I was in America, I studied at the Smith & Wesson Academy, and they're big into the defensive tactics. They're big into
Smith & Wesson, like the firearms.
Firearm, yeah. So I basically went out there. I trained. I did the human factor research group training. I became an instructor. I got certified and all of that stuff. And I learned so much about the psychological, physiological aspects of combat, because that's what they were big into. One of the problems that they were trying to deal with at the time, and bearing in mind this was after 9/11, where like the whole world changed, was if the police are carrying firearms, why is it that they keep consistently getting killed or injured?
Retention, weapon retention.
Yeah. So I actually took part in a lot of the training, a lot of the experiments regarding that, and about the 21-foot rule and all of that. Knife versus handgun. I won't go into that much now, but what I did learn is a lot about the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems, and it kind of answered all of the questions that I had about my fight career. Yeah, why sometimes I could do well in combat and sometimes I would be terrible. By my own admission, I would have a terrible performance. They also taught a lot about combat performance. So what they say is like your combat performance will drop 50% from the dojo into the real world situation. Yeah. I kind of break it down a little bit more than that. I go from the dojo, it's 50%. From the competition, it's another 25%. Into the street, you got like 5%.
You lose most, and that comes from everything linked with the adrenal dump, the heart rate, and your cognitive functions and motor functions are impaired. I mean, after it depends. If you're used to adrenaline, for you probably it'd be easier because you've had all that fighting experience. So with the adrenaline, if you know your adrenaline, then you might retain, to some degree, you might retain more cognitive functions and motor functions than the average person fighting for your life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I loved all of that stuff. I couldn't get enough of it, and it almost became kind of like a speciality to me. So when I went back to any form of martial art or combat sport coaching, even military training, there was a lot of that put into the mix. And this takes us back to this shinai versus the katana. So when I was in America, back then, the whole notion of using paintballing was kind of laughed at. But the American military and the special forces would actually use paintballing to up their combat performance. So you could say that's the equivalent of the shinai of kendo.
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to live firing of, say, special forces.
Yeah.
So the shinai versus the katana is equivalent of, say, paintballing or some
Mm.
kind of BB or whatever,
Yeah.
versus live rounds. Now, um, the the problem is the moment you've got live rounds or a katana,
You
your
can
move
die. Yeah.
your movement's going to be so limited that you're not really going to be able to explore, experiment,
Mm-hmm.
expand any techniques or tactics. And this is why this whole concept of the shinai versus katana for me is a big thing. As long as it's in context and you know what you're doing and what you're doing it for, then I don't see there's anything wrong with using both. So, as an
Yeah.
example, in the sword art world, historically, there's always contention between those that practice with katana, a live blade, and those that practice with shinai or
Or
bokken.
wooden sword. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, they both are convinced that they would both win in a real fight.
Yeah.
So, those that train with the live blade, they would say, well, just standing there beating each other with a bamboo stick isn't going to serve you well.
Mm.
Whereas the kendo guys will say, yeah, but you don't have the conditioning and the fitness and the movement because you spend all your time worried about dying that the sword doesn't move much further than
Mm-hmm.
this. Yeah. So personally, I think there's room for both.
Yeah. Me too, man. It makes a lot of sense to have both, as long as you you can use both in an intelligent manner, so that, like you say, one is going to give you the physical attributes, the footwork, the movement, the coordination, the stamina,
Hmm.
while the other one will bring the psychological element of, oh, if I fuck up I die. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's brilliant way to put it, and I believe in using both as well. And that's why I said to people, you want to have the training for the street mentality, but you also want the training for the ring or training for the cage,
Yeah.
because both are complementary to one another. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and when I was in the military, somebody, one of the instructors, he said to me, this was in America actually,
Yeah.
when I was doing the training courses, um, he gave me this kind of analogy or this story, which I found very useful. He said, right, okay, so the two scenarios. One scenario is you're in a helicopter, you get dropped
Mm,
off in the desert, and they give you one bottle of water,
mm,
and they say, we're going to be back in 12 hours. Okay, so do what you got to do, whatever you want. We're coming back in 12 hours. So that gives you one mindset. The second option, you're dropped off in a helicopter, middle of the desert, same bottle of water, and they just fly off without saying anything.
mm.
What mindset are you going to have?
Yeah, you're like, oh fuck, yeah.
Do you start walking and run the risk of dehydration? And it could take you 100 days to get to the nearest point of civilization.
You'll be
Um,
thinking about that. You'll be rationing your water, the way that you drink your water and everything,
yeah.
like,
So
yeah.
think about the psychology that would take place. Option one, we're back in 12 hours.
Mm.
Okay, you might say, do you know what? I'm gonna get a suntan and
Yeah,
relax. I
yeah.
got water. Yeah, I
Yeah.
might find a little bit of shade. Yeah, I'll chill out. I'll enjoy it. Rest. Option two. Can you imagine what are you going to do? Do you stay
Yeah.
put? Do you dig a hole? Do you
Oh
start
shit! Yeah,
walking?
I need to find shelter, food, water. I need to, yeah.
Yeah,
Survival instinct kicks in now.
yeah. So it's almost like a thought process that I recommend everybody. Try it. Just try
Mm.
that thought or those or that sort of thinking, and that leads me on to something else, which I found very useful in terms of training. So the mind does affect the heart rate.
Mm-hmm.
The heart rate affects the breathing.
Yeah.
The breathing affects the heart rate. The heart rate affects the thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can kind of go one
It's
way,
all
you can go another.
interconnected. Yeah. It doesn't matter which way you put it.
Yeah. So I actually did this training with some other people that I did training with, and what they would do is sit you down you'd have a heart rate monitor,
Mm.
and you sit there and you check your heart rate. So let's, for argument's sake, say it's 65. Okay, so they tell you to lower it by relaxing yourself. So you say to yourself, right, relax, relax, relax. Then you check the heart rate, and it goes up. It goes
Mm.
up to 75. Well, hang on a minute. I'm trying to get it down, and yet it's going up. Well, that shows you that by thinking of trying to get something down,
Yeah.
the opposite happens, because you start to worry about getting the heart rate down,
Yeah.
because there's an outcome that it's like you put pressure on yourself for the outcome.
Mm.
So when they teach you this, then they tell you to relax again, right? So set the intention to reduce the heart rate, but let go of the importance, the anxiety that is attached to reducing the heart rate. So you do that for a bit longer, and then lo and behold, it's gone down to say 55. Okay, so you've established something. One, that what you think affects your heart rate.
Yeah.
Okay. How much importance you place on what you think also affects your heart rate, but not necessarily for the greatest or the best outcome.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Can
then they'll tell you to imagine that you're in the World Cup final. You're taking the last kick of the game, which is a penalty,
Yeah.
and the country's all watching you take that penalty. Okay, so you visualize it in full color, and then you check the heart rate, and it goes up to like 110.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you keep practicing that, you keep rehearsing it, you keep visualizing it until you can get your heart rate down to 55, whilst simultaneously you're thinking about a high pressured activity.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would almost give you almost like the Fedor effect.
Sort of desensitization to, yeah, kind of get used, like conditioning, mental conditioning, getting
Yeah.
used to be under pressure but remain calm. So we're in the realm of state management still, yeah,
Yeah.
kind of managing your stress, your disorientation, your heart rate, your fear, your adrenaline, your
Yeah. And then you quickly realize that you are your worst enemy. Yeah. You could do way more damage to yourself or your performance than your opponent or your enemy can.
mm,
Okay. Now consider this. We've all watched the World Cup. Even if you're not into soccer, you'll probably have watched the World Cup at some point. Yeah.
one.
And we all know that, especially if you support England, you all know the dynamic of taking penalties. For some reason, England's never been good at taking penalties. Now all they've got to do is kick that ball in the back of the net. In training, they can do it all day long.
Yeah,
They could get 20 out of 20. Yeah. But when it comes to World Cup semi-final or even final or quarterfinals,
pressure.
the
Yeah,
pressure, yeah.
yeah,
But
yeah.
but not only is it the pressure inside the football player's head, the biggest factor is the amount of people observing and watching,
Yeah.
and they can pick up on all of that anxiety.
That's the same thing. Have you tried? You know, sometimes when you do something and you get it right all the time, and then you got a camera in your face, and you start stuttering when usually you wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the observer effect.
Same
Um,
thing with I just passed my driving license yesterday. I passed it,
yeah,
but I did a few minor mistakes that I would have never done.
yeah,
Like I usually get all that right, but I did it because I knew I was observed.
yeah.
Yeah,
The observer effect. It can affect reality.
yeah,
Yeah, or at least the performance. Anybody that's done any public speaking, instruction, sports, athletics, music, arts, any form of performance will understand the dynamic of the moment there's thousands of people watching
yeah.
you. It affects your nervous system.
It surely does, man.
Yeah. So all this stuff became very, very interesting for me. And then as I got more into the close protection and
Yeah,
the protection of people and their assets, um, I got really into this. Now I ended up I did many different tasks for excuse me, I did many different tasks for some celebrities and
I've
Um,
seen that you've sent me quite a few pictures. Yeah.
yeah. Now, generally speaking, you kind of keep it all off the radar.
Um,
And a lot of people have said to me, what happened when your fight career ended? It's like you disappeared.
yeah.
Like that should have been the time where I should have capitalized um, on the situation of me being a professional fighter in Japan. But because my life took a different direction, for a start, I joined the military. Then I got into close protection, which is very kind of like you become the gray man.
Yeah.
I literally disappeared for 10 years of
Mm,
my life, and that explains why that happened. Um, so when I got into the close protection side of things, I had different clients. Now I ended up doing a one-on-one, so I became more of a minder. Yeah,
mm,
and the particular client, they actually said to me, and they understood the mind sciences as well, because I remember on day one they said to me, "Look, I don't want you hanging around me because I'm in fear for my life, because it's
yeah.
going to impact on my reality." He said to me, "I'd rather just have you around, and then in the event that there's a problem,
Yeah.
then I've got you." And I got paid very, very well to do this job, and so I worked on a one-on-one. And he was a very excuse me, I can't name names because of confidentiality, but
Sure. Sure.
he was a very successful person. He had the Midas touch. Whatever he would get involved in would be successful. So I learned a lot from him because I was with him like literally day and night.
Yeah.
A lot of the time I was like live in security. But then I also got involved in different things. So basically, I was like a minder. It was more of a minder role as opposed to,
Yeah. Well, in reality, it was PSD. You know.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I was his security detail, but it was almost like a covert role.
Mm.
Now during
Oh,
that time, I learned a lot because I traveled the world, private jets, yachts, center of London, posh estates around the country, in fact, around the world, horse racing, golf, shooting. There's many different things, and I was exposed to the whole world, you could say, of the CP world, and I learned a lot because I was doing it day in, day out. It's not like it was a 1 day task or 1 week task.
yeah.
I did near enough 5 years straight doing that, and I learned a lot. Um, I learned a lot about how to be successful and business management, and he almost became like a mentor to me from a
Yeah.
business perspective, just by almost osmosis, by being around somebody that was successful in business. And yeah, I learned a lot about all of those subjects, and I'll always be grateful and thankful for that opportunity. Excuse me, that opportunity that came up.
Yeah. Do you know they say like tell me who you spend time with, and I'll tell you who you become, who you are. It's
Yeah,
like if you surround yourself with people that are successful, like millionaires and stuff, like they all have a certain type of mindset. By the way, I mean
yeah.
uh, I'm listening to an audiobook at the moment, which is one sec, "Grow Rich While You Sleep." It's a,
Yeah,
yeah, it's a pretty good book. It's very similar to Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, but it's basically how you condition yourself to start. When you go to sleep, you're like, right, subconscious mind, I'm turning my business over to you now. You take over for the night. And kind of it's like you almost you give your you give your unconscious mind some homework to
yeah,
do, so that the morning when you wake up, the homework has been done, and now you're ready to take it to the next step. And it's kind of
yeah,
formatting the hard drive while you're asleep. It's really, really smart way of thinking, man.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of classed as what you would call new thought, which
NLP, yeah, it's a bit like NLP, self hypnosis, very similar stuff.
yeah, the mind sciences. And as I was saying, when I was doing the close protection, especially for this particular client,
Yeah.
I learned a lot about, almost by default, I learned a lot about the mind sciences.
Mm.
And um, I was big into, or still am, big into the more esoteric side of things. I actually joined some esoteric groups in
Mystery
London,
schools, yeah.
mystery schools. Yeah, so I was able to learn, you could say, the occult knowledge. And when I say occult, it doesn't mean anything kind of weird. It just means occult actually means, and you can Google this, occult.
Masked from view, yeah.
Well,
Hidden
it just means
view.
anything not in the mainstream.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's non-mainstream knowledge. Okay, so I spent many years studying the non-mainstream knowledge
Yeah.
and how to get your thinking, your feeling, and your sensing in alignment. So ultimately, that will give you manifestation.
Thoughts and emotions together in order to create a feeling, and the feeling kind of creates your reality. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and we have to be careful what we think as well.
Yeah.
So, as an example, um, and this takes us right back to what I was saying, that when I was a child in the classroom, sitting there in isolation, I started to deepen my thought process.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of people have said to me over the years, how have you been able to do this, do that? You know, you was in Japan as a fighter, you're working as a bodyguard in Russia. How? Well, a lot of it, I think, comes from me being able to tap into the creative aspect of
Yeah.
visualization. Okay, so some people are very good at playing music. They're
Mm-hmm.
creative when it comes to music. Some people are very good at creating buildings as an architect. Some people are great at creating art. I learned I could create reality. So the
Mm.
same way when I saw that photograph on the front cover of a magazine of a champion in Japan,
Yeah.
I was able to tap into that energy and manifest it. Not instantly, and at the same time, you have to do the work. You have to do the work
Yeah.
in that direction. It's not like you can just think something, sit back, and it's going to happen. It doesn't particularly work that way.
No, but you can make it in such a way that the work is fun and easy to do,
Yeah.
because that's what you want to do. Or you could totally convince yourself that it's going to be so difficult that it's not possible, and then you just created your reality just by telling yourself that.
Yeah, and one of the things I learned when I was working for this particular business person and others is that they always used to say to me things like, once you lose the spirit in something,
Mm,
it's over, it's game over in your business. So that, and they would also say that you have to enjoy what you do.
mm,
There was always this emphasis on being able to enjoy what you do. So I think for the most part, including myself over the years, um, I think most people don't succeed in certain projects or businesses, and that is because they don't have a good alignment
yeah,
of their kind of aim, their ambition, their vision, their thinking, their feeling, and their sensing
yeah,
and enjoyment. Yeah. Once you can get those in some type of alignment, you're pretty much guaranteed success.
yeah,
Because at the end of the day, it's all energy based. You need energy to do anything. So as a simple practical example, I every day when I wake up in the morning, I allocate myself 10 amps of energy.
oh yeah.
Okay. So I consider it like a type of currency, but like in an energy form.
But
So
that's the real currency when you think about it. Energy is the real
yeah,
currency.
yeah. So I say 10 amps. It could be 100, could be, but 10's easy to manage. It'd be the
Mm,
equivalent of giving somebody £10 in the morning
yeah,
and saying, that's all that you're going to have for that day. Monitor how you spend it. Okay.
make the
So
most of it, yeah.
yeah, so what I do is I calculate and I observe where my energy is being spent or wasted or lost
Yeah,
or neglected. And so my aim is that at the end of each day, it's not a case of I want as close to 10 amps at the end of the day as I did in the morning. No, it's not necessarily that. It's more to do with, have I used it in the right areas, in the right places, in the right way?
mm,
Am I making good investments of my time and energy? Yeah. And I think most people, it's very well, maybe not most, but a lot of people, they are literally suffering from an energy crisis.
mm.
And there is definitely a correlation between your energy and how you manage your energy and how your finances are.
So yeah, I was gonna say it's economy. That's what it is, isn't it? It's economy, whether it's financial economy or energetic economy. It's still how how you make the most out of what you have.
Yeah.
What would you say? Would you say that it is important to use all the energy that you have every day? Or some people are in the spirit of, I'm going to save it for later, I'm going to save it for later, so they don't end up using all their energy. They don't end up
Mhm.
going full on every day to to get the most out of their energy. What do you think about that?
Well, there's a thing called the disease of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so always putting things off until tomorrow. I think that is almost like wanting to maintain the status quo is possibly the most dangerous thing you can do. Um,
Mm,
I think it's more a case of being reasonable, being sensible, and allocating and having boundaries. So you don't blow out your 10 amps of energy in one thing or another. You kind of give a even distribution. Um, so I think it you got to consider many different things. It's not just a case of trying to hold on to that energy,
yeah.
but what you don't want to do, you don't want to go into minus. You don't want
Right.
to become in debt on your own energy system, which is a type of PTSD.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because you will end up in burnout. Yeah, and most of this energy is consumed by our thinking.
Mm.
Yeah, so our physical energy is connected to our thinking and
Yes.
our emotions.
So I take it, especially if you get negative thoughts, yeah, they will burn more fuel than positive thoughts,
Yeah,
because they create those emotions, like this energy in motion inside the body that's kind of either giving or taking. So
yeah.
either you create a void, either you create kind of a ball of energy that emanates, or you create like a black hole, like a void that just sucks everything in.
Yeah, I mean, all of this stuff, it can become quite kind of abstract and kind of almost like a nebulous of some sort. I like to always kind of bring it into some kind of practical application. So I would say, as an example, we all have a type of membrane around us. Now, the definition of a membrane is that um, it will keep out what we don't want, and it will let in what is useful. So our whole body is a membrane. Our organs
Yeah.
act as membranes. So we're not closed systems. We want to be open systems. Um, but it's a case of having discernment of what to let in and what not to let in, and having good boundaries and all of those considerations.
Mm,
And so when I was working for these business people, I actually got introduced to a lot of different things and a lot of different people because of my kind of unique skill set, you could say.
mm.
And I back then and now I have knowledge of kind of mind sciences, the NLPs, self hypnosis,
Yeah.
um, even like the ability to manifest by using the time that we sleep. So it's commonly known as thought incubation or thought
Thought
distillation.
distillation or incubation.
Yeah. So just for those that maybe never heard of this type of stuff before. So as an example, we sleep around about one third of our existence.
Mm.
Yeah. Sometimes some people sleep 50% of their existence. So that's a whole one third or 50% of our existence that potentially is wasted. Now we're commonly told that when you sleep, it's because your psychology is trying to file all the data and information of that
Yeah.
previous day or something. Yeah. Um, Personally, I don't think that's true. And successful people know that that's not true. And I guarantee you that the geniuses um, uh, of the world now and historically
Yeah.
have all tapped into the sleep states and the brainwave states that are
Yeah.
connected to that. So um, the hypnagogic state is around about 10 minutes before you fall asleep.
Are
Okay.
you talking about when you're kind of getting into that bridge between the conscious and the subconscious mind?
Yeah.
Just one thing before I forget, that it just made me think of something. I want to hear what you got to say, but what you just said now, it happened to me more than once, where I'm closing my eyes, and I'm drifting away, and I start hearing full-on conversations in my head with people that I don't even know one day it was even some mad incantation, like it was sounding like a witch was like a bad black magic incantation, and I just opened my eyes. I was like, what the fuck was this? Like, you know, when you start getting to that bridge between the conscious and the subconscious mind, and you can start hearing your subconscious mind, basically all the voices of your subconscious mind start to become loud, and you're like, who the fuck is talking here?
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people will consider all of this stuff like woo-woo. Yeah.
It's there, bro.
I guarantee you, right? And I've worked for some very successful people. I've been I've spent a lot of time with some very successful people, and I guarantee you, I promise you that they a lot of them know about the mind sciences. They know about the dream worlds. Vincent van Gogh, he said that I dream my paintings and then I paint my dreams. Yeah. So earlier on, I was talking about my kind of life story of becoming this martial artist and going to Japan and all of this stuff. Yeah. You could say that these are kind of like these are like dreams, like they're aspirations. They're these visions that we have, ambitions that we have. Most of the time, we never ever fulfill them. I'm the sort of person that I'm quite driven. So when I have an idea, when I have a vision, when I have a dream, I want to fulfill them. And I think a lot of people, they're living way under their potential. They don't realize the possibilities of what is available to them. But those that do, and they also understand the mind sciences behind it, get results. Because at the end of the day, it's all about results. So going back to so for instance, the thought incubation. So the idea is that you use your dream world or your sleeping states for problem solving.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, that's what they're for. When we have these dreams, they tend to be dreams of things that either we're scared of, we're worried about, we're anxious about. So it's almost like preparation.
It's like a message from your higher self.
Yeah, well, think about it, right? When you teach combatives, you're creating simulations, to expose people so that ultimately they can get to experience and inoculate themselves from basically being in fear. Yeah. What are you doing when you're dreaming? It's a simulation. For your psyche or your psychology and your nervous system to be inoculated from. Now, the moment, so for instance, you could have a recurring dream about something or other that you're quite nervous about or scared about. It's a natural function for your psychology, for your psyche, to improve your physical reality, your waking world. So if you keep having a recurring dream about something in particular, it will only go away once your psyche can almost relax and realize it's a dream and that it's okay. And then maybe you might have some lucidity and you're able to change or affect the outcome. That's what the whole dream world is for. So when it comes to, say, the mind sciences, and I guarantee you that the CIA and all of these alphabet agencies, they're using these techniques, at least experimenting with it. So if you have a particular problem in your day-to-day life, you can ask yourself the question for the solution, okay? Instead of going to an expert or this, that, and the other, no, try asking yourself. The most or the hardest part of this is the formulation of the question. Oftentimes we're not good at asking the right questions. We're good at having problems, but we're not good at asking for the solution. So I haven't got time to go through it now, but as a simple, quick example, by using mind mapping, this is why I have all these whiteboards. I'm surrounded by whiteboards. So yeah. Cool. So I do a lot of mind mapping. So the reason why I do the mind mapping is so that I can distillate and come up with a perfect question. Then when I get that perfect question, 10 minutes prior to falling asleep, I will set the intention to ask myself the question in the dream states. Yeah.
Right, okay.
So inevitably, you may have a dream, either consciously or unconsciously. You'll have a dream that's connected to the problem of that question, and you're able to resolve it in your sleeping states. Once again, people might say this is woo-woo, this is nonsense. I guarantee you it's not. And those that do use these techniques get very good results.
Yeah.
And I've been able to transform a lot of things in my life later on in life by using these types of techniques. So you've asked the question, then the next problem is the extraction of getting the answer. So, because everybody says, well, if you're going to get into dreams, have a pen and paper by your bedside, and as soon as you wake up, write it down. It doesn't always.
Not for
always
me.
work.
I forget very quickly. I forget. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I'll remember it for the first 30 seconds, and then as soon as I go from unconscious to conscious, it's gone.
Yeah, and so then we go into kind of the realms of like signs and symbols and even sigils and even synchronicities. So as an example, I remember I'm not going to say in detail what it was, but you'll get the gist of it. I asked myself a question. The next day there was no answer, and I'm like, okay, there must be. I start looking for this answer, but once again, when you start like hunting for the answer, it's probably going to be denied you. Anyway, I remember sitting down on the balcony, relaxing, thinking, oh, okay, so what is the answer? Next thing, this big Arctic truck comes past with some writing on it. And I was like, that's the answer. So the answers can come in many different ways. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
But we have to be able to, we have to be relaxed enough to receive it. It's almost like we can't receive the answers while we're in the sympathetic nervous system.
Yeah, you create interferences. So I said to people, like, it's like the universe or God, whatever you want to call it, communicates with us via situations, people, music, movies. It could be a plane just flying and something is written on it. It could be a shop that you just happen to be driving right in front, and as part of the name of the shop, it's just answering your, or you listen to a song on the radio and it's telling you exactly what you need to hear at the moment, or it's just giving you the answer. I mean, we've all had these synchronicities, but it's whether, do you have the awareness of actually noticing it? A lot of people, all these synchronicities are going right in front of their eyes. They don't even know.
Yeah, I remember doing some work with somebody, and they were explaining to me how they use music, and they said to me that you should start to pay attention to music when you listen to it. It could be something that you're playing. It could be a random track in an elevator, in a hotel lobby, or something. But some of the lyrics will jump out at you. It's almost like it was written for you in that moment. Yeah,
and it was.
Yeah, but you have to have the ears to hear it. Yeah, you have to have the ability to perceive these things. And so, I became very interested in all these subjects. I was attending a lot of like esoteric groups. I was mixing with very successful, you could say, occultists of some sort in terms of business and many different arts and crafts. And I actually got employed to work as security in the art world. So I got to travel, spent quite a lot of time in Russia, on the borders near Afghanistan and Dagestan and Kazakhstan and all of these places. So they were collecting antiquity. They were collecting the icons from the Orthodox churches. So my task, my role was to protect them when they were doing the deals, transactions, and then also to offer protection or protective services to these arts and antiquity until they made it into the vaults or the safes or the galleries.
Okay.
So My life kind of took another direction where it's almost like there's a little bit of the martial arts, a little bit of military, a little bit of close protection, a little bit of the esoteric, and it all sort of came together. And I think this was also part of like a manifestation of some sort, or law of attraction, because I do remember it wasn't by accident, but it seemed like it was by accident. But I remember getting a phone call from a team in London. It was actually a close protection team, and they were actually dealing with. I have to be careful what I say. I can't say too much, but they were dealing with clients who were becoming victims of inception. Yeah, and there's a lot of Cold War techniques, former KGB techniques that are being used in terms of being able to use extraction and inception into the minds of important people and clients. So basically, it reached a point where these teams, they would have a specialist either in the esoteric, the occult, the NLP, hypnosis, so they could detect whether their client is being targeted by either psionics, which is like a mixture of like psychic and electronics, or just all out hypnosis and NLP. Various forms of inception. And I've always said, like, a lot of people talk about The Matrix being like a very important movie. I actually think the film Inception is
is
way more important.
So dreams within dreams, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I mean, how does it seem to you? And I know because I have experienced that a lot. I used to have a lot of nightmares when I was a kid. I'm not doing near as much nightmares now. It's just some weird dreams and stuff. But I used to have nightmares where I wake up and I'm just all shivering and cold and completely frightened. Do you know what I mean? But do you know when you die in your dreams and you end up waking up in this reality and you're like, fuck, you know? And it's like, you know, it's like the end of a cycle, beginning of a new cycle. Be it the end of a cycle when you're done sleeping and now you wake up and your life cycle starts, and then your life cycle stops and you go to sleep at night, and you know it's this never-ending cycle. And so imagine now where okay, you die in maybe we're still in a dream. So you die within the dream and you wake up in another dream. And
dreams all the way down.
Yeah. But we probably, I was saying that as a philosophical statement that God lives in our mind and we live in the mind of God. You know, like the universe lives in our mind and we live in the minds in the universal mind.
Yeah, I mean, you can get kind of really philosophical, or you can get into like the ontological aspects of existence. You know, is it chicken and egg? Are we a projection of God's mind? Is God a projection of our mind? Is it happening simultaneously?
I think it's all happening simultaneously. It would make sense.
Yeah, and the observer effect as well. So, even from a religious standpoint, the kind of notion is that God created humans so that we could observe the nature of God.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we are the observers, but I think it's kind of a type of reciprocation. We're a form of entertainment, maybe for the creator.
Do you know when you put two big mirrors next to each other, and you stand between them and you look around, and it's like you'll see this reflection of a reflection of a reflection, and it'll just go on forever and ever, and you could dive forever in that fabric. But basically, you are the center. You're the center of that reflection. So you're the reflection that initiates the reflection. Yeah. So, but if if it works one way, it has to work the other way as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, I know it's deep shit, but it's like everything.
Well, we're kind of talking about like where is the genesis or the origin of consciousness? Is consciousness a consequence of the brain,
Yeah,
or is the brain the consequence of consciousness?
the I think that the body is a crystallization of consciousness. I think that the brain is a product of consciousness, same as the heart, same as everything else.
Well, I think it's both. I think they need each other.
Yeah.
It's almost like
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, it's like it needs to be
Yeah.
observed. They go together.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my position on it. Although I think it's more of a spectrum as well. So I think some things can be done almost purely in terms of consciousness. Some things can be done physically without much consciousness,
Yeah.
and you got everything kind of in between all of that.
Do
But
you think AI is a type of consciousness? Do you think it's on that stage yet?
well, okay, maybe if I explain what happened next, like sequentially in
Yeah.
terms of So I ended up kind of knocking the whole close protection thing on the head for a number of reasons. One, I found like I was getting like inspiration to do something different, but to take the knowledge that I'd learned and all the skill sets and everything and move it on to the next thing. So I kind of got tired of the whole scene because it's exhausting, literally being on guard 24/7, being on call at least 24/7. It's very easy to live on your nerves. You're always looking over your shoulder, and the
Yeah.
consequences are high. And so I thought, you know what, I've kind of had enough of this. I want a bit more relaxation in my life.
Mm.
So I moved away from that. But when I got asked to be involved with a particular security team that were looking after people that they claimed were being victims or targeted by
Mm.
forms of inception from NLP, hypnosis, and all those things. I investigated all of that stuff, and B, I received training for a lot of that stuff. So I was able to detect if these things are taking place in a room, in an environment, within a family, within a business setting. And I quickly came to realization that, you know what, this is really what I've been looking for all along. Yeah. So I kind of dove right into it and did lots of studying and did training courses and training protocols with as many different people I could find, whether it's in Russia, whether it's in America. I'd even travel to receive certain training, even in things like remote viewing and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and like this dream incubation stuff. Oh, sorry, thought incubation stuff. Yeah, it's all fascinating stuff. Anyway, then I started to consider, how do we protect ourselves in a non-physical way? Because I kept on being asked to teach people self-defense.
Mm.
And when I would meet up with them, I literally used to think, actually, there's no way you can defend yourself
Yeah.
physically. So then but I was being paid to teach them self-defense. So I had to come up with kind of like solutions to how to protect people that can't protect themselves. So
Yeah.
it's almost like self-defense for those that can't defend themselves.
Mm.
Anyway, after a lot of thought, incubation, distillation, processing, and all this stuff, I came to a logical conclusion that, you know what, a lot of the thing about self-defense, well, not self-defense, but personal protection, is non-physical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where it starts. Yeah.
yeah. And so I started to question people. I would say, when was the last time somebody tried to stab you? And depending on who you ask and where you go, you could be pleasantly surprised or surprised either way.
Mm.
But they would say, well, no one's ever tried to stab me. Or when was the last time somebody physically attacked you? 10 years ago.
Mm.
Okay. Then I'd ask the question, when was the last time you thought or felt somebody was attacking you mentally, psychologically, or emotionally? And they'd be like, oh, every
Really?
day, all
Yeah.
day, every day. Okay. Now there's a thing called death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah. I think it's a Chinese.
It's like the water cutting through rock. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
It's,
1,000 cuts
yeah.
can basically kill you over time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because I'm big into performance, I'm big into potential and possibilities, because I think most humans live way under par, way under the level that they could, if only they knew how they could elevate their kind of existence, and probably humanity as a whole. So I'm very big into people being able to reach their potential. So if somebody's suffering from this kind of death by a thousand cuts because in the workplace somebody's psychologically attacking them or emotionally attacking them, or when they're at home, A, it's going to steal their energy from them, and B, it's going to wear them down, and they're just not going to have the energy to do anything in particular. Yeah. To me, that is probably more of a threat potentially than somebody mugging you or jumping out to attack you.
Yeah.
And it could almost be the primer for being attacked, because there's a chance you could get attacked purely because you're kind of radiating.
You're looking, yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's what you're emanating the energy, and that's
yeah,
why, you know, the physical stuff is almost like how do you call that, an extension of the non-physical.
yeah, yeah. And I can give an interesting story about this. So I got asked to hold a seminar for self-defense. Okay. At the time, it was quite a big thing for me, so I wanted to do my best. So I
Yeah,
spent literally 7 days, day and night, writing the kind of program for this event.
yeah.
I was completely consumed by this whole subject for this event. Lo and behold, the day before the seminar, guess what? I get jumped. I get attacked. Yeah.
Mm,
And I'll be honest, I wasn't applying most of the things that I was going to teach people to apply.
yeah.
I was wearing it was in winter, so I was wearing this big coat with a hood.
Who
I had the
do
hood up. I was looking down, shuffling along, walking across this bridge, and not paying attention, zero awareness. And then somebody hit me from behind. Okay, I must just add, I was okay. They came off worse, way worse than I did. They kind of picked on the wrong person in that instance, but it could have gone badly. You know, it
Mm,
it could have. I could have got stabbed. I was completely unaware. Anyway, I didn't think too much of it. I just thought, well, it happened. It is what it is. But then
mm,
when I spoke to somebody that I know and I trust within the martial art world, he pointed out to me. He said, you manifested that. I'm like, what do you mean I manifested? It's the last thing I wanted. Because he says, when you were speaking to me the 7 days prior to the seminar, you
yeah.
obsessed. You was literally obsessed with self-defense,
Mm-hmm.
playing these cycles, these simulations, these situations in your mind continuously.
Yeah.
Anyway, I sat back and I thought, you know what? He's got a point. I
Mm,
think I did kind of almost manifest it. I attracted it to me. So at that point, that kind of almost revolutionized my approach to the whole subject of self-defense
mm,
and
mm.
fear-based training. Yeah,
Manifestation. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So if you imagine, I spent quite a few years dealing with clients that were into manifesting. I started to do manifesting, if you want to call it that. And then I'm also involved in self-defense.
Mm,
Then I had a realization that I manifested an outcome that I didn't want,
yeah.
unknowingly, unconsciously, you could say. Yeah. So then I thought, well, this is an area I need to start paying attention to. So I did. So I started to look at simple things as an example. Now, when before I practice any form of martial arts or
Yeah.
personal protection or even self-defense, I give myself a like an affirmation, a type of mantra of why I'm actually doing
Yeah.
this training, right? So we have to consider this. Why are we doing the training? Are we doing it because we're in fear of something happening to us? Okay.
Mm,
Or And this is all to do with the framing and our mindset. Or are we doing it because we think it's going to bring us happiness, health, joy, friendships? Okay, so it's very easy, and I've done it many times. I've created like a training environment that's kind of scary, that's because I feel an obligation to expose them to the things they don't want. But and I'll admit this, over time I've failed to reinforce, why are we doing this? We're actually doing this because you want a better life. You want health, wealth, friendships, and all of these things. So if the practitioner is planting the seeds of all of the negativity and the fear, there's a possibility that they may manifest it. Now, I don't think it's true for everybody, but like myself, I can literally think something and it starts to manifest. Okay? So I think some people have a more natural inclination towards it than others. So we have to factor that in, that we could be planting a lot of negativity in people that do have the ability to manifest whatever we plant into their psychology. I think it does have to be considered, but we can mitigate it to a degree. So like for instance, I always approach martial arts training or self-defense or personal protection training with a type of mantra or some words. I normally choose 3 words. For instance, I could use private, protected, peaceful. So the outcome, I want a peaceful life. I don't want random strangers interfering with my business. I want to be left alone. So private, my privacy, I have boundaries. I want to feel protected, I want to feel safe, and I want peace. So I will give those words to myself, almost like a mantra of the outcome of the training, and I set the intention that the training that I will participate in will bring me these outcomes. And it sounds very kind of subtle, but we have to be careful with the words that we have in our head, the words that we speak.
It makes sense because it kind of manifests. It's the same principle of NLP. Whatever you kind of put in your mind becomes the anchor that's gonna manifest your reality. And from what you were saying, when you say create the environment in which you're gonna train in your mind, it's funny you said that because it's something I was doing for the same purpose of fear of manifesting the wrong energy in my life. So what I was doing was I would create in my head an environment, like in the Matrix when Neo wakes up and goes, I know Kung Fu, and Morpheus goes, show me, and then they both jump in that program that's specifically designed to train Kung Fu. So that's a bit the model that I was using in my head, was let me create a virtual reality with walls, and that's completely safe from the outside world, my outside world, and my inside, the outside world of my inside world, if that makes any sense. I have completely isolated training ground inside my mind, where I can be as aggressive as I want, where I can be as bloody as I want, and I know it's not going to get out of there. Do you know what I mean? So that's a bit how the analogy that I was using to kind of dissociate the training room, which can be very violent, very aggressive, very bloody, and the rest of the room, which is me, the peaceful being that I am. So it's interesting.
I mean, anybody listening to us now, and maybe they're thinking, oh, this is kind of either pseudoscience or woo-woo or whatever. You got to ask yourself the question, if for instance the power of suggestion, the power of words doesn't mean anything, why do corporations spend billions of pounds on marketing and advertising?
Subliminal messages. They learn, first of all, they learn how we, marketing, like, that 90% of marketing is psychology and behavioral studies. It's basically studying how the brain works, what turns us on, what makes us tick, so that they find the right strategy and the right psychology to screw us up, to get us into buying what they want us to buy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And yeah, and so my training now is almost, you could say it's completely different to how it used to be. I'm I'm very big into like positive outcomes and the desired results that we're looking for. And I always used to observe, because I've always done self-defense, defensive tactics, but I've never really been kind of like mm, very kind of commercial or public about any of this stuff.
Yeah.
But I always used to look at advertising and marketing when it comes to self-defense. And this is something that we can all ask ourselves. So
Yeah.
you'd often see like a poster with a picture of a woman with a
Yeah.
knife to her throat,
Yeah.
saying something like, "This could happen to you unless you learn self-defense." Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from a marketing
You're putting fear.
strategy,
Yeah.
it's, for start, when a woman looks at that or anybody looks at it, they're going to look away quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's true. If somebody puts a knife to your throat, and if you're female, you probably need to learn some self-defense. But you have to look at it from a marketing perspective, right?
Mm.
So a corporation would never use that type of marketing strategy in order to get people to come to their business. Yeah.
Mm.
So even from a self-defense perspective, I always used to think the industry is doing itself a misjustice,
Mm.
because they're not actually attracting as many people as they could. So let's look at this just kind of like a kind of, we'll just imagine a different type of marketing.
Mm.
So you got a marketing poster over here, and it's got somebody enjoying life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be an expression of anything, like, I don't know, running through the park or running on the beach or something like that. Something that you would want to look at
Yeah.
and enjoy. But equally, it could say self-defense could bring you this.
Yeah. And you would actually get more customers if you were using this type of advertising. People
Yeah.
smiling, people
Mm.
enjoying themselves while they're training and learning new stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because I always think almost like trying to sell self-defense, like hardcore self-defense,
Yeah. Yeah.
is the equivalent of trying to sell insurance
Yeah.
or a fridge. Nobody lays in bed at night thinking about fridges or washing machines. Yeah. Very hard items to sell. Okay. Um, so the same way, nobody wants to think about a car accident. Nobody wants to think about being injured. And so humans are very good at deleting things from their psyche, from their
Mm.
psychology. Yeah. So when it comes to self-defense, and this is why, as an example, I remember one particular sports center, I was teaching self-defense. I think I had around about 10 people turn up. Next door, they were doing boxer size,
Mm.
and they had about 50 people. You couldn't get in there. Yeah. And I stood outside and I thought, of course, boxer size, it's not self-defense. Anyway, over a period of time, some of the people left boxer size and joined my self-defense training. And I was actually quite impressed at how agile and how good they were at combat from doing boxer size,
Mm.
how athletic they were, and how confident. Now, of course, yeah, I could have shut the door, I don't know, put a mask on and started attacking them, and they
Mm.
probably would have, yeah, they would have buckled. They would have, but I think as a foundation, it's not a bad thing. And um, I'm very big on the differentiation between training and testing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I
Mm-hmm.
think they get conflated
Yeah.
more than they should.
You're right.
Okay, now um, most people probably, yeah, training and testing, training. Well, personally, I will never test a student until I've trained them. I've given them the adequate amount of training in order
Yeah.
to test. Because potentially all you're doing is, A, it's borderline abuse.
Mm.
If somebody
Yeah.
walks in and then you say, right, stick these gloves on, and then just beat the crap out of them, or
Yeah.
allow other people to beat the crap out of them, in the guise that you're helping them to toughen up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. When actually all you're doing is reinforcing any doubt and fear and hesitation that they've already got.
Yeah. Now they're hating you and they're never going to come back. They're never going to show up again to another session.
Yeah. So yeah, at some point we will put the gloves on and you will get a beating,
Yeah.
but not until you've had the appropriate training for that experience. And it's very important because people's psyche, people's psychology is very fragile. It's way more fragile than we realize.
Yeah.
Um, what do I mean by that? So think about it, right? How many people are sitting in prisons right now because some dude in a nightclub or a bar looked at them funny,
Yeah. For some
and it
stupid. Yeah.
and it escalated into a fight? Yeah, of where they then maybe they won, or maybe they used a weapon or chair or something, and they got themselves into trouble, and now they've lost their family, children, friends, and they find themselves in prison for 5, 10 years, all
Mm.
because somebody looked at them funny. So we're very fragile, as humans, and we have an ego that's very fragile. So
Yeah.
we have to be kind of careful what we actually implant into people's minds, into their psyches, and that we don't actually end up damaging people. I know you had Richard Dimitri on a few
Yeah.
weeks back,
Yeah.
very controversial, but I actually kind of applauded him in some way for
I.
talking
Yeah.
about things that we don't generally want to talk about.
But that's one thing that I really like about Richard is okay, he's very crude with the way that he says stuff, and some of the stuff he said is directly going against certain
Yeah.
people. But, it is what it is.
Mm.
But and I've had that chat with him many times. He just doesn't give a fuck, man. but I can see what you can see. I can see why he's doing certain things and why he's saying certain things, and a lot of stuff that he says makes a lot of sense. And it's like
Mm.
it's really geared towards how do you help those that are scared? How do you
Yeah.
help those that are traumatized? How do you
Yeah.
help those that don't know how to fight? How
Yeah.
do you help those that don't think they can fight? They don't think that they can even, access that aggression or anything. That becomes really some degree of therapy. It
Yeah.
is sort of therapy at that point. We're not psychotherapists or anything like that, but I call
Hmm.
it combative therapy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can help people like that as well.
Yeah. And then when it comes to teaching children,
Mm.
I never really was into teaching children, but then a few years back, the last dojo that I had, the last professional dojo I had,
Hmm.
I was kind of my colleague convinced me into teaching children, setting up a kids program. So a few of us got together, and the syllabus was kind of a mixture of, you could say, fun and games, martial arts, self-defense, and basic military training. Okay, so that was kind of my input to
Okay.
the program. And we wanted to bring to the kids stuff that they weren't able to get in ordinary schools or classrooms, especially now because of all this political correctness and stuff. Um, and it turned out to be very, very successful. So I would get parents turn up with their young children, and they would say stuff like, "Ah, um, you're going to go tough on him." And as an instructor, you're always like, "Well, is this a trick question?" And I'd say, "Yeah, yeah, the training's tough." And they'd be like, "Oh, excellent. Yeah, you know, give it to little Johnny, like make it really strong and tough because he's a bit of a softie, and I don't want him to get bullied at school." That would normally be the father's approach when they bring
Yeah.
yeah. Then when the mothers bring their children, they're like, "Oh, you're not going to hurt him, are you? He's quite sensitive." And so yeah, so you bring them in. Then we'd put them through this training program, and we kind of threw political correctness out the window, you could say. But we were able to get amazing results. So we would get children on day one. They would stand at the front of the class, looking down. Um, by the body language, they were shut down.
Yeah. No
Um,
confidence.
yeah, there were closed systems. Anyway, after 3 months of training, they would be at the front of the class, even at the age of 6 or 7, leading the class through the exercises and counting in
Mhm.
Japanese and all these things. Yeah. So we were able to turn a lot of these kids around. And I got really into the whole kind of the psychology of training children
Mm-hmm.
by tapping into, well, what did I miss out on in my upbringing and schooling and all of that stuff, and what do I observe others, and what are parents saying to us? Because in school they're not allowed to be told off. They have to be rewarded with everything. They don't learn the consequences of their actions. There's no discipline. So we set up this class, and we were able to rectify 95% of the problems that they were having at school. And word got out there. And so basically I was training over 200 children per week, and I did that for around about 5 years. And I, like I said, all my adult teaching career, I never really taught children. Then when I did, honestly, the feedback, I thought it was brilliant. It was amazing. I learned so much, even about myself, because these children, they're so honest.
Yeah, they'll give you a feedback. They'll give you immediate feedback to what you're doing.
Yeah, and the big thing I noticed from teaching adults to children was that where the adults lack, the children don't. So, as an example, energy. Yeah, it's very difficult to go to work, long hours, finish work, then go out training for an adult. Yeah. So that's one consideration. Children have unlimited amounts of energy. Yeah. You can tire them out 5 minutes later, they want to go again. Yeah. So the parents understand this, and the parents want their children to be tired from training, yeah, or exercise. And then there's the financial side. So there's always a financial pressure for adults to invest in training. It's always a consideration, especially when times are quite hard and money's tight. So it can be a very easy excuse for an adult not to go training because I can't quite afford it.
Yeah,
and
don't
yet,
have the money.
and yet they'll go and buy cigarettes and alcohol.
Yeah.
Children don't really have that because the parents are paying for it, and the parents are more than happy to pay for it so that their children can grow and become maybe certain things that the parents never were or could get. So from that perspective, teaching children's amazing, and you could show a child something and they get it straight away.
Pick it up, yeah.
And I was teaching like concentration, focus, awareness. That's another thing I'm big on, is the differentiation between awareness and focus, and how they're kind of like different attributes, but oftentimes they get conflated. So yeah, we had fantastic results with the kids. The feedback was great, but unfortunately in 2020, when we lost the dojo, that it never really came back. One of the instructors tried to use the Zoom stuff, but it never really took off. But yeah, I had a fantastic 5 or 6 years teaching the kids. Like I said, we had over 200 kids per week.
And that's quite some numbers, man.
I think I can honestly say that with a lot of the kids, if not all the kids, we were able to almost transform or change their lives forever. Because one of the things the businessmen that I worked for, they said to me, they said, you do realize that success is all about communication.
Yeah.
If you can't communicate, you're going to struggle to succeed in life, right? So I didn't think too much of it at the time. They didn't define what they meant by communication. Does it mean like public speaking? No, it's just communication. So one of the things I wanted to help these kids with, because I saw in a lot of the adults that I used to teach, either in seminars and classes and stuff like that, was that if you can get the child to be confident enough to stand at the front of the class and lead a class of say 20 or 30 children, and they're only 7. Yeah, imagine what they're going to be able to do when they're 17.
Like they'll be able to do public speaking and like stuff that would be really, really difficult for the average person to do.
Yeah, and when I would look at the adults, and I would say to some of the adults, come to the front of the class and lead the class, in Japanese by counting to 10 or something, the adults would say, "Oh, I can't do that." They would be like, "No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that." And I would think, you're a grown man and you're struggling with this. So one of our priorities when we were training the children was that at some point in their training with us, that they would lead the class.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't just throw them at the front and embarrass them. No, we would prepare them. So what am I saying? A lot of the training wasn't about combat at all. A lot of the training was about leadership, was getting the child to the level of confidence where they could stand at the front and lead. And when I say lead, it could be, if it was a 6 or 7-year-old, it would be something as simple as counting to 10, doing press ups or star jumps. It goes back to what I was talking about, the observer effect. Yeah. So
air pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a 6 or 7-year-old stood at the front, and there's could be 20, 25 kids in front of them. They have the confidence to stand there and count to 10 in Japanese, count to 10 in Japanese whilst doing an exercise, count to 10 in Japanese whilst doing a technique. It grows and it evolves. So by the time that child goes to, let's say, university, and they have to do a presentation, it's no problem. Then when they leave university or higher education and they go into the workplace and their boss says, you need to present whatever, they can do it.
You taught them like a very transferable skill, something that they can use in pretty much anything.
Yeah. And then check this. A child that can stand at the front of people or children, doesn't matter the numbers, and has the confidence. What have I just taught them? Self-defense, the confrontation, because the criminals, the bad people, they're always scanning and looking for the victim.
Yeah. So the body language will emanate that sort of thing.
Yeah. And at worst, they could probably talk themselves out of the situation, which is actually the best outcome.
It teach them confidence, so that will be perceived on the body language, and then like communication skills.
Yeah. And you tend to find, right, anybody involved in like types of criminality, especially kind of like low level, especially in the teenage years, the perpetrators are always the ones that don't have the confidence. Yeah. So it's kind of like it comes back to almost the same thing every time: confidence.
Yeah, I had a big problem with it myself. Like, at first I was trying to record myself just alone in my room. I had my, I knew my subject. I just wanted to kind of project the subject, and I just put the camera, the phone on the tripod there and start filming myself. And I couldn't put like 2 sentences together. I'd be like, shit, right, pause it, start again. And I'd try it again. Fuck. And pause it, start again, maybe like 50 times until I managed to put like 3 sentences together. And now I can speak in front of audience of like 40, 50 people for like an hour, 2 hours. So it's something that you develop. It's a skill that you develop. And it doesn't mean that you don't get this little bit this anxiety. I told you that story when I was in France, and I had to teach in French to a group of people that were quite serious, and my heart rate just went boom, 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 as the guy was introducing me to the group. And when I remember what Tony Robbins was saying, it's like, right, if you don't feel good, if your mindset is down and you don't feel confident, your body language is going to reflect that. So it's like you change your physiology, so start kind of take a nice deep breath, chest out, shoulders out, chin up, eyes above the eye line, and just kind of speak loud enough and project your voice and know your subject. And boom, as soon as I did this, the heart rate went down, my physiology changed, my mindset changed, everything changed, and I did a great job. When in fact, at first, I was shitting myself, man.
Well, talking of like how your physical posture can affect your like psychology. Yeah.
Mm.
So in various kind of mind sciences like NLP and a few others,
Yeah.
there's this thing that, for instance, if you feel like you're under pressure, or you can't cope with some like physical manifestation that
Yeah.
surrounding you, is to simply like take a step to the side.
Step to
Yeah.
the side.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you can step to the side. So basically, it's almost like you're jumping into a different almost version of that reality. Okay. It's almost a way of shocking yourself out of that, the shutting down. Yeah. So in sympathetic nervous system, you get the shutdown.
Yeah.
So your peripheral visual vision
Yeah. Tunnel
goes,
vision. Yeah.
your hearing goes down,
Yeah.
and all fighters will experience. I call it like the heavy feet, where
Yeah.
you feel like your feet can't move. Your feet weigh a ton. You feel
Mm.
really slow and sluggish and all that stuff. Um, and this is one of the reasons why. And think about it. This is why you move around when you're fighting. It's not
Mm.
just so you don't get hit. It's actually helping your body to almost reset itself or recirculate, and also get rid of the excess adrenaline.
Yeah.
So what do a lot of fighters, a lot of athletes do? They jump up and down. Even in the ring, they jump up and down, and that's what they're doing. It's almost like they're trying to A, get rid of excess adrenaline, and B, reframe the reality that they're facing.
Yeah.
So there's all these kind of little techniques that can be used, and you can incorporate that into martial arts and personal protection training. So going back to what we were saying about like training people self-protection who can't protect themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's kind of like what we're talking about, really.
People that are not
Um,
fighters. Yeah.
yeah, because you know, I probably I could get away with a lot more things than somebody that's never wasn't a former professional fighter or athlete. Yeah,
Yeah.
even if it meant running away. Um, but so yeah, there's lots of kind of almost the definition of self-defense, and this is my definition. It's probably different to other people's. So when I say self-defense, I mean that all other possibilities are no longer available. So if I said to somebody, we're going to train self-defense, then I don't incorporate like escape and evasion. I don't incorporate
Preemption.
preemption. I don't factor in like the psychological, the emotional, all of
Mm.
these things, awareness, focus. No, you're trapped in a room. Someone's literally attacking you. So that's my definition of self-defense. That's my starting point.
Mm.
And like I say, it's probably not going to be the same as other people's. And then you've got what I would call personal protection, yeah, or personal security. That for me also includes self-defense, but all of the stuff that can lead up to the prevention.
So you're talking about the whole spectrum, which is the pre-fight confrontation, in-fight confrontation, and the post-fight confrontation.
Yeah, but even the pre-fight.
Yeah.
So it's about your lifestyle.
Mm.
It's about how you manage your energy. It's how you
Mm.
present yourself. Um, yeah, so there's lots of different factors. And so, for instance, and I'll probably take a lot of stick for this, but so what? When I talked about the boxer size class, where there was like literally 50 people
Yeah.
training, all fit, all in good shape. Okay, there's a high possibility. I don't know. I can never get the stats for it, but there's a high possibility that they won't ever be attacked
Mm.
because that's all part of their kind of pre self-defense situation or scenario.
Yeah.
Because maybe by doing that training, that exercise, they become happy, they become energized, they
More
have
confident.
they have
Yeah.
good postures,
Mm.
they walk down the street with confidence,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's a kind of false confidence of their boxer size.
Mm.
I would be very curious if there is any kind of stats connected to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could like boxercise give people like some sort of sense of security, even if it's a false sense of security,
Yeah.
to impact their physiology and impact their body language and the way that they view themselves. I'm sure
Yeah.
that, yeah, it makes
Yeah.
sense. Hey, how many people do you know that do some form of Krav Maga, and when you look at the training, you're like, oh, dude, you're gonna get yourself killed. But they actually think, they believe that they can fight. Like they're confident. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
it's a thing.
Yeah. Same like maybe going to the gym, being in good shape.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm convinced in all my time that in all the places in the world that I've been, that um, criminals have looked at me and they've looked at my physicality and they probably think, well, at best or worst, he can run away and I'm not going to be able to catch him. So
Mm,
that could actually prevent an attack.
yeah.
And then just kind of extending on from that, I think there's way more to self-defense, personal protection, self-protection,
Hmm.
personal security, whatever terminology you want to use. So as an example, sprinting,
Yeah.
swimming, climbing a wall,
Parkour. You know the parkour.
parkour. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've often thought like parkour is one of the best self-defense,
The amazing skill
not
sets.
self-defense, but personal protection or personal security systems.
The art of escaping. Yeah, yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. How to be invisible, how to blend in.
That's
Yeah,
another thing I wanted to speak to you about. Yeah, that's interesting. The art of invisibility.
yeah. I mean, that was something that well, I didn't really coin it, but it's something that I definitely integrate into my personal protection programs. And people often kind of laugh or they're like, what's he talking about being invisible? Well, it doesn't necessarily mean physically invisible.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
could mean like energetically. It means that you can walk down the street and nobody notices you.
yeah.
You,
Not
you
catching people's attention.
yeah, you could be in a bar and nobody notices you. Um, and that could be done on a physical basis. So a lot of the close protection teams, as you well know, they will have surveillance teams working for them, protective surveillance, counter surveillance.
Yeah.
So if you speak to any surveillance operative, they can tell you a lot about the art of invisibility,
Mm-hmm.
as an example. Um,
It's
the
got a lot to
same,
do with discretion.
yeah,
Yeah.
the same with protecting clients. Sometimes you might want to be overt. In fact, a lot of the time overt, but being covert as well.
Mm.
Sometimes being overt is the best form of protection. Sometimes being covert. It's all in context with what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Do you want to dissuade people, or do you want to blend in and not being seen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so for instance, when you work for high-profile, prominent people, celebrities, you quickly realize that them being over in their careers can
Mm.
bring a lot of unwanted attention,
Yeah.
and they would pay a lot of money to be anonymous, to be a nobody.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of benefits in being a nobody, um, as long as it's done in the right way, of course. One of my clients used to say to me, "If you want to stay happy, stay hidden," and that kind of stuck with me a bit. I mean, of course, if you're making money from not being hidden, then it could be problematic. But there's also getting the right and wrong, or positive or negative attention.
Yeah.
That they have to be kind of considerations. So, yeah,
It's just a thought that got into my head just now, and I've thought about it before.
yeah,
It's a bit different, and it's a bit out there. It'll be a bit out there for some people, but do you believe that that's a belief that I have, that celebrities are, most of the celebrities, they look young, they look good for their age, they look young because of all the energy that they get from the people watching. Every time somebody watch them on TV, or think about them, or give them some sort of attention, be it mental or emotional,
mm,
that it sends them that energy that actually keeps them, keep their energy field replenished and keep them young looking. Or same thing, when musicians or like musical groups are doing a show, like a live show,
Yeah.
And when they're standing in the middle and everybody's kind of yelling and applauding, they get some sort of quickening from it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I think there's some truth in that, man.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some truth in that, but there's also the negative cycle as well. So as an example, I've done quite a bit of corporate training over the years, and some days I would literally be teaching up to 500 people, not at the same time, but in small groups.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you feel really drained, really exhausted, and I think that is something that all instructors have to be aware and conscious of, that you can actually have your life force drawn out of you. I think there has to be, and I think it's very good for the self-protection or personal protection of the instructor to make sure that they're not being drained of their energy in the environments that they're in terms of their teaching. I'm pretty sure that any teacher, like in a school setting, will probably back up what I'm saying in terms of feeling tired or drained by the observer effect.
Right. Yeah.
And this is where, so even with the celebrities, kind of a bit of a conspiracy thing about the symbology and covering one eye and these sigils or mudras they make with their hands. Well, a lot of that is actually their personal protection. It's their way of protecting themselves from the observer effect of drawing their energy away from them.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a whole other side of self-defense or personal
Makes a lot of
protection.
sense. What you just said made so much sense to me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously you get all these videos saying, "Oh, that guy is Illuminati. Look at him doing this or doing this or doing all this mad mudras with the hands."
Yeah.
Or it makes a lot of sense, man.
Yeah, they need protection
from the people. I mean, they know they're being watched by millions of people, and they're like, they don't know who is doing what, So yeah, no, I do believe in that stuff big time.
Yeah.
Do you know? It's funny. Obviously, we don't want to get too much into that, but there is some merit in the esoteric arts, because you look at the fact that some of the most powerful people in the world are Freemasons, and they are all practicing this esoteric practice, this magical practice with a CK. It's like, if there was no merit, if that was all bullshit, would these people really be practicing something like that? We're talking about the most powerful people in the world, the richest people in the world, the healthiest people in the world. Like, there must be some merit in that ancient Egyptian practice.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got different types of esoteric schools,
Branches,
almost equivalent of different styles of martial arts.
I get that.
So yeah, so I think one of the problems that we have is that there's like, everybody thinks it's all in the same thing. When I say to people that I used to belong to esoteric or mystery schools and things like that, straight away they think, oh, you're a Freemason or
yeah.
But no, there's a lot. It's a wide spectrum, and all it is, it's not hidden knowledge. It's not even secret knowledge. It's just knowledge that is outside of the mainstream, that is not to the common man or person.
Occulted knowledge.
Yeah, and it's, some of it can be hidden for nefarious reasons, so that others can have advantage over other people. But most of it is hidden to protect the people, because it falls into the wrong hands. Think about it. If this whole kind of manifesting capabilities falls into the wrong hands, it could be very dangerous. And I always say,
unfortunately.
I always say this when people ask me about all of this stuff. I say to them, imagine if every thought you have manifests.
I would be
careful what you think of.
I would be creating some weird shit. I'm telling you. I'd have some weird shit flying around me everywhere. Like,
but you can see what I mean, though. That
yeah,
the almost like, it's not easy to use occult knowledge for
Yeah.
manifesting, and it's for our protection. Otherwise, life would become too unstable.
Mm.
We need to be kind of grounded, and we need the stability in order for us to function.
Do you reckon that's what the dark occultists want? They want us to manifest everything through our mind, knowing that we're very negative and that it's probably going to open the gates of hell if we actually start doing that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the okay, so there's kind of like almost like four fundamental things, and this is connected a lot with the using dreams to solve problems or
Yeah.
sleep states. One is to predict, the other one is to plan, the other one is to create, and the fourth one is to project.
Say again.
Prediction,
Prediction,
planning,
planning,
creation,
creation, and
projection.
projection.
Just
Right.
in those four words or functions, there's a lot. If you can actually imagine you can predict something, imagine what power that's going to give you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ability to plan things, that's a power. Most people can't even plan next week, let alone like there are people that are planning in future generations.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're making plans today for 100, 200 years time.
The people
Yeah.
running the world are doing that.
Yeah, and then the ability to create, yeah, tapping into the almost the creative aspect of your humanity. Yeah, we're creators. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then projection. So, and all of what I've just said can actually be used on other people. So, as an
Mm.
example, think about it. Think of mainstream marketing and media, news. They're bombarding us 24/7 with data and information and programs so that we go into our sleep cycle.
Mm.
We start to plan, we start to create, and then when we wake up, we start projecting it.
So you're talking about the unconscious recording that's playing. I mean, the how do you
Yeah.
call that? Not the recording. Yeah, it's almost like it's on autopilot. Do you know what I mean? But it's a
Mhm.
negative. It's like a negative autopilot,
Well,
like a destructive autopilot.
it's it's programming. So
Yeah.
whoever controls the mainstream programming gets to
Mm.
control the projection,
Yeah.
like a cinema screen and the projector and the
Mm.
projection,
Mm.
the person projecting the film. Um, they get to control what you see. They get
Mm.
to control your version of reality, your perceptions,
Tyler,
your impressions.
like Tyler Durden.
Well, I actually there's a big part of me that actually thinks that almost like humanity is being used as the projectors of a collective reality.
Yeah.
Just look at the last, without saying too much, just look at the last 3 years.
Mm.
Yeah, people think all kinds of crazy stuff because of a particular narrative or ideas that people in power want people to believe.
Yeah.
So, and then it has the potential to become psychophysical. Yeah. So what people are thinking, it ends up manifesting physically.
Yeah.
And if people haven't realized after the last 3 years of what they've witnessed with the power of the media and the news, then I'm sorry, you probably never realize anything.
Do you know what I'm thinking now? What you just said also is that we have manifesting power on an individual level, but we also have manifesting power that are even much more powerful on a scale to the collective.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm
look,
saying. Yeah.
if you look at Hollywood movies, like big cataclysmic Hollywood movies like 2012 or uh, Armageddon and all that crap, do you reckon that we could actually manifest like an asteroid falling onto the earth or some shit like that?
Well, the social engineers, and you could throw the dark occultists into that bracket.
Mm.
Um, they've got it down to around about 3 days. Within 3 days, they can literally change the way people think by
Mm,
using media, influencers, news, um, media, and in terms of like newspapers and
mm,
books. That they could flood our reality with something, and within 3 days,
yeah,
we could go from believing one thing into believing
yeah.
something completely contrary, and then go back to believing the original in another 3 days.
That's what they're doing with the media, isn't it? Dangling
Yeah,
the freaking carrots in front of our eyes.
yeah. And the thing is, none of us are kind of, well, I say none of us, but the majority of the population are completely naive
Mm. Oh yeah.
to this aspect,
Oh yeah.
which I also include in my personal protection
Mm.
um, training. I factor that in, how we are affected, how we're influenced by the media, how people are not living to the full potential because of the media.
Mm.
Even though the media will always kind of try and spin things from a positive perspective, at the root of it, there's always the fear and the push towards the sympathetic nervous system.
But
So everything is a crisis. Everything we have to panic
exactly, and
about.
that's to keep us in the parasympathetic nervous system. It says to kind of keep us in the fight or flight constantly, like even at night. It's like worrying about what's happening in Israel, worrying about what's happening
Yep.
in Ukraine, worrying about when is gonna next virus gonna, it's or
Yep.
the next thing, the next thing. I mean, when you think about it, yeah, it's keeping us in a constant low vibratory frequency so that we're more controllable.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that. And so, for instance, and I learned this in defensive tactics. If you
Mm,
want to control a suspect,
yeah,
you have to put them into like panic, like you shout at them. Yeah,
psychological warfare. Yeah.
yeah, you give verbal commands.
Mm,
You surprise them. You kick the door down. You shout at them. Get down! Get down! Get down! Get down! So it's very easy to kind of get somebody to comply when they don't have peripheral vision.
yeah.
Yeah, where they can't see the detail.
Ah.
There's no fine motor skills no longer. Yeah, and think about it. Yeah, so if you're able to put people into only like kind of basic thinking of survival, they're
Mm,
never going to really be able to join the dots because they can't see the detail, they can't read between the lines, they
mm,
don't understand the nuance, they don't understand the gist of what's going on around them, and so they're basically very easy
manipulate. Yeah.
to herd like sheep. Well, that's another subject.
Oh,
Uh,
what about the canine? Because you said you were working with dogs, and
yeah.
you were going to talk about the canine personal protection and the way that you teach dogs and kind of the
Mm.
similarities between teaching dogs and teaching anyone, like any animal, or in particular, like human beings, because it's all neural based learning, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the training of dogs is all based on like operant conditioning. So it's kind of
Mm,
all about like reward and versus not punishment, but things they don't like outcomes they don't like.
yeah.
And so yeah, so many years ago, I got myself. It's a long story, but I ended up rescuing this dog from a kind of bad situation. He was a Doberman. He passed away actually in 2020, but he was like my number one dog, and I learned a lot about the whole uh, the psychology of dogs and also the training of dogs, especially when it comes to personal protection. And I literally, yeah, I've had dogs with me ever since.
Mm,
So it's going back a few years now, and um, I don't necessarily have dogs just for personal protection. I have dogs as companions and
mhm,
for company. In fact, saying that, I've got one down here just now.
yeah.
Okay, so and then I was able to basically turn my passion, my love of dogs into a business.
Mm,
At the moment, I've got a company. We supply protection dogs. We supply dog handlers, but it's quite specialist. And we train and we use tracking dogs, search dogs, and stuff like that. And it's a kind of part of my security, not empire, but security business. It's expanding. It's an area that's expanding. We've got a training facility that we're developing at the moment, and yeah, I mean, I love it. And one of the things, I guess, is dogs are very simple. They're way more simpler than humans. Humans are kind of complex creatures to deal with, whereas dogs are very simple. When they want to go toilet, they just go toilet. When they want to go and hump a dog, they go and hump the dog.
If only we could do that.
There's not much finesse. There's not much finesse to the dog's world. But in saying that, it's they're man's best friend. But yeah, in terms of training them, I've said to you before that when it comes to protection dogs, so it's a very simple thing, and I hope anybody watching this can appreciate what I'm about to say. So if you get a protection dog, before 12 months, we never put pressure on them. We never put them in defense. Okay. Everything is done in prey and play. Okay. Now, when I look at the martial arts, and this is one thing I was very careful of when I was teaching children martial arts, is that I never put the children into a defense situation. So let me give you some definitions of what I'm talking about. When we're talking about defense in the dog's world, we're talking about when the dog is confronted with a situation where it may lose. Yeah, lose a fight.
Yeah. He knows it's been spoken about.
The dog agrees. Whereas when the dog is in what is known as prey drive, it means it's dealing with prey. So it's guaranteed a win. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is we don't expose and we don't try to put puppies or anything below 12 months into a defense drive.
Yeah.
Because, and there's a reason for this, it may become the default for the dog. Yeah. So if it fails, that may become the default. So when it's under pressure as an adult, adults always resort to their default of their initial programming a lot of the time, unless you can undo it. And you do see this in adults. You work the doors, yeah?
Yep.
How many times have you seen drunk men and they act like 3-year-old children?
Pretty much every single day.
So when a drunk person is under pressure, you will often find that they resort back to some particular moment in their childhood.
Yeah.
On a negative, yeah. And some kind of outburst could actually be linked. This is going to sound stupid, but it could be linked to, I don't know, their brother stealing something from them and they were denied something at the age of 6. But it's still in them. It's still there. It just needs the situation to come out. Anyway, I'll get back to the point. Okay, so we're very careful with the nurturing of the puppies up until 12 months. After 12 months, and they've had the training and their confidence is like bulletproof, then we can start to expose them to levels of defense.
Right. Yeah. When they're kind of ready.
Yeah. And they've got a solid foundation of confidence and positivity.
Yeah. Is it the same like when you teach like a women combative seminar, self-protection seminar, and you put the protective gear on and you get them to hit you as hard as they can, and you kind of overact it a bit just to get them that confidence,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you do with the dog at first to kind of get him to be confident?
Yeah, they have to be confident and comfortable in themselves first.
Before you give him some real dilemma, a real challenge.
Yeah. Remember training and testing.
Yeah.
So you could say like the defense phase of the training is more like a testing. So it's all about building up the confidence, building solid nerve, solid foundation. Then we can start to apply the defense or the more scarier aspects of of their protection life, or their life as a protector. Okay,
Yeah.
so what am I talking about? So I see this a lot with children being thrown into a ring where
Hmm.
they get literally physically beaten. Yeah.
Yeah.
But more particularly, I'm dead against children receiving striking to the head.
Yeah. I
Okay.
get that. Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. The brain is quite selfish. The brain will always optimize protecting the head. Yeah.
Hmm.
So anything that's coming towards the head, the brain will prioritize and get you to move away, move backwards. Okay.
Hmm.
So as an example, if you train children punching to the head when they're too young, you create like a default where they're always on the back foot running away.
Yeah. And so
Whereas,
that will follow them. Yeah, that will follow them in the adulthood.
yeah. So what I do, because I think children should spar,
Yeah.
they wear body armor and they practice body sparring, body boxing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when the head is no longer the target, um, the brain doesn't automatically get you to run away. It actually gets you to move forwards. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I don't know if you've done body boxing in the gym. You start moving forwards.
Just body shots. You're less afraid to be hit in the computer.
Yeah.
Kind of gives you a bit more confidence. Same thing like when you put headgear on. Now, when you put headgear on, and now you're a bit more cocky, you're a bit more confident. You come forward a bit more because you know that your head is protected.
Yeah. And I did like an experiment. 1 second. My dog's trying to play with me. Hold on. I don't want the dog to jump up because she's probably gonna knock the wires out. There you go.
Hello.
I'm worried she's gonna knock my headphones off. There's
Yeah.
it now.
Was she a German Shepherd or a
No,
Malinois?
no, Dutch Shepherd.
Dutch Shepherd. Nice.
Ugh. Okay. Sorry about that, but
No problems, man.
she wanted to be on your video.
He wanted to be on the podcast.
Yeah, where were we? Yeah, so headshots and body shots. So for instance, when I teach children, they wear body armor and I train them to attack the body. Now, I actually inherited a children's martial arts school because their teacher retired, so I took on their students. So
Okay.
I actually put this to the test over time. They were trained in striking to the head, but when they used to spar, they used to run around the dojo sparring.
Mm.
When my students used to spar, they would have a small space and they would go at it because they're striking to the body.
Yeah.
That fear of being hit to the head is removed, so they can keep moving forwards. So you could say my students would train on 4 mats. These students that I inherited would need 16 mats to spar on because they're just running around.
Yeah. Yeah.
So over a period of time, I was able to train them, and then train them both. Then I put one against the other, and the children that I was training in moving forwards and attack were actually way stronger than those that were always trying to protect the head and running away.
Mm. Yeah. It's the same like when when you focus on what the person is going to do to you, you're on the defensive, you're on your heels and you're moving back. But if in your head you're focused on what you're going to do to the other, then all of a sudden you're kind of cocked forward and it's like you're moving. You can see it even in the posture and in the eyes of the person that like he wants to get you, like as opposed to, oh shit, I don't want to get hit. So it's a mindset thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and I strongly recommend for any instructor, and this is for adults as well, if you've got students that maybe not so confident, put some body armor on or not, or put some big gloves on and do body boxing.
Yeah.
So for instance, even in the top professional gyms, the MMA gyms, kickboxing, if a fighter gets knocked out and they need to get back training,
Yeah.
that's a massive blow to the confidence. Yeah, when you get knocked out and you don't even remember how you got knocked out. In one way to build them back up is to go through the body boxing or body sparring rounds to build up the confidence.
Mm.
So for any instructor who's got students who may be feeling not so confident, and also this experiencing what it's like to stand your ground and dig in and keep going rather than running around or dancing around, it has massive benefits.
Mm.
And I think it should be used a lot more in terms of combat training.
That's interesting. Yeah, I will be using that a bit more.
But it's not to say that you stop there. No, that's
Mm.
almost like
Transition. It's like a transition towards a
yeah,
full-on sparring.
yeah. I mean, nowadays, well, for the last maybe almost 10 years, I tend to look at martial arts, self-defense, personal protection for those that cannot do martial arts, self-defense, and personal protection.
Mm.
I always consider that because I think that martial arts, self-defense, and personal protection should be available for everybody.
Well, to be honest with you, okay, martial arts is martial arts. Some people are born for that stuff, and some people not so much.
Yeah,
But when we speak about self-defense, like self-defense is actually should be designed for those that can't fight, for
yeah,
those that need it the most.
yeah,
Because who needs it the most? People that can't fight, people that are scared, people that are traumatized. These are the people that need it the most. It's like, how do we make it more accessible to people that need it the most? There's not a lot of people that are, that could really answer that question with something really interesting. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. And this is why I spend a lot of my time thinking uh,
Mm,
of ideas
yeah,
of how to help people learn personal protection. Not so much martial arts because there's always a martial art for everybody, but
yeah,
there's not. There's think about this, right? There's a style of martial arts for everybody,
yeah,
even Tai Chi.
yeah.
Yeah. But there's not that many options for self-defense and personal protection and even combatives.
Mm,
They're much alike.
it's true.
What I've been working on is trying to almost be innovative, but sensibly and practically and effectively innovative with regards to training ideas for people that can't do defense, can't do protection.
Yeah,
Because they still need some form of defense. Everybody needs some form of protection, um, and we all need quality of life. Ultimately, if you wanted to be protected, you'd stay at home 24/7. But that's not
yeah.
practical.
That's not a way to live, man.
Yeah, and likewise, if if you're always thinking about negativity, if you're always thinking about being attacked, if you're always thinking about worst case scenario, I mean,
Mm,
I know that you have to be responsible. I know that you have to consider risk. But even with close protection, it's not about complete protection. Otherwise, you drive around in tanks. You live in an iron or metal fortress. No, it's about the quality of life that has to be factored in. And for ordinary people, um, there has to be some pleasure. There has to be some leisure, relaxation, and not be in fear 24/7. And this is
mm,
another area that I think the whole kind of self-defense, protection, combatives in industry has to factor in. But at the same time, it's not good to dilute like the hardcore, that is required, that is needed at some point, and but not for everybody. But at some point, there is a place for literally being locked in a room, lights go out, three people jumping on you, trying to beat you up. You may have to experience that. You may have to find solutions, or at least survive that psychologically and physically. So there is a place for it, but I think there needs to be more, not so much research, but a bit more innovation
mm.
with what I'm talking about in terms of factoring, like, because I have seen like there's a kind of almost like a lot of people are getting more into the soft skills side of things. So it's
Yeah.
almost like another division of the soft skills, you could say.
When in fact you really need all of it. You need, the soft skill has got its place in combat, and then you got the physical hard skill, and then you got, the soft skill is massive. When people, when you speak about soft skills, people are just thinking about awareness. Okay, awareness is a big part of the soft skills, but
Yeah.
think about if we really try to deconstruct the whole thing, which is, so you got pre-fight. So just pre-fight, that's where all the soft skills are happening. Yeah, like
Yeah.
what sort of knowledge would make you a harder target? Like,
Yeah.
as you say, the way you see yourself, the way that your body language works. Being able to read body language, but also being able to apply body language, and criminology and behavioral psychology, and understanding the different personality disorders like narcissism, like
Yeah.
sociopathy, psychopathy, all stuff that's going to help you becoming a better target, or at least understand how violence does occur and how to avoid it.
Yeah.
And then the post confrontation, which is the aftermath of violence, either on a short term or on a long term, be it like psychological, emotional implication, trauma. It could be sexual trauma. It could be even all down to spiritual trauma. I mean, there's so many different avenues that people don't even speak about, because
Yeah.
everybody is focused on how to fight, how to throw
Yeah.
this, how to throw an elbow, how to throw this. But so yeah, I think that it's really important to focus on the non-physical more and more, because the non-physical becomes the physical.
Yeah.
And if you got a really good knowledge of the non-physical, then 9 times out of 10 you don't even need to get physical. And that's what a lot of
Yeah.
people don't want to hear.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
also,
I'm interested
also, like, for instance, excuse me, when we're hitting the pads,
in.
and this can be any form of training.
Yeah.
In fact, let me backtrack slightly. I've got a very good chiropractor. He's kind of, he's not your mainstream chiropractor. He thinks outside of the box. We have some very interesting, in-depth conversations, and he was explaining to me that because I was a professional athlete,
Yeah.
I had lots of adrenaline, cortisone, dopamine.
Epinephrine.
I had all this pumping around my body, but I had the outlet because I was fighting. Yeah, I'm quite an adrenaline based type person. I've always done kind of almost dangerous sports and that. But now that's gone, I still have the ability to produce that adrenaline, but there's no way to get rid of it. So ultimately, in the end, it becomes toxin. Yeah, it's not healthy. So, as an example, when I hit the pads or if I hit the bag, I'm doing it not out of fear, not out of violence. I'm doing it because you could say I'm getting rid of excess adrenaline.
The aggression. Yeah. Same thing here, bro.
Yeah. And because I make that intention when I'm doing hitting the pads, hitting the bag, it's actually a way of clearing out the toxin. You could almost use it as a form of detox. Now, a lot of boxers, a lot of professional fighters, MMA fighters, they almost see their training as a form of exorcism. It's a way of detoxing, yeah. But they do it at a kind of unconscious level.
Channeling, yeah.
Yeah. So if you can set the intention, so for instance, like remember we was talking about like thought incubation and thought distillation.
Yeah.
So if let's say you've got some kind of anger or angst in your workplace or whatever, yeah. Form it into like almost a thought form, and then you can project it into your training and release it and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it becomes a type of therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of do that. I've always done that. For me, it was a way to get rid of aggression.
Yeah.
And it's been a lot of aggression coming from getting bullied when I was a kid, and not defending myself the way that I wanted, and then being upset at myself. Not only being upset at the person that was bullying me, but
Yeah.
being upset at myself for not fighting back.
Yeah.
So all that anger kind of eventually turned into hate, and I had to channel that somewhere without being destructive, without hurting anyone. So yeah, martial arts, like hitting things hard, for me, have always been a great therapeutical means to evacuate my aggression. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, the other thing as well, like I call it contemporary life, basically modern lifestyle. Okay, I'm always big into kind of looking at humanity in terms of retrospectively. How
Mm,
when I think about what should I eat, because there's always like suggestions, eat this, that diet, eat this. I
mm,
always think, well, if I was in the wilderness, or if I suddenly found myself in the middle of a forest,
yeah,
what would I eat? Probably what I would end up eating would probably be what would be good for me in one way or another, yeah,
yeah.
or probably the best option. So I also think about things like uh, fighting or training, yeah, or exercise. If we lived in the wild, we probably wouldn't need to go to the gym, yeah.
Mm,
We wouldn't need to go to work. Our only real concern would be shelter, food, and warmth or energy, yeah. So I always like to almost strip everything back to the first principles of what do I really need, or what does a human really need.
the Maslow's pyramid of human needs.
Yeah, exactly that. And so think about this, right? It's I actually think in a primitive state, it wouldn't still all be about war or fighting. It
Yeah,
would be predominantly about finding food, shelter, and all these things.
yeah.
So we have things like dopamine. We have things like dopamine is like the um, chemical that's released so we can find things, we can look for things. We're always seeking more.
Mm,
Yeah, it's like almost like a type of ambition. We want more. We want more. And we have things like adrenaline, which we would use in say fight and flight situations. How did primitive man get rid of all that? Well, I think that they would actually get rid of it through their day-to-day labor, like chopping wood. Or when I say primitive, I don't mean like hundreds of thousands of years. I just mean like maybe 300-400 years ago. And in some places in the world, still today, you
yeah.
know, uh, to get firewood, chopping a tree down, then excuse me, with a smaller axe, you cauterize the tree trunks to burn. That is all impact. It's all kind of like ballistic, which
Burning a lot of calories in that.
yeah, which we can get rid of the adrenaline or any toxicities that we may get from these chemicals. So I'll get back to the point. So now, when I train personal protection, I'm also factoring health of my nervous system.
Mm,
My so yeah, I put a big emphasis on health and not fitness, but health and well-being when it comes to personal protection. So I do make considerations about not getting injured. I don't want to injure the participants. I don't want to injure the
yeah,
students because think about it, getting injured in the wild is the biggest threat to your existence.
yeah. Because then you can't go and hunt. You can't get your food, or yeah, you're pretty much screwed if you get
Yeah,
injured in the forest.
yeah, and that applies to pretty much all animals. Their priority is not getting injured.
Mm,
So um not I've got this thing now about not participating in anything that's likely to bring injury. Now, of course, all martial arts, in fact, all sports,
mm,
you run the risk of that, but you have to manage it. You have to mitigate it, and I don't think there should be any shame in that. Um, I'm not a big fan of, and even a lot of the professional MMA gyms are now realizing that um, hard training doesn't always give you the results. Like, as in, like just increasing the hardness or the intensity of the train doesn't always give you the results.
you
A
want
lot of
smart,
them,
yeah,
smart,
train smart rather than yeah.
yeah. And I think you're going to see the next wave. It's already started, but the next wave in say MMA, professional MMA fighters, will be that they'll probably have. I mean, they already have NLP, hypnosis,
Yeah.
hypnotherapy. I think you might start to see a lot more mind sciences coming into play in terms of using the dream or sleep phase or cycles to be included in their training and
Mhm.
preparation. I think that's going to be the next the next thing that's going to come.
I think you're right. I mean, you look at people like, Vasil Lomachenko,
Yeah.
the boxer. The way that his father trains him, he's got this what he calls psychomotor drills, where he needs to. It's like a logic games with things, or with numbers, with mathematics, where he needs to find one number group and stuff, and it's somehow it's linked to his boxing training. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's basically teaching him how to solve problem under pressure.
Yeah.
Like kind of develop that muscle, that problem solving muscle in the brain that solves problem under pressure.
Yeah.
So there's all these little that's where you see that the brain, by training the brain, you can train a fighter.
Yeah, and I remember years ago when we used to do corporate training, we had this kind of one of the stations at the corporate training, we would have like a code breaker. So there would be a safe, and there would either be like imitation money or vouchers for the people participating to win. And we would give them clues to how to break the code, or how to decipher the code. And the moment you put a time limit on it, like you got to do it in 5 minutes, it ups the pressure. And then you've got, say, 5 different teams doing this. And then you've got, say, 5 people in the team. And you start to see the personality types. You start to see who's the confident one, who's the shy one, who's the extrovert, who's the introvert. But usually it's the introvert that figures it out, but doesn't want to say. The extrovert wants to say, but can't figure it out. You see all this kind of group dynamic taking place. But the point of saying this is that is personal protection training. You've got to crack a code. You've got to open a door. You've got to open, like a classic one is, we've all done it. Okay. You rush back to your house or apartment or room. You're in a hurry. You always drop the keys, or you always get the wrong key in the door. And yet you do it 20 times a day. But because you're doing it in a hurry, or you're under pressure, and you're going into sympathetic nervous system, it goes wrong. So if you can practice being under pressure with simple things, I mean, I would love to develop some like almost games that people can play that will affect the sympathetic nervous system versus parasympathetic, how you can return into more parasympathetic, where you can we didn't really talk about this, maybe we'll do it another time, but the difference between awareness and focus.
Some video games are actually doing that, like kind of putting you in the parasympathetic system for a moment. And especially when you got the headphones and you're really like in a dark room, like playing these first person shooters and stuff like that, it can really put you in the state.
But going back to what I was saying about how do we get rid of these chemicals in the body? So for instance, if you're training or doing martial arts or sparring, and this is what my chiropractor was explaining to me, that these chemicals in the body, we get rid of them when we throw a punch, we get rid of them when we kick, we get rid of them in the combat. Whereas when you're sat there playing these games, you're still getting the adrenaline, you're still getting the cortisone, you're still getting dopamine releases in the body. But because it's non-physical, really, I would recommend that if you're going to play video games that releases these chemicals, that you also have a punch bag. Every 15 minutes, get up, punch the bag, ground bag or whatever, and then jump back on. Kids that are growing up with these games they don't understand this. And I think potentially you could be looking at a lot of health hazards in the future because of these chemicals, and they're going to stay in the body and ultimately become toxins or inflammation.
It's like illness. That's another subject, like illness that actually enters your body and stays trapped in your body, kind of blocking energy centers sometimes, and the energy doesn't circulate as well as it should.
Well, it was Rudolf Steiner, who's quite a famous esoteric teacher from many years ago. He said that all pain in the body, yeah, the origin or the genesis of all pain in the body comes from a thought,
Mm.
an idea, or suggestion that we've consumed or swallowed. So,
Mm.
what he meant by that was if somebody says something negative to you, yeah, you can hear it, but you don't eat it.
Mm.
Yeah, you can have a thought that's negative, but it just goes away. But sometimes we eat them, we take them into the body.
Mm.
Um, and then at some point, that will come out as a pain.
Yeah, that
Now,
that thought manifests on a physical level. It becomes energy.
yeah, but potentially what he's actually suggesting is way greater than it sounds. Because what he's basically saying is somebody could plant a word or an idea into your head, you eat it, it goes into your body, and let's say 5 years later, you have an accident with your arm, your leg, or something or
Mm.
other. So it's almost like it's a program that you've consumed
Yeah.
and it alters your kind of destiny or your course of life.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying it's something to consider. But I tell you what, the people that understand social engineering, social science, even the dark occultists fully understand what I've just said. So, you know, if things are happening in your life that you can't control, or you're going in a direction that you would never want or dream of, then
Yeah.
you have to ask the question: what have you been consuming? What ideas, what thoughts, what suggestions have you
Yeah.
been taking into your body? Because that will affect your actions.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like these suggestions are very often hidden in forms of subliminal messages in, in movies, in the music industry, in video games, in the newspaper, in the pretty much everywhere you look.
Yeah.
It's like that movie, They Live,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
where he puts the glasses on and he's like, fuck, and then he's putting them on, and it's all the subliminal messages everywhere on the advert, the adverts on the sign and stuff, and he can see like the back meaning of everything that's being said.
Yeah.
It's like, and when you start becoming aware to subliminal messages, that's it. You cannot unsee it. And now
Yeah.
you look at, when I look at that's why I don't watch TV. I mean, I've been TV even before I knew all that shit. I've been by TV, like, but even now, if I'm going to somebody's house and the TV is on, and just 2 minutes, just 2 minutes in front of the TV, and I can see right through the bullshit. I'm like, right, that's what you're trying to do. Right, that's what you're trying to do. That's what you're trying to do. And it's like you cannot unsee it. Like you see it everywhere. They're
Well,
just messing
the
with our brain, bro.
yeah, I mean, when it comes to the social sciences or
Mm.
mind sciences, especially anything of an esoteric nature, they generally all agree upon one thing, and that is that the most important food type that we can consume is impressions that we receive. Okay, not just through our eyes, but also
Yeah.
our ears and all our senses. So it's the
Mhm.
impressions that we receive. I always recommend for anybody to start paying attention to the impressions or influences that you may be receiving. Now, start off by looking immediately at like the company you keep, the people
Yeah.
that you associate with at work, even maybe family members, relationships. If you're having problems, start to look at that, and you may have to have a bit of a clear out or a change of scenery. That is something to factor in, because we humans are open systems. We are, and once again, if you think what I'm talking about is a load of nonsense, it's a load of woo woo. We'll tell that to all these corporations that are spending
Mm.
billions on marketing, advertising, and using many techniques and methods to convince you to buy their products.
Yeah.
or to be a lifelong customer.
And very often products that are very harmful to our health. You know, it's like
Mm.
we're being brainwashed to idealize and buy and love products that are in fact really harmful for our health. It's crazy. Same with the food. Like,
Hmm.
it's not about our health anymore when it comes to food. It's about profit. Like, if a product, this is all about shelf life,
Mm.
shelf life, all
Yep.
the amount of chemical that's being pumped into our food just to increase the shelf life. And by increasing the shelf life, it's decreasing our life. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
nobody
I mean, would it be fair to say that diet is part of personal protection?
Yeah, yeah. And I'm first time realizing it now, and I'm learning the hard way, bro. I have autoimmune problems. I think it must be a leaky gut, or something like that. And I need to be really careful what I eat, because
Mm.
otherwise I get ill. So,
Yeah.
and that's another thing I was going to ask you. Are you familiar with the Gracie diet?
Like fruit.
No, apparently the Gracie diet is. I've not learned enough about it. I'm just slowly learning about it. But apparently, it's learning food combos that make sense, or more precisely, to avoid food combos
Yeah.
that are creating reactions inside your gut and basically making you ill. Because I think that could most definitely be one of the source of my health problems.
Yeah. Well, once again, take yourself into the forest, and
Mm,
what you'll start to do is you'll probably eat one food type at a time, as opposed to having a plate and putting
yeah.
4 or 5 different food types and trying to eat
Yeah.
it together. It kind of makes no sense.
Mm,
It's not even good for dogs to do that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's not actually good for, yeah, food, combining certain types of food. Yeah, I think these were what I would class as contemporary kind of diseases or illnesses. Um, but I think it's a combination of everything. I think it's almost like an accumulation,
Mm,
um, uh, the impressions we receive, the media that we take on board. So
yeah.
if you look at the pandemic, it always amazed me that at no point were they pumping out 24/7 health recommendations or to be healthy, like exercise, eat well, feel
Yeah,
great, go for a jog, you look great. Da, da, da. Imagine if they did that for at least 24 hours. It would probably transform the health of a lot of people. But what
mm,
did they do? It was like, um, death, you're going to die.
yeah, yeah,
If you're not dead now, you will die tomorrow. If you don't feel sick, act like you're sick. Like 24/7. And there's a lot of power in that. And once again, if anybody thinks I'm talking nonsense, why was millions or billions of pounds spent on the projection of certain narratives?
mm.
It definitely wasn't for our health.
Do you remember? Just one for the road for a laugh a little bit. I don't know if you've seen the adverts for the COVID. Was the guy saying, "Oh, I'm staying away from my nan to protect my nan," blah 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 blah, and then, "Oh, I'm washing my hands after that to protect the people around me," and then you got that guy with a cup with a fuck or that. It's like, I'm staying indoors because I fucking hate people. That was like a parody. They
Yeah,
basically made a
yeah,
parody of that advert. It's really fucking. That made me laugh, man. I was sharing it everywhere. Like,
yeah. But once again, I stick by almost my mantra. Anything designed to hold me back is equally designed to thrust me forwards. So when I
yeah,
look at the last 3 years and all the stuff that has been obstacles, should I say,
mm,
I tend to just use it as a catalyst
yeah,
to give me some kind of motivation to not fall victim to this kind of programming.
mm,
And like I say, I don't want to kind of go too much into that side of things. It's not really everybody's cup of tea,
Yeah.
but I've kind of made my position relatively clear in terms of
Study that.
even that is personal protection for me. And I was
Yeah.
highly disappointed by a lot of protection specialists who kind of didn't see what was coming.
To be fair,
Um,
yeah, there are a few people that spoke out. You know,
yeah,
a few people that spoke out, and I still have respect for them to do it. You got Lee Morrison, of course, that spoke out, and he's still speaking out now.
hmm
And the guy from Warrior Poet Society in the US, John Lovell.
no, I'm not aware of him.
Yeah,
No.
check him out. He's got a pretty good channel as well. Some really good advice and stuff. He's a
Mm.
CQB instructor and like
Yep.
combatives instructor in the US, and he's speaking up as well about that stuff. You have a few people that have actually spoke up about it, but it's
Not enough.
dangerous. It is dangerous nowadays because if you want to maintain your business,
Yeah,
you might as well just stay silent because you're just gonna put people against you, people that obviously don't see things the way that they
yeah.
are.
Well, the
And
thing is, it's not always about speaking out. It's about what you actually do. So, as an
mm,
example, I was relatively outspoken initially, and then I came to the conclusion, well, actually, being outspoken doesn't really help a lot.
yeah,
The best thing you can do, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, it's called the trichotomy of control. So, trichotomy of control is what the Stoics use. So, it basically, in a nutshell, you got one third what you cannot control. You
no,
have
right.
one third that you can control, and
Mm,
then the last third is something that you can influence. Well, it's
hmm.
almost like the middle ground between what you can and what you cannot control.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you spend all your time fighting what you cannot control,
Mm,
it's at the neglect and expense of what you could actually be getting on with and doing with your life.
yeah.
Yeah, so we need to be very watchful of this. So, talking of awareness and focus, I like to focus on what I can control.
Yeah.
I don't focus on what I cannot control
Yeah.
because it's a
True.
waste of time.
And
But
energy, yeah.
but I will be aware of what I cannot control.
Mm,
Yeah, so I always keep like one eye
mm,
on what I can't control. Could be the media, could be the news, could be policy, whatever.
yeah.
I focus on what I can do, what I can get done. So um, it's very easy to be caught like a rabbit in the headlights of an oncoming vehicle, yeah, and freeze, yeah.
Mm,
And I see this a lot in people because they're too focused on things they cannot control. They worry about things they can do absolutely nothing about,
yeah.
at the detriment to their own existence.
Yeah.
When really, and this goes back to what I was saying about energy, we need to not waste our energy on things we can do nothing about
Yeah.
and focus on what we can actually do something about. So, and there's lots of things we can do. Like we've all got neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go and knock on their door. If you haven't, introduce yourself.
Mm,
Um, help. There's plenty of people around you that need help. Um,
yeah.
and there's plenty of things, whether it's studying, taking exams, trying to improve your existence. Yeah. Now, it may sound selfish, but it's not, because you can only really help others in as much as you can help yourself. And when so for instance, a lot of people have always said to me in the past, like, oh, um, you should focus on helping everybody else before. Well, yes and no. It doesn't always apply. When you're on an aeroplane, you have to put your
Mm,
own mask on first before you put the
yeah.
other.
True.
Um, and like, for instance, a nurse, yeah. So a nurse helps people, yeah, or
Mm,
should. They help people, yeah. But they had to spend many years being relatively selfish in getting qualifications, studying,
yeah.
going to college, university, whatever. So they spent a few years almost kind of being semi-selfish so that they could help everybody. Well, this is what I'm saying. If you can start to focus more on what you can do,
Yeah. Invest in yourself so that
yeah,
you're more in a position to help people.
yeah, and then share it with the people around you.
You,
Uh, that's
yeah.
my philosophy. The thing is, a lot of people have been almost captured in heavily focusing on what they can do nothing about,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Just
and having zero awareness of the things that they could do something about.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I've just decided already a good while ago. When I had my spiritual awakening, I just wanted to give the red pill to everyone. That's all I was talking about.
yeah,
You'd be around me in the first 2, 3, 4 years after my spiritual awakening back in 2012, and I'd only be speaking about spirituality, angels, energy, the government, Freemasonry, all that shit. That's all I was talking about.
yeah,
And when when the lockdown happened just at the beginning, I was speaking up a little bit. And then when I realized that people don't care. You can put the evidence right in front of their eyes, and they'll still have that cognitive dissonance. They'll still call
mm,
you a clown. They're still. So I said to myself, you know what? Screw everyone. I mean, I love people. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
mm,
I consider myself a light worker. I'm here to help people. I understand that, but
mm,
I will only help those that want to be helped and those that are ready to help themselves. But like those people that are, that don't want to wake up, just screw them. Like they'll
yeah.
wake up in the next life, whenever. But I'm not gonna waste my time and energy on people anymore, because I realize I really wasted a lot of time and energy on people for nothing.
Well, this is where the third part of the trichotomy of control comes into play, because that's the kind of almost like the neutral zone or the buffer zone, but it means that we could actually influence that. So what am I saying? I'm saying that if we focus on what we can do and get on with it, and be a force for good and have better or more positive results, we can then start almost flooding that zone with the benefits of the work that we've done.
Mm,
And then ultimately it could actually affect what we could previously never ever control or change or improve. So yeah, and it comes back to this thing. Remember what I said about waking up in the morning? We have 10 amps of energy. How
yeah,
do we distribute that energy? Now, in
yeah,
2020, a lot of people would have took all 10 amps of energy and wasted it on conspiracies and
yeah,
fear porn and all these
yeah,
things.
yeah,
And then you got the Telegram groups, which are literally like, we're going to terrify everybody. We're going to scare everybody. We're going to, you think that's scary? Well, I'm going to share this post that's even scarier. And then one of the problems that you end up in a type of cul-de-sac where, because you've either been sharing or projecting those fears, you almost want them to be true.
yeah. So it kind of adds to the manifestation of yeah,
Yeah. So
manifestation
so
powers.
so a lot of people that are sharing the conspiracies, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they're not true, but people that are obsessed, excuse me, obsessed with sharing these conspiracies or fear porn, for want of a better word, in the end they want to be right. So in a way, they're almost manifesting or wishing that they're going to be right, which doesn't
Mhm.
help the situation. It only makes things kind of worse. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm not saying that there's no validity or there's no truth in what they're saying, but um, don't give up what you could actually do to improve the world at the
yeah,
expense of trying to expose what's being done.
yeah,
Because if there is dark forces, if there are secret societies with nefarious aims against humanity, the very thing they don't want you to do is get on with your life.
yeah. That's the biggest fuck you that you can send to them. It's like, just be happy with your life, be
Mm,
successful, be happy, healthy, and wealthy in your own way. It's true
yeah.
that. Do you know what I was saying to people? What if tomorrow everyone was grabbing their TV and was throwing it out the balcony, and would
Mm,
take all the money, all the notes, and just lighting it up in flame, and just going, you know what, fuck you, we're not gonna use your money anymore. We're not gonna even watch the TV anymore. We're not gonna listen to the radio anymore. We're just gonna throw all that shit off, and we're gonna do our thing.
yeah.
Imagine. I mean, obviously that's a big dream, that, isn't it? But imagine, no revolution needed, nothing. just people saying no enough. We're
Mm.
not going to use your banks anymore. We're not going to use your money anymore. We're not going to listen to your news. We're not going to watch TV anymore. We're not going to listen to radio anymore. That's it. That's all it takes, isn't it?
Well, I mean, like the smartphones, literally, if everybody threw them away
Yeah,
tonight,
yeah.
then potentially I mean, there may be like a bit of unrest, but ultimately that would be our freedom.
Mm.
But it's like, who's going to go first, and like who would then take advantage of those that threw theirs away, and then
Yeah.
it's trust, and it's very complicated. Humans are complicated. Personally, I don't think there is a utopia,
Mm.
but that doesn't mean to say we shouldn't kind of wish or dream for a utopia. But I don't think it's possible for there to be utopia, because we're
Mm.
living in a dimension of duality. There has to be
Yeah,
night, there has to be day, there has to be
yeah.
up, down, good, bad. And I think there's just, we're here for like partly experience, partly experiment, but ultimately we're here because we have potentiality and possibilities. And
Mm.
we're here to explore those, and I think we're here to grow. And whatever we're able to grow in this realm at some point, in some way, whether it's physical or energetically or ethereally,
Mm.
it goes back to the universe or the cosmos or somewhere. It's
Do
not
you
all
know?
waste. It's not just some random accident.
Oh no, no, I don't believe that a second. Do you know when you speak about duality and the fact that we are, we have an ego, we have a lower self and a higher self, and I
Mm,
believe that we are our higher self's ego, and our higher self is the ego of his higher self, and it's kind of because everything is a fractal design.
yeah.
So as above, so below, as within, so without. So when you think about this, when now people speak about, in spirituality, when we speak about unity, when you really reach what we call unity consciousness or
Mm,
Christ consciousness, uh, do you really believe so that when we reach unity, that's it? There is no more war inside. There is no more war between the lower self and the higher self. There is no more, no more ego. Basically, where it's just the two characteristic that are angelic and demonic just become one, and and there is no
well,
more separation.
no, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I tend to think that humanity or humans are literally the interface between the
Yeah,
duality.
yeah, we,
Yeah.
we we are the transition. I think that's what being a human is. We're hybrids, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but ultimately, what comes out of that, being the interface, being like an organic interface between the duality of opposites,
Mm,
is the neutralization of both. So we become the reconciliation. We
yeah,
become the reason.
integration. Yeah.
Yeah, we become reason, objective reason. So ultimately, we get closer to a more, you could say, a more kind of purified version of objective reason. Because
Mm,
I think I think ultimately the source is pure objective reason, and you can see it in people when somebody's really unreasonable. To me, that is a manifestation of being nothing
unconscious.
like.
Yeah.
Sorry,
It's
sorry.
just a manifest. When people say evil, there is no evil. There is just absolute unconsciousness and consciousness. It's just the
Yeah,
opposite of consciousness.
and it manifests in forms of lack of reason.
Yeah,
So as an example, if you was to describe heaven and hell,
yeah,
so hell, the definition of hell or description of hell could be that you're trapped in a room full of unreasonable people. And
yeah.
when
It's a state of mind
unreasonable,
as well. Yeah,
yeah, when I mean unreasonable, I mean like really unreasonable.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah.
have no problem pulling your eyeballs out, or
Like
they have no,
psychopath. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. But then heaven could be like being in a room surrounded by reasonable people.
yeah. Mm,
So you could put your iPhone on the table and you know it's still going to be there when you go back.
yeah.
Nobody's going to be hiding behind something to jump out on you to take advantage. because they're more reasonable.
It's also a state of mind. I've noticed, when we speak about heaven and hell, it's really like a state of mind, where a state of consciousness, actually, because I've reached some elevated states of consciousness where I could close my eyes and I could see, like, I'm talking without psychedelics. Do you know what I mean? Obviously,
Sure.
I've worked a lot with plant medicine and stuff, and that helped me a lot. But I've been in some enhanced state of consciousness without anything, where when I was closing my eyes, I could see geometrical patterns, and it's
Yeah.
like it's almost like my operating system, like if using the analogy of a computer, yeah.
Hmm.
It's almost like if my operating system have been upgraded, and I was using a more recent update, and I could think clearer. And mate, there's nothing like it. I don't even know how to explain it, but I was more intelligent. I had more space on my hard drive. I could think more clearly.
Hmm.
I could solve problem much easier. I was very creative. So I know that, when you talk about hell and heaven,
Yeah.
it's a state of consciousness, and there is always higher levels and lower levels, because
Yeah.
everything is arranged like it's like on the harmonic scale.
Yeah.
There's like tone, tone, overtone, tone, tone. It's the same
Yeah.
way that dimensions are arranged, and I
Yeah.
think that heaven and hell are mental and emotional dimensions, and not only physical and spiritual dimensions.
Well, so as an example, a lot of people talk about dimensions, yeah,
Yeah,
as though it's some kind of abstract place. To me, a dimension is
frequency.
a state of mind.
Mm.
Yeah. So even if you look at the brainwave states,
Yeah,
to me, they're different dimensions. So you can actually travel through different dimensions by altering your brainwave state when
absolutely.
you're awake and also when you're asleep.
Yeah,
So to me, this is also part of personal protection.
yeah.
Is having, so we talk about awareness. I always see like um, self-defense awareness. Yeah. Well, what
Mm,
about self-awareness?
mm.
What about when you're walking down the street, having enough self-awareness and the ability to self-observe so you can actually decipher what frequency you're in? Yeah. And whether you need to change, um, excuse me, whether you need to change what frequency in, because there could be a situation where, and likewise, you need to be able to transition from awareness
Mm.
to focus, but not stay in focus, but then move back to awareness. So, what am I talking about? So, you're walking down the street and you're in awareness because you want to be able to recognize any threat or even something nice. Yeah, it doesn't have to always be a threat, but we want to take in, we're open systems, so we're taking in impressions. Then I see something that is a potential threat. So then I focus in. Okay. And then when the threat's passed, I can open out. Okay. Now I'm making it really, really simple. But our function of focus and awareness can actually be used against us. So, for
Yeah.
instance, that person's deliberately got me to focus in on them for a prolonged period. So somebody else comes and nicks my,
Misdirection. Yeah.
yeah. So, what am I talking about? I'm talking about functions of focus and awareness. We shouldn't be in one or the other. We should have the freedom. To me, this is the definition of freedom. I control to a large extent, or I try to control my awareness and my focus. My ability to focus isn't dictated to by an external stimulation or influence or suggestion.
Mm.
So if you look at the news, okay, of course, terrible things take place in the world, but they are, if you notice, the news only focuses on the negative, on
Negative.
fear.
Fear mongering
Yeah.
energy. Yeah.
So even without, so we get to worry about things that in places that we've never even heard of. Yeah.
Probably places we'll never go as well.
Yeah. So we spend, it's like, for instance, if a tile falls down from the roof,
Yeah.
I would expect my functions to react. Okay, but
Yeah.
reaction is only for a few seconds, and I
Fear
can
system.
yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
I can get myself to safety. But imagine if I'm continuously doing this because I'm in fear of the roof falling down on my head,
Mm,
then it's like a type of psychosis, or it's unhealthy.
yeah.
So the reason why I'm saying this is because we I consider the impressions, the perceptions we receive from mainstream media, from the news, should also be considered in our personal protection toolbox.
I think it's important. I think it's very important. Like, kind of, it all boils down to managing the functions of the mind. It's kind of, I think it all boils down to really to dissociate from the mind, because most people believe that we are the mind. We are the, whatever is happening in our mind is ours. But I was having that conversation with a friend of mine recently, where I was saying to him, how many times do you really truly initiate a thought from your own free will? 90% of the time, or 80% of the time, thoughts are coming from somewhere else. They're
Yeah.
coming, they're being influenced by other entities around us, or when you go
Mm.
to different places, the energy is different. So certain thoughts come in, or when you're around a certain group of people, certain thoughts are going to come in,
Yeah.
because those people are, their energy field, or even the entities that are attached to them, are influencing your thoughts. But how
Mm.
many times do you really truly, out of your own free will, go, right, I'm going to start thinking about this now, and now start thinking about it? It's quite rare now. It's quite rare that we actually initiate our own thoughts. And I know a lot of people will like be like, what the fuck is he talking about? But you know what I'm talking about. Like 80% of the thoughts, think about it, are not thoughts that you consciously chose to initiate. They're just thoughts that are floating in the air, and you just caught them, and you're like, huh, okay.
Yeah.
But most people believe that that's what they are. So most people believe that they are their mind, when in fact the mind is like, the brain, like, is like a receiver, like an antenna that's
Yeah. Yeah.
that's that's
Yeah.
capturing certain thoughts, and thoughts are coming to it. But
Mhm.
that antenna can also emit a thought, and that's us. I mean, the antenna is not even us. The antenna is our instrument. Our mind is our instrument that we can use, or that we can lay to rest once we're done with it. But the problem is that most people believe that they are their mind. And even to a certain level, I mean, even if I'm capable of recognize this, what I'm telling you now,
Yeah.
it's very difficult sometimes not to get sucked in again. How to get caught in, because we're so used to be
Mm.
like dogs, running to that thoughts, like, oh, it's my thoughts, I'm gonna go and see. It's like
Yeah.
the thought is coming, and the thought is like, hi, Julian, trying to catch my attention. And straight away I'm gonna be, oh yeah, come here. And I'm gonna have a look at it.
Well,
Instead of
we
going, whoa, wait a second. Why would I go and have a look at you? You're not mine. You know what I
yeah.
mean? I can choose whether I feed you with the light of my consciousness or not.
Well, we
So
need to pay attention to where and how we pay attention.
yeah,
Yeah.
what we feed with our attention.
Yeah. And this is why, and I hate using the word meditation because it's got so many
Mm,
kind of connotations, and people have got a kind of wrong perception of it. It's been kind of overly, well, not overly mystified, but
mm,
um, meditation. So I think it's useful for people to have a basic practice of meditation, even if it's just nothing more than the distillation and being able to differentiate between your thoughts and not your thoughts.
yeah,
Yeah. So at some point, we want to purify ourselves to the point where we can be the genesis of our own thoughts. Because, like you say, the majority of our thoughts are probably not ours anyway. And that's
mm,
mostly due to marketing, advertising, continuous bombardment of external stimulation. But I think we're now at a stage, and I think it's quite safe to say that we don't know what the hell is in the atmosphere in terms of our Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, radio frequencies. So we could be continuously receiving information and data that is definitely not ours.
Hmm.
And that's without even going into the more kind of energetic or spiritual dimensions of things,
Yeah.
which is something that, it could be a thing.
This, mate, it's just crazy when you think about it. It's like we're being bombarded from all sides, be it on a chemical level, on the frequency level,
Mm,
on the energetic level, on a psychological level, even on a spiritual level. We're being bombarded by false information, or at least
yeah.
partially false, partially right information to kind of um, confuse us.
Yeah, but I tend to I kind of I don't let nothing go to waste. So what do I
Mm,
mean by that? So I actually think that a lot of this phenomena that we're talking about in terms of influences and impulses being emitted in our direction on a
mm,
day-to-day basis, I think it's not as negative as it may appear to be, because if we start looking at everything in a negative light, then it's kind of done its job anyway, because we've ended up self-talking ourselves into
yeah.
negative states. So I tend to see, like most things, everything not as a problem but more as a challenge. So if I have a realization that something or somebody is trying to plant something into my psyche,
Yeah.
um, I just see it as a reminder that I need to have stronger will, stronger thoughts for myself.
Mm,
There needs to be something. Um, so what I'm trying to say is that whatever is designed to hold me back is equally designed to thrust me forwards. Maybe it's because I'm quite a competitive type of person. I don't know. Maybe I see everything as like almost competition or a challenge. Um, I don't know. But there's the thing is we can't look at everything in a negative light, because then we've actually done it to ourselves, which could be part of their intention. That's why
mm,
I think a lot of these conspiracy theories floating around are actually designed to either waste your time, waste your energy, so that you start to remember what I said about the pain, any pain in our body,
mm-hmm.
because we've ingested an idea or thought. So we start to ingest these conspiracies. They may actually manifest as a sickness, as a disease.
Mm,
Um, so I think there should be levels of self-awareness where we
yeah.
can actually have a possibility of seeing, um, being able to detect these forms of inception, you could say.
Do you, do you know what I used to do as a kid? It's like, I mean, it's weird, when you're a kid, it's like what's happening when you're a kid before you get deconditioned and reconditioned to live into the 3D realms. Like,
Mm,
what I used to do as a kid is I used to create electromagnetic field with my mind, like as a shield around myself to protect myself from the monsters and and the demons and
mm,
because I know I was a target as a kid.
yeah,
I know I was a target because I can remember I was having a lot of nightmares, and I knew even when I had my spiritual awakening later, I kind of redived into some old experience in my childhood, and I know that I was targeted,
yeah,
and so. It's weird. It's like as a kid, before I've been told anything, because before all of these became conscious knowledge, it was unconscious knowledge already back then, and I was already back then like creating energetic shields with
yeah,
my mind to protect myself from the
hmm,
from the bad energy.
yeah,
And then as I had my spiritual awakening back in 2012, I went back into that practice of, oh yeah, and that's when I remember, shit, I used to do that when I was like 5 or 6. It's weird. And I remember I've always had that thing with the dark. I've always had when it's dark, I all these dark energies is gets to me quite easily, and I get not hallucinations, but I'll just put it out there. Yeah, I do see a lot of. I still to this day see a lot of demons, a lot of jaws with pointy teeth. You know, a bit everywhere around me. I am around that type of environment, so I know that I'm being targeted by
What
these.
what in terms of like energies, or in terms of like
No,
you look at a tree and the tree represents
no,
some
no.
kind
During the day it's cool, but let's say I'm at home. Bro, my home's gotta be one of the safest home in Bridlington. It's not. It's a shitty neighborhood, but everybody knows not to fuck with me. Do you know what I mean? So that my house is not. I'm not.
of
I'm not worried about anything happening in the house. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? I know I wouldn't like to be the person breaking into the house. Do you know what I mean? But when I go in the middle of the night, when I go to the toilet and I don't switch the light on, I get these flashes, I get these demonic flashes sometimes,
Mm,
and it can come from a movie, it can come from my own imagination. Sometimes I'll grab the stairs and I got I visualize that some sort of four-leg demon is following me in the stairs, and I'm looking back and I'm like, "You're doing my fucking head in now." You're like, do you know what I mean? And I'm just kind of getting back in my room. But it's not uncommon for me to still see things like that. Yeah, I know I'm being
well,
targeted by that type of energy.
yeah, I mean, there's different ways you could kind of look at it. I So for instance, maybe I don't know, there's some trauma, there's something you need to work on. There's that you can look at, or that these entities are everywhere. It's just that you're able to see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So when I see them, what I'm trying to consciously tell myself, right? Why don't you think of something angelic instead? Why don't you think of the light instead? Why don't you
mm,
try to visualize what an angel looks like? It's like it's so easy for me to visualize a demon. I could draw. I could take a piece of paper now and draw like every fucking demons under the sun. Yeah,
mm,
but when it comes to drawing an angel, for me, I will always draw an angel pretty much the same way instead of having so many different variations. If I was so angel focused,
yeah,
I know that I would be able to take a piece of paper now and I would draw, like, let's say 20 angels, and not one of these angels would be the same. They would all look very, very different. Do you know
yeah,
what I mean? But I can do that with pretty much all my life. I could draw like scary stuff and like demons and stuff like that. I got no difficulties with that, imagining them. And
yeah.
when I smoke DMT, that's even fucking worse, mate. They're fucking everywhere, man. Mad.
Well, the thing is, it's like my take on it is that there's kind of a veil between the seen and the unseen.
Yeah,
Um, and once again, if everybody thinks I'm talking a lot of nonsense, well, if you look at all of our communications from the radio, the television, and everything else in between, they were all devices created by scientists and experts so that they could see the paranormal, they could see the unseen worlds, they could see entities, demons. So the very devices that everybody uses on a day-to-day basis, their origins come from forms of spiritualism, spiritism, occultism, and everything in between all of those things.
yeah,
So, who knows what is out there, and it's only the veil that is protecting us. This is what I was saying about. I think we have a membrane that offers some protection.
yeah,
So we only get to see what we can kind of bear, what we can
mm,
handle in many ways.
yeah.
I think there are sometimes errors. There's a tear in the veil.
Are you talking about the black cat in the Matrix, like the glitch? I believe in that
Well,
as well. There's definitely some glitches happening every now and then.
yeah. Well, I think so. For instance, if personally, I don't take any psychedelics or anything like that. But I think those things that can be taken, they are designed to make a tear in the veil,
Mm,
and we get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly.
yeah,
If you do that, like I say, personally, I don't participate in those things. Naturally, almost like organically, I struggle to kind of stay in my body.
Mm.
When I was young, I used to kind of astral travel and things.
So yeah, I could remember myself rocking in my bed when I was younger. Yeah,
You know, when I first met one of my main teachers, he said to me, he said, "You know what your problem is?" I was like, "What?" He says, "You struggle to stay in your body.
you need to ground. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
you need to be more
to
grounded." Yeah. So
ground.
I a lot of my personal practice and exercising is being more grounded.
Yeah,
I can be so abstract. Like um,
yeah. So am I.
in the past, I've had some very good friends, and we literally sit. Sometimes we would sit there, and we would play a game of like um, being more abstract, being more abstract, being
Right.
more abstract, and we would just keep going and going and going and going, and because you probably notice you speak to some people and they might actually show some interest in like some kind of spiritual things,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you become aware that you've just taken it too far.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You look at me like, and then like, hey, I am like that, bro. I'm a very, very deep person, and I mean, if you allow me to get as deep as I can, I'll start talking about stuff that most people are like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Like, you know, I could tell you all the insights I've been hit with when I was working with like ayahuasca or San Pedro or the mushrooms, about the universe, about the stars, the evolution of stars, about the war in space, the cosmic clouds like moving like octopuses,
Mm.
like in it's just madness. I know, like, what did I just say? What did he just say? What did he? But you know one thing. Look at Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla is arguably one of the most intelligent person that ever lived. You know, even when a interviewer went to Albert Einstein, and asked him, "How does it feel to be the smartest man on earth?" And Einstein's reply was, "I don't know. You should ask Mr. Tesla that question." So
Mm.
even Einstein recognized that Tesla was ahead. Yeah. Um, if you read a bit the books of Tesla's, he's got some amazing books out there that I would recommend anyone to have a look at. What I love about Tesla is that he was so balanced between the left brain and the right brain. He almost had the perfect equilibrium between the two, because he was very, very spiritual. And I mean, the guy was talking about flying and teleporting with the mind.
Mm.
So how more spiritual than that can you get? He understood the inner technology. And he
Yeah.
understood that one day we won't even need the outer technology. Once we master
Hmm.
the inner technology, we won't need cars, we won't need plane, we won't need none of that shit, because we'll be able to do everything with the mind. But even though he had this, he was still a scientist. So he could still draw things from the spiritual
Spiritual
to,
science.
yeah. So from the spiritual to the mental to the emotional to the physical, he would be able to manifest stuff from the spiritual to the physical realm and make it work.
Mm.
So that's, to me, that's the most promising stuff. And he said it himself. The day when mankind will start observing non-physical phenomena, they're gonna. I think he said something like along the lines of they will evolve in the space of 1 year. They'll evolve more than in the last 100 years, like
Mm.
something like that. He knew.
The only problem that I see in the Tesla stuff is I've had mixed feelings over the years about Nikolai. Uh,
Mm.
is it Nikolai or Nicola?
I think it's
Nikolai.
Nikolai Tesla.
Nikolai Tesla. Anyway, Tesla.
Yeah.
I've had mixed feelings about like because I know for a fact that a lot of his technology is being used for nefarious purposes. Okay, now whether that was his aim in
I
the
don't think
beginning,
so. No,
or whether he got corrupted, whether they
I
just
don't think he's got corrupted either.
yeah,
I think
because
that's all. Yeah,
this whole thing about like um everything is frequency, resonance, and vibration.
yeah,
Okay, I don't go along with that because I do think there is a materiality to this, and that is the grounding effect. So if you think about it, if everything is pure um, resonance, frequency, vibration,
yeah.
that is kind of the world of what they're looking to bring in to usher in
What do you mean?
the Internet of Things. So we become connected as a species with um, frequency, resonance, and
Well,
vibration.
we will do eventually. I believe that we will
Yeah,
connect to the
but
Akashic
but
record.
but our salvation will be in the materiality of our aspect,
But
our plat.
what is materiality? Well, look, even this piece of matter is still energy vibrating at a certain frequency to create that piece of matter.
Yeah, but then nothing becomes pure energy. There has to be um, an embodiment, like a
What do you mean?
ontologically speaking. So, I mean, we had this conversation at the beginning. Like, does the mind is consciousness a secretion of the brain,
Yeah.
or is the brain projected from consciousness?
You say a bit of both
I,
because,
I I think it's a bit of both. I
well,
think
yeah,
even
things
a
go both ways.
spiritual body.
Yeah.
So the body is the materiality. So it's like even energy kind of has to be um encased in something. That's why a casing, a coating.
Don't you believe that eventually, at some point, when the DNA start vibrating at a certain frequency, that we will lose the heavy body, and that will transition into the light body, and
No, I think the non-physical world is more physical than this world.
the non-physical world is more physical than this one.
Yeah. The outer body world is
Yeah.
more real than this world.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, more real, yeah. But when you mean physical, like hard, physical, that you can touch and
Yeah,
feel.
I
We're
think it's
talking about 3D now. It's a bit different than maybe because 4D will be more real than 3D. Same as 5D will be more real than 4D and 3D. But 3D is
well,
solid. You can feel it. Like,
no, yeah, but what I'm kind of leaning towards is, so for instance, if we have a near death experience, if we have almost an astral experience, we're
yeah,
not just floating around like a nebulous.
yeah,
Um, reality is so. For instance, when you dream, when you have a proper dream, things are as real as they are now, but there's less laws.
yeah,
There's going to be less laws.
yeah. The
So
breath is not the same. Like, things are not the same. Yeah,
yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think we kind of have to be careful about dematerializing everything.
yeah,
Yeah, because it's almost like it sounds like a contradiction. We could end up playing into the hands of the materialists by doing that.
yeah, yeah.
Because the ultimate agenda is for us to almost devalue reality so that we could be transported into a virtual reality.
Are we not though already?
What, living in a virtual reality?
Yeah,
No, I think we have the choice. I think we have a very limited time, a very limited window where we have the ability to go all out into some kind of artificial constructs or simulation,
mm,
or where we can remain organic.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You see what I mean?
So, it's the same shit like Ghost in the Shell. Have you seen that? Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Japanese manga. I've seen the manga before I've seen the movie. Have you, you know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
yeah?
yeah, yeah. Ghost in the Shell. Yeah,
Where they start getting like android parts mixed with human brain and human heart, and some of them
mm,
are completely, they just got the brain and the heart left, but they're completely like android, half android.
yeah,
I know we're getting to something like that, but as a choice, I would not feel comfortable with having some robotic part. I mean, okay,
yeah.
unless I cut my hand and I'm amputated, and in 50 years' time we got the technology to give me an artificial robotic bionic arm, then why not? Because at
Mm,
that point that will benefit us. But like consciously and willingly going through those changes because I want a microchip in my head that allows me
mm.
to control the music and the lights, and do I really want that? I know we could do that without the microchip. but we'll have
Well,
to
look,
wait longer for that.
yeah, I think it's ontologically speaking, I don't think it's possible to extract consciousness and implant it into a hard drive, into a hard drive or something. I think it has to be embodied by something. Think about it: astral body,
Is the hard
ethereal
drive
body.
something? Is the hard drive not a body then?
Yeah, but the consciousness can't survive. It's going to be in limbo from leaving your planetary body.
Yeah.
So it has to be. You have to have a carrier. So even if you look at a lot of, in terms of substances, you need a carrier. Hence why there's a thing called an astral body, a causal body, a mental body,
Yeah, emotional body.
because it's the body is the materiality, not the matter, but the materiality that can carry the consciousness.
Have you heard of the heart transplant is a thing? Yeah, it's been done.
I believe so, yeah.
I think it's been done. Yes,
Yeah.
and I've heard.
Although I don't trust much of what I hear, but
I've heard. Well, I mean, I've heard stories of people completely changing their, basically taking on the love habits
okay.
of the donor.
Hmm.
So I can't remember whether it's something to do with golf. The guy has
Yeah.
never golfed in
Okay. Yeah.
his life, and
Hmm.
then all of a sudden he's been transplanted with a heart from someone that used to love golf, and all of a sudden
Hmm.
he loved golf.
But then, what they could be kind of like habits. They could be patterns. Yeah,
Mm,
that's not particularly consciousness.
I-
When I'm talking about like the essence,
yeah,
the core of who we are, because you've already said like most of our thoughts are not even ours.
I feel,
And do we know ourselves?
mm,
What I'm alluding towards is,
yeah,
um, can the essence of who we are, our essence is what is essentially is us. Can that be? Because you watch these movies and they talk about like implanting consciousness or
yeah,
somebody's soul into this thing or that thing. I think a lot of it is that's what they wish.
yeah.
There's people there's quite a lot of people that wish for that, whether they can pull it off.
Mm,
And if they, I'm, if I am in fear, which I try not to be, but if
yeah,
I was to be fearful, I'd be more fearful of them trying to do it than the mistakes they're going to make in
yeah,
the attempt of doing it. So, can you imagine, like, yeah, it's all well and good playing with certain things, but when you start playing with essence, consciousness,
yeah.
conscience, and soul, it takes on a whole new, and make a mistake. Oops, sorry,
Oh yeah,
I just lost your soul.
do you know what I'm thinking? I don't know why, but in some ways, when you get into spirituality and you ask yourself where those consciousness come from, even if it's not inside our brain or inside our body, or maybe it is inside our body and outside, there is an idea that consciousness is projected by something. Some people say it's the pineal gland, is the seat of consciousness, that the pineal gland is like a projector that projects the consciousness into your body.
Mm,
Or is it the tiny little space in the ventricle of the heart? I tend to believe that the heart is much closer to who we are than the brain. I don't know, I do associate myself so much more with my heart than I do with my brain. My brain seems just like an instrument to me, but my heart seems really personal. It's almost like if I was, it's what I was. The very first organ that is formed on an embryo, and the very last thing that stopped beating when you die. I think that the heart is much closer to what we are than the brain or the rest, man.
mm. Well,
What's the thought?
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns in all of this,
Mm,
and so I think we have to have kind of a bit like science. We have to have a basic working hypothesis to start with. This is why I think it's important to pay attention to like ontological belief systems, or at least investigate that first before we try to figure out what's going on. For the most part, I tend to go with that we are um, a self-developing organism.
Mm.
Okay? So we're a self-developing organism, which means that we have to develop kind of in the dark. Because imagine if I got a phone call right now and it's God, and God tells me everything. It's kind of defeated my whole point of existence. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes, it just it would just take your free will away from you by telling you
Yeah.
divulging all the secrets of the universe. Yeah.
Yeah. So because we are self-developing organisms, there has to be this interplay between the known and the unknown, and the physical and the non-physical. Remember, we're the interface.
Yeah.
So I I don't lie awake at night worrying that I don't know the mysteries of everything. I think it's
Mm.
far better to learn to be comfortable living inside the question, because this thing about this hunger, this thirst for knowing everything, can also be a dopamine fix. It could also be like an ego. It could be our control. I and this is how I was taught that sometimes it's just okay to accept the mystery, and
Yeah.
that's when you may get the revelation.
Mm.
Remember what I said when I said about doing thought incubation, and I had a problem I wanted solving, so I planted it. It wasn't until I sat down and relaxed and almost forgot about what about finding an answer. This truck came along, and it was written in broad daylight in front of me.
Mm.
The answer,
Yeah.
and I knew it was the answer because it was the answer to the question. But prior to that, I was all tense. I was like I was literally in sympathetic nervous system, demanding this. I need this answer. I want it now.
Yeah.
When actually, I got the answer when I actually relaxed and
Yeah. It's
almost felt the importance.
I've noticed that the more you want something, the more you expect it, the more you create interferences, and it doesn't happen. It's like as
Mm,
a kid when you really, really, really want something, it's like, nah, you're not having it because you want that stuff too much. Yeah. What do you think about are you familiar with the law of one? The channeled material from the 80s that
yeah, yeah,
is
yeah,
basically, it's called the raw material. That's
yeah.
another name for it, where basically they end up talking to that. It's like a memory. It's like a social memory complex. So it's not even
Mm,
one thing. It's the whole. It's several planets. It's one consciousness of billions of beings on several planets that are
mm,
basically talking as one, and that's what Ra is. And it's
mhm,
talking about the seven densities of consciousness. It's talking
yeah,
about reincarnation and the fact that the human stage is like we're in the third density, and this is the stage in which we learn and we make the choice
mhm,
of which side we want to polarize ourselves. Do we want to become negatively polarized or positively polarized? And do we choose the service to self path
yeah,
or the service to others path?
mhm,
Basically, the ego. Do we Are we on our way to become a demonic being or an angelic being? And it's like when I first heard when I first listened to the audiobook, I didn't know what I was listening to, but I was really into that. I've been drawn to it, just as I've been drawn to the Kybalion and the seven hermetic principles and all that. And I was like, that's weird. And then when I started studying it more and more, and I realized I've always known that. I've always known that we are hybrids between angels and demons, and whoever we choose to listen the most is who we're fitting the most and who we will become. So
yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff, it's kind of uh, a lot of it comes from very similar places. You could say.
yeah,
You could actually track it all the way back to Atlantis and
yeah,
Egypt.
Atlantis, yeah, Lemuria,
Um,
Atlantis, yeah,
so yeah, you find a lot of similarities in a lot of the things, whether it's fourth way, theosophy, anthroposophy, um, Ra, like you just. Yeah, there's a lot of correlations, there's a lot of similarities in terms of like, but ultimately, a lot of it gets corrupted along the way. So, for instance, if I wrote a book today that solved all of the world's problems, guess what?
It would be watered down. Some page would be ripped, and same like with the Bible, they've altered it, they've tampered with it, they've fucked with it. When you look at things like Kabbalah, for example, I love Kabbalah. I think Kabbalah is very, very complete. I mean, you get to learn really a lot of stuff about the universe and about yourself and your consciousness, and with the tree of life, with all the Zephyrots and all that. It's like, dude, there is no way that people came up with a knowledge like that at a time when we were so dumb. I mean, now we're dumb. Now the human race has been watered down. We've been dumbed down with all the chemicals and stuff. But back in those days, they had the knowledge. I mean,
well, I don't think humans are the same. I don't think humans have always been the same. Okay.
Oh no.
So I go with the kind of hypothesis that we have been genetically modified over time.
100%. I do.
There has been either senses and organs that we've either had implanted or taken away,
and the
depending
DNA
on the epoch or the era, or so. At the end of the day, I don't think we're here we're not here for our own pleasure. We're here to be at service for something.
Miners, yeah, it's like there is a who is it that thought that we've been genetically modified, engineered to mine the gold? Do you know this? Do you know the story of
Sumerian?
Yeah, the story of Enki and Enlil and the Sumerian gods that basically created us, the Anunnaki, the fucking that's some mad stuff as well. When you look at that story and you're like, shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could say one of my specialities is being able to draw down the practical applications that will give us results that are proper and fit into a 3-brained human being, from all of this kind of spiritual, non-physical, nebulous type stuff. Because I think our physicality, our planetary body, is designed in such a way that so that we can actually apply scientific methods. Yeah, so we can actually experiment. We can test things. We can replicate things. We can test them again and replicate things.
Yeah.
So my if you want to call it a spiritual practice, is one of that. So I'll actually use or try to use exercises that I can apply in like the real world, and I can get direct feedback to measure to see whether the quality increases or decreases, whether there's an evolution or involution into anything that I'm pursuing or interested in. Because it's very, we all hear the term Luciferian.
Yeah.
So the correct term for Luciferian means that we become uber spiritualized at the point where we become physically almost inept and useless. So I think it's very important that we kind of can stay grounded. And if we do go into the spiritual or non-physical world, at least we're able to materialize some results from that. And I don't mean making money. I don't mean but that could be it could mean that because so for instance, if somebody's financially broke,
they need to manifest wealth.
Maybe their spirituality, or the first step of their spirituality, would be to get out of that situation, because there's no point in putting your head in a different dimension if you can't figure out how to survive or live on a day-to-day basis. There has to be, remember, we're the interface between the two worlds, so we have to have the yin and the yang, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say.
You see, I'm thinking as well about my relationship with money for a long time. it's been very unconscious that I was scared. I was scared to ask for money to the universe. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't a poor kid or anything like that, but you know, my mother, she had a job and she was working really hard, and you know what I mean. We couldn't always afford. When I was going to when we were going to the shop, and I used to collect the Star Wars figurines, yeah.
Yeah.
And I would come back with a figurine and put it in the trolley, and my mom would be like, "Nah, put it back." Do you know what I mean? Uh, my father has always been quite greedy with the money. It's always been tight. Sorry, Dad, if you can hear that, but yeah, it's just I grew up with every time I was asking for something. I mean, very often it was a no. So maybe it was due to lack of self-confidence, self-esteem, whatever it is. But for a long time, I was scared to ask ask for money to the universe. And eventually, someday, my relationship with money changed when I realized that a lot of people don't make money because they believe on an unconscious level that they don't deserve it, or
Yeah.
they believe that it's not possible. They don't deserve it. They'll never make it. It's not real. It's not possible. And I had to change that reality where I had to start saying to myself, do you know what? Now, fuck this. I do deserve it. I do deserve to be abundant. I do deserve to make enough money to be abundant and to, to be free to do what I want to do in life.
Well,
And when you
yeah, sorry, go.
well, when you start thinking like this, you kind of change your paradigm, and things change. And you know, money, not only money, but when we're talking about wealth, we're talking about an energy. It's an energy that either there's two ways to go about it. Either you want that energy to come to you, and it stops here. That's the negative way. So I want money and wealth to come to me and just to me, and that's it. Or I want the wealth energy to come through me, and kind of it's going to travel through me, and I'm going to spend that money and help someone with that money, and then that money is going to come back to me, and then I'm gonna spend that money again and help someone with it. And it's a constant exchange of that wealth energy. And when I understood that, I my level of abundance evolved. I'm not rich or anything, but I'm much more abundant than I used to be
Yeah.
when I was growing up,
Well,
man.
one of the first almost myths that we have to kind of, when it comes to this type of thing, first of all, money is not real.
Yeah.
Money,
Yeah.
money's doesn't exist. Okay,
Control system.
so one of the mistakes, and I used to make it a lot, is that I would focus on money. So I would focus on like some kind of materialization or manifestation of money, but money's not real. Okay.
Yeah.
So I learned that I needed to focus more on the benefits of what money could give me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The freedom.
Then extend that out in terms of the way I can perceive the benefits that what the money can provide, but not the money itself. Okay.
Yeah.
And how that could be shared with others.
How you give it back to the universe. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So
You go around.
you have to develop a type of reciprocation, and you can apply that. And some people would call it a type of magic. Okay. Some people call it like a type of magic. I would say it's like the magic of reciprocation. Okay, so it can be applied in many different ways, and I've done this on a few interviews where this is a cup of coffee. Okay, at one level, it's just a cup of coffee. We've given it a name, put it down. We're happy with that, but we can actually take this to the next level. We could almost take this to another dimension. So instead of just naming it as a coffee and using our intellect, we can actually apply some emotional content, like Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
So how would I apply emotional content to a cup of coffee? Well, for a start,
You
think
can
of
speak to it.
think of the people that worked so hard to produce the coffee, the people that transport it over, the people that put it in a jar, whatever, the people that the vendors, the delivery drivers, they've all got their own worlds. They've got their own families. They've got So I can put an emotional content into it, so I can take it to the next level, and I can actually smell the coffee. Yeah, we've all heard that saying, smell the
Yeah.
coffee, wake up and smell the coffee. I can enjoy the coffee, and I can enjoy um, drinking the coffee, but also through a type of energy reciprocation. In retrospect, I'm feeding the people, not feeding, but I'm feeding energy to the people
Yeah.
wherever the coffee came from. So when they wake up tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
they're going to have extra energy to produce more coffee or
Yeah.
whatever it is they're doing. Now, because we're going into the realms of energetics, who's
Yeah.
to say that energy operates on a linear time scale?
Oh no, I don't think it does. It's always a spiral. Everything is in form of spiral, isn't it?
Yeah. Um, when you wake up tomorrow morning
Mm,
and you're inspired and you have energy to start a new project or something, yeah,
mm.
where did that energy come from?
I've been asking myself that so many times, that some morning you wake up and you're fully energized and you're like smiling already and you're like ready to take life by the horns, yeah.
Mhm.
And then some other day you wake up in the morning and it's just shit. You know it's gonna be a shit day. You feel drained and drained. It's like you,
Yeah.
and it's like what happened during the night, and you know it happened during the night.
Mhm.
Either your energy got replenished
Yeah.
or it got stolen. Do you know what I mean?
Well, what if somebody told you that when you wake up in the morning or any moment you're full of energy and you have a inspiration for a project,
Mm,
you're receiving in advance the energy
mm.
from the people that will appreciate the end product of your project in the future.
No, I that would make sense because it's on the other side of the infinite quantum possibilities where the past and future kind of join together, and it all becomes part of that one energy. That
Mm,
the eight, that one energy, and so yeah,
yeah,
no, that makes sense. You work on the project, and whoever is going to benefit, whoever is going to benefit from
yeah,
are already putting their energy into that eight, into
yeah,
that quantum field.
yeah. And
Makes sense.
we could already be doing it to others. So, for
Yeah,
instance, you said you wake up, or sometimes you might wake up and feel drained.
yeah.
Maybe you've invested some energy into somebody
Uh,
else's project that you might benefit in the future. Maybe your higher self is already aligning knowledge and data that you're going to need in the future into somebody else that can provide
but
the solution.
it's way of thinking that. Of course, very often I got tendency to think negatively and think that it's dark entities that have been stealing my energy while I was asleep or some shit like that. Have you ever had? Have you ever had like a really really bad dream, like a nightmare, and then it felt like your energy was being drained, and then you just wake up and you just feel like, literally feel like there is an entity on the top of you just kind of fucking sucking the life out of you, like nah, I know
No,
it's
this is a very common phenomena.
I've had
Yeah,
that, many times before. No, it doesn't happen to me often now. In fact, it's
mm,
not happened to me for a very long time now, but it used to, you know.
yeah, yeah. I think a lot of this stuff is like what I was saying about the dream. The dreams that we have are it's a mechanism for problem solving,
Yeah,
and almost so. Let me put it to you this way: um, what if somebody told you that your dream world is the equivalent of your psyche going to a combative training class or program or seminar?
yeah,
Yeah. So think of how you may offer your training as a type of therapy, because when we're doing stress inoculation and all this stuff, it is a type of therapy because
yeah.
so the next time we encounter a negative situation or stimulation, we're not going to fall prey to it. We'll be stronger than it. We'll be immune from it. Yeah. So our dream world could actually be a type of either gymnasium, a personal trainer, a personal combat instructor, and all these other things.
Mm,
So I think a lot of the phenomena that we experience when we sleep is actually, it's almost like the preparation for the waking life.
mm,
It's
mm.
almost like the fight camp. If I'm trying to think of an analogy for all the combat people out there, it's almost like a fight camp of training
Yeah,
for the fight of reality.
like a spiritual fight camp.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, for the psyche, for the emotions, and which ultimately, think about it. Ultimately, the fitness and condition of our intellect, our thinking, our emotional fitness, IQ, EQ, whatever you want to call it,
Mm.
ultimately does affect our physical manifestation in the world.
It does. When you say EQ, you mean emotional coefficient?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. So intellectual coefficient and
or
emotional.
quotient depends, which way you want to take it. But yeah, so what I mean is like we can measure the IQ, we can measure the EQ.
Yeah,
There's a method to measure it,
yeah,
because ordinarily we're not given these tools. So somebody could be emotionally weak, but they wouldn't know because they can't measure it. And I think especially with the male species, um, for the females, their emotional world can be managed better, but
mm,
for the male species or male of the species, a lot of men get stuck in the emotional world because they can't measure it, they can't improve it.
yeah.
It's almost frowned upon. Um, but I'm not saying that we should be at mercy to our emotions. Quite the opposite. I think
No, of course.
emotional men can be quite dangerous.
I consider myself to be very emotionally intelligent. I mean, without throwing myself a bucket of flour, I know that I got that gift. I very often I understand people better than they understand themselves. Like
Mm,
it's just always been like that. It's not something like I'm just saying. Like it's just always been like that. And when we live in a world where we're being taught by the very often by the
mm,
Hollywood representation of what a real man should be,
yeah,
the that picture of masculinity and what masculinity should be, this like the Rock, Dwayne Johnson type of character,
mm,
no fear, no, men don't cry and men don't get too emotional. And I think that's all a lot of bollocks, mate. I think that real men can be very emotional, and I think that if we could get glimpse of men fighting the First and Second World War, yeah,
hmm,
if we could get glimpse of some people that we now call hero, and now we get people that are saying, oh, the men are not what they used to be back then, we went to war, now people are
mm,
fucking crying for nothing. But I'm sure that if you looked back, these guys that went to war, I'm sure they were crying their fucking eyes off, man, for a while, and then they were putting their rifle back on their shoulder and continuing. Do you know what I mean?
mm,
So this whole this whole idea of men don't cry, men shouldn't get too emotional, I think is absolute stupidity, mate. Like,
mm,
I know I've always been a very emotional person, and it doesn't make me any weaker, or in fact, I do consider myself emotionally intelligent compared to a lot of people, because I got this self-reflection, I got this ability to self-reflect and kind of, it's like these two eyes are projectors. I call these the the outer eyes are the outer projector projecting your reality, but the real eye is the third eye that you can turn inward and start looking at yourself, and go, right, why do I feel like that? Okay, yeah, because
mm.
that has been said or that has been done. Why has that been done? Oh,
Well,
because
it's the eye of reason. Like what I was saying earlier before, that you got the duality.
yeah.
When they can reconcile, that's what being reasonable is. So you can see both sides of the debate, both sides of
Mm,
the argument.
yeah.
You can be empathetic because you can walk in their shoes.
I'm,
Um,
I'm good at that. Yeah.
Being unreasonable is quite the opposite to that. It's deliberately not seeing somebody else's viewpoint, not
Suffering.
understanding. Yeah, and this equally could apply to could you say the psychology or um, the non-physical side of personal protection. So, as an example, right? I went many years ago. I went to Brazil, and
Mm,
there was a guy there that I knew, and I said to him, "I want to go to the favelas. I want to experience like the dangerous areas of the favelas in Brazil."
okay.
And he said, "Yeah, yeah, sure, let's go." And I was saying to him, out of 10, how dangerous is it? He's like, 9.9. And I'm like, "Oh, great." And I said, "Have you got any, you carrying anything?" He's like, "No, no, no." He says, and then he pulls a guitar from the back seat, and he says,
Yeah.
"This is going to be our weapon for today." I'm like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah." So anyway, so we were walking around, and he's got a guitar, and I'm thinking, well, talk about make yourself a target. They're going to try and steal his guitar. Anyway, we saw a group of young lads standing outside, hanging around, and we start walking past, and I kind of adopt a kind of typical mannerism where I'm thinking, okay, no eye contact, ignore them, blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
yeah, yeah.
He starts playing his guitar and singing to them, yeah, and I'm thinking, and he says to me, "Come over." So me and him go over. He's playing the guitar, singing to them in Portuguese, and they s- they start singing with him. It's
Mm,
a popular song, and then he said, "Okay, let's go, let's go." So we go, and I'm like, "Well, what was all that about?" And he says, "No, they were gonna potentially kill you, or we were gonna have trouble, but I was able to sing our way out of it on an energetic basis because basically he took them off guard, because it's kind of like mm, to sing to your enemy is almost, or a potential enemy is almost like a reconciliation. It's like he wasn't scared of them, and also the context was a bit weird for them because they saw me, who's obviously not from there.
yeah.
They saw him, he's not from there. Then he goes up to them and starts singing with the guitar. It's kind of a weird dynamic. Yeah,
Music has got a magical healing power, man. Like, I mean, music is really like, if people were asking me, what's the definition of magic? Like real magic, like the
yeah,
art of transmutation, the great work of alchemy, the fine art of transmutation. I'd say music. Music is the most potent magic out there. Like,
hmm,
you can change so many things with music. It's just crazy, man.
yeah.
You,
Well,
you know, go on.
I mean, I would consider this guy I met in Japan, not in Japan, in Brazil. I would consider him a type of alchemist. He was a musician by trade,
Mm,
and very, very lucid type of person. And he could manifest through music
yeah.
by making people happy,
Yeah.
or changing their frequency, changing their state or their mood. And he could be rewarded for that.
Mm,
If I, not just financially, but in many different ways.
yeah.
And so, yeah, I found it quite interesting that even if we want to call it magic, it can manifest in many different ways. I wasn't expecting that
Mm,
scenario or situation to arise where I'd be literally in the favelas of Brazil, um, with somebody playing a guitar and singing to some dangerous kind of gangsters.
mm.
That would be quite happy to strip me at least of my trainers.
So,
Yeah.
have you looked into, as part of the non-physical self-protection, have you looked into the work of Carl Jung,
Yeah, yeah.
and
Mm,
the whole thing about the shadow work, the shadow aspect of our personality,
mm,
the unwanted aspects of our personality that we're trying to brush under the carpet or run away
yeah.
from, the work that needs done, basically.
Mhm.
Is that, that is definitely something that, if there are dark entities around, and I believe that they are, that's where the dark entities will hide, in the darkness, because you can't see them in the darkness. They wouldn't come to the light, because the light represents the conscious mind. The conscious mind is, what's happening because the light is on and you can see.
Well, I kind of see it that the other way around. I think the subconscious was the biggest trick ever played on humanity, because I think the subconscious is actually the true conscious. And you said earlier,
Yeah, I do believe that, no, but
we're living in a dream.
It's been reversed.
Yeah. So what we perceive to be the conscious mind,
yeah,
could actually be the subconscious.
the other way around.
Yeah.
I said it to you when I had my spiritual awakening. I spent days and days and days in trying to dig a hole, trying to consciously visualizing myself inside my conscious mind, trying to dig a hole to pierce the veil between my conscious and unconscious mind. And so a couple of mad shit have happened on that account. But it's like, I do agree with you. Some dark magic has been some very powerful magic has been played on the human race.
We've been duped into living in the basement.
Yeah, bro, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. When you think about it, that is exactly what it is.
This is why I talk about the possibilities and the potential of humanity. So yeah, you look out into the world, we're kind of living in it's a bit of a freak show. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that take place. I mean, yeah, there's some good things, but all in all, humans don't paint themselves in a very good light. If there was an alien species observing this realm, they would probably
there surely is.
They would probably stay away, and I think and I think that's largely to do with the inversion of
racism and
the inversion of our consciousness, and that we're living in the wrong mind at a lower level. And same again, if anybody thinks I'm talking a lot of nonsense, well, have a look at the world. There's a lot of problems in the world that doesn't necessarily need to be there. Of course, certain things can't be avoided, but there's a lot of unnecessary suffering. There's a lot of unnecessary hardship. But I think, if we are the interface potentially between these two worlds, at some point, we can develop enough will or free will to enter the proper consciousness or the conscious mind.
Do you know, when we speak about aliens, or if you want to call them aliens, extraterrestrials, interdimensional beings, I like to call them, everywhere, most places in movies, they are depicted as the bad guys that come to invade planet Earth. The invasion has started, or it had started a very long time ago. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case in the human race, that we've been invaded very, very long time ago, and that people in power are not who they pretend to be. That could be a thing. But then again, that's really far-fetched maybe to some people. But how about there is light and darkness in everything. There is light and darkness in our own consciousness. There is light and darkness. So it would make sense, and I do believe that we're not alone. That would be so stupid to think like that. I mean, you just raise your head and look how many stars are there. Every star has got a system with planets around. Of course there is life. The universe is life. Even planets that say cannot sustain life are made of atoms, neutrons, protons, electrons. Everything is made of life. But how about the benevolent alien races out there that are more advanced than us, that are spiritually more advanced than us, that are actually looking at us and thinking, fucking hell, guys, but we've been there. Don't worry, you'll make it. Do you know what I mean? And they're not intervening because they don't want to interfere with our free will. And they don't want to get negatively polarized either, because there is this whole thing of getting polarized with light or darkness. And the more negatively polarized, the more you fall basically, and the more you become positively polarized, the more you rise in terms of dimensions and densities of consciousness.
Well, to my understanding, there's a few things like we could be in some type of quarantine, for the protection
Yeah,
of the rest of the cosmos
yeah.
or universe. The other thing is that, to my understanding, I'm not saying this is how it is. This is just how I
Mm.
understand things. That somewhere in universal law or world creation and world or universe creation, universe maintenance, that no one has. It's unlawful for anybody to interfere with our evolution.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going against our free will.
there's a natural law in place to prevent interference with our own evolution. At some point, we've got to figure it out for ourselves. And I
Mm.
think when I spoke earlier about that, we are like a self-developing organism. I think as a collective, we're also a self-developing organism. But I also think that if we were able to access the correct areas of our consciousness,
Phew.
we would be in contact
Oh
through
yeah,
a type of a greater collective consciousness. Because I think um, if you look at humanity as a whole, as we know it, there is an area of collective consciousness,
yeah, of course.
but it's quite limiting. And you know that thing, I don't know if it was Einstein, he said that you can't solve a problem with the same level of thinking that created the problem. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
we're kind of stuck in some perpetual hamster wheel
yeah,
regarding that.
yeah.
But if we were able to access the true conscious mind, we
Would
would then have access to a larger collective consciousness
yeah, would
of a
be
higher order.
telepathic. Yeah, yeah. I believe that we would become, not that we would become. We are telepathic. We just forgot. We just don't know how to access that. But
Mm,
if from the moment we become telepathic as a human, as the whole human race, then of course we'll start to get in touch with other life forms out there, because there is only one mind, isn't it? Like the Kabbalah says it, even the Hermetics says it. The whole is mind, and the mind is whole, is everything. So
mm,
it's like the internet. How far does the internet go on planet Earth?
mhm,
The internet is here. You can speak to somebody on the other side of the world, yeah, in China,
yeah,
from the UK.
mhm,
Now, what is to say that the real internet, I'm not talking about the shitty man-made internet, I'm talking about the real Akashic record, the real network, the
mhm.
spiritual network of every single spiritual beings that are living in this universe and in other multiverses. Like, what
Well,
is to say that
who's
we can,
who's to say that our dream world isn't closer to the real conscious or the true conscious than our waking conscious state? Now, it's mainly because we either don't remember or we
Mm,
can't decipher or we can't decode. It's very kind of maybe, yeah. But through training, we have the potential and possibility to incubate our
mm,
aim and direct our aim into the dream world, which could actually be very revealing on a
yeah,
personal level and on a human consciousness level. Because the biggest excuse me, the biggest enemy um, or the biggest threat in the dream world or sleeping cycle is
yeah,
it without an aim.
mm,
The same way if you go out into Manchester on a Saturday night with no aim and just hang around, it's only a matter of time for you get in trouble.
mhm, yeah,
Yeah. Whereas if you go around with a purpose, with an aim, that offers you the protection because you have an aim.
mm,
And you could almost say there's like a law within consciousness that has to respect your aim and your will to fulfill that aim. What do they say? The devil makes um, trouble for idle hands or something like this. Yeah. I think it's the same with idle intention or
mm,
having no aim at all. So this is why I think at some point in our kind of micro or lesser evolution as an individual, we have a responsibility to at least go to sleep
mm,
in peace, in parasympathetic,
yeah,
in a relaxed way, without anxiety, without chronic tension or unconscious tension, and explore. And I think there's a whole world that humans miss out upon because of it. And I'm not talking about like dreaming about rainbows and unicorns and the Himalayas and panpipes. No, I'm talking like the dream world is going to be different for everybody. It's your function for solving problems.
Yeah.
And if you're somebody, not you, but if people are thinking, oh, why is life so problematic? Why do I always have problems? Well, the solution's there. You've been gifted. You've been gifted in your functions, in your innermost functions, a problem-solving tool, but you just never use it for
Do,
that.
do you know what? If I told you that, I mean that's probably the most crazy thing that I could say, bro. But I really I say it because I believe it and I know it.
Mm.
I in my dreams, enough time I flew. I knew how to fly in my dreams. Enough time to know how it feels in my body to fly.
Yeah.
I know the feeling. It's here. It's between the solar plexus and the not the root chakra but the sacral. It's between the sacral and the solar plexus for me.
Yeah,
And the
but
heart. It's here.
you know what you're describing as well. It's the sixth sense.
Yeah,
The sixth sense is the vestibular system, which
yeah,
is what controls our balance and movement.
yeah,
Yeah. So we know when we're upright, we know when we're laying down, we know when we're
yeah,
losing balance. Yeah.
yeah.
That's the sixth sense. Yeah. They generally don't talk about it. They say we've only got five senses.
No, we got more than. Of course, we got
Now,
more.
when we're in the dream world, we have the possibility and the potential to connect or activate the sixth sense. Hence why we have this. Often we have dreams of levitation or flying or
Yeah,
being able to defy the laws or
of
relative
gravity. Yeah,
laws of what they call gravity. I don't know if it is gravity, but what they call. But let's say buoyancy and density. We can defy those. And the seventh sense is proprioception, spatial prediction, intuition, awareness. So once again, this takes us right back to personal protection.
mm,
We have senses that ordinarily lay dormant, and we only get to use them in the dream or the sleeping world. So if we can find a way of extracting some of it, no, maybe not all of it, but some of the knowledge and experience and practice from that into our reality, then we can solve a lot of problems.
I, I think it's
And just to finish,
yeah,
I know for a fact that there are some very interesting, I wouldn't say important because nobody's like more important than another, but there's some very interesting people out there, quite famous or well known, who use these techniques,
yeah.
and it gives them that genius.
I wouldn't be surprised. People like Steven Spielberg and big producer like t- I think it comes from the DNA, mate. I think that it comes from junk, from what they call the junk DNA, which is in fact like unactivated DNA, like dormant DNA. I
Mhm.
think that's where all the answers to our questions lies in that dormant DNA. If you ask me, mate.
Yeah, and also I think we're on the verge. I think we're on the verge. Historically, we're in a particular era or epoch or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Humanity is kind of on the verge of literally almost figuring out stuff
Mm,
about potential, or because potential is not the same as the realization of potential. Yeah,
mm.
you can have as much potential as you want, but until you realize that potential, it doesn't count for anything. So I
True.
think humanity is almost like on the threshold of a realization. I wouldn't even say great awakening, but a realization of their potential. And there are certain parties that want to either suppress that, or they unknowingly are assisting and helping um, the pushback.
Mm,
Yeah, they're creating the catalyst
yeah.
that we actually do need
Yeah.
For the realization, and then to exercise the potential that we have. But I think it's all going to come down to I don't like to use the word mind science. It's more like the science of the intangible, or spiritual science, you could say, in some ways.
The spiritual science, or I like to call it the inner technology, man. It's the bio
Mm,
is the organic biotechnology,
mm,
like not the outer, the inner technology, like stuff that there is a way with visualization and breath work and
mm,
the ability to manipulate our the certain functions of our body, mate. One thing that happens to me once, uh, is I activated some sort of engine. I Fuck if I know. Don't ask me even how I done it. I know I've done it from a right brain perspective,
mm,
because I am like that. I do, when it comes to spirituality, I do a lot of stuff from the right brain perspective, and I just do them. I don't know how to. I don't understand how I'm doing them, but
yeah,
I do them. And generally, I do it once, and then I try to do it again, and it never works again. Because when I try to do it again, automatically I'm trying to do it from the left brain now, and it just doesn't work.
mm,
But one day I have activated some sort of engine. It was here. It was below my solar plexus, and it was vibrating, and I could hear the noise in my hearing. It was some weird fucking engine noise, but I'm sure it was an engine noise.
mm,
I just activated something. And it was around that time I was trying to activate my Merkaba, and I was working to try to get my Merkaba rotating, at the right ratio, and kind of one is rotating counterclockwise and the other
mm,
one is rotating clockwise. And I mean, it's some weird stuff, but it's like when you do things from the right brain, it's like exactly. I mean, your body knows exactly what it's doing, but your brain doesn't know because it doesn't go through the left brain.
mhm.
So, and I never understood what that engine was. It stayed on for like 2 or 3 hours, and then it just switched off.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean, we have energy accumulators. So
yeah.
when I spoke about the 10 amps of energy,
Mm,
that's kind of more of a parabolic way of explaining, or trying to explain, like the idea or the gist of energy. Yeah.
yeah.
But we have accumulators where we can actually store energy, and we can also have buildup of energy, and that's, for the most part, when we go to sleep. The idea is that we get refueled.
Mm.
Um, we get like a top up, you could say, of
Like
our energy.
an iPod on a docking station. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I will just say that going to sleep unconsciously and having random dreams, it kind of basically means we've been ragged around like a rag doll in the dreams, and we can be depleted of energy.
Mm.
Um, yeah,
So
so that's
how do you go into dreams? How do you go to sleep consciously then?
um, well, what I mean by that is we go to sleep. We make sure we go to sleep in parasympathetic. We don't want to be
Right.
filled with
Yeah.
tensions and stress and nerves and all of that stuff. So we need to, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to explain it, but there are techniques of types of fusion where you can actually um, fuse the intellect with the emotions and the body, and that's what gives you the relaxation. And then when you enter like the s- the thinking, the feeling, and the sensing starts to harmonize, and then we may even get like a subtle vibration as we go almost deeper into relaxation.
Mm.
So this could be described as a type of conscious, going to sleep consciously.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I know what you're saying. It's like a meditation that I was trying to actually get into a deep meditative state where everything is, I put the light off and I'm breathing in a circular way, and I'm just visualizing myself falling
Mm,
into emptiness, into a dark void, and I kind of I really it's not even only visualizing, it's the feeling that goes with it, the feeling of falling deeper, sinking in deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
And the deeper you sink in, the more you become relaxed, and eventually at some point you get to that trance state. But I could never really, when I was getting to that trance state, then I would go, oh, I'm getting to that trance state, and then all of a sudden I'm fucking awake again. Do you know what I mean?
Well, what you might find is that when you can only get to the next level once all the trauma and tensions has been released from the level that you're at. So you may experience like a shaking or a tremor, and then you can dispose of that tension, and then you can get to the next level, and then the next level. But it could be done to such a conscious degree where you could almost like go down elevator.
Yeah, the elevator that kind of drops down and down. Yeah, that's another way to imagine it.
Yeah.
Last little thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to wrap it up soon because
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Is this the longest one you've done?
That's the longest one I've done. From far, bro. Protection against entities. Yeah. So when we speak, I mean, when you say non-physical self-protection, for me, looking at things from my level of perspective, I'm like, okay, how do I protect myself from negative entities that are floating around me? Obviously, if I got negative thoughts and if I'm seeing like demons everywhere, it means that they're around, and obviously I'm kind of aware of that. Is there a way to block that? Is there a way to kind of build some sort of shield to protect myself from that, or how would that work? Do you know, sometimes what happens is, sometimes I'm just looking at something, I'm just getting in my thoughts really, really deeply. I'm in my room and there's no music, it's all like silent. And then all of a sudden, it's like almost from the corner of my eye, I've just seen like something moving, some sort of energy just moving. And then my ears start ringing. Like, do you know, there's little things like that when I know, I just fucking know that there's something around. So how do you protect yourself from things like that?
Well, I mean, this is a massive subject.
Yeah,
but
I know.
but just I kind of like I'll try and make it as simplified as possible.
Cool.
For the most part, we are protected. Okay, a lot of this stuff, you could say even paranormal stuff, it requires consent and invitation. Yeah, so there's a lot of that going on. So we have to almost allow a lot of this phenomena to enter our existence, and B, to actually affect us. But we could actually be kind of almost tricked or fooled into situations or circumstances where this can take place. As within, so without. Look at the outside world. Okay, and how do people trick, in terms of crime, how do people trick people into consent?
They try to impersonate somebody else, like they make themselves pass for somebody else. And I know that
or an authority
do that. They tend to make themselves look really attractive. They promise you stuff. And yeah, that's a way to recruit you, type of thing.
Yeah. So first of all, the same way there's criminals everywhere, the same way there could be negative energies, and two come together, they can work together. You will find that there are some serious criminals out there that will use dark occultism for their protection.
The people running the world.
Yeah. But in a nutshell, we have to have boundaries. So the same way, like I say, I try my best not to be abstract. There's so many correlations between the physical and the non-physical protection. So in the physical world, we have boundaries. If you have loose boundaries, it's very easy for people to get into your psyche, into your emotions, into your physical space. So we have boundaries. When it comes to the non-physicalities, those boundaries would actually be represented as like either a character, morality, uh, courage. We have to be courageous. We have to
Hmm.
be courageous to face the unknown, because um, these a lot of these what we would perceive to be negative entities are actually attracted or drawn to fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's lots of accounts, and I've experienced this myself, where I actually worked in a place that had weird, let's just say weird energy. Okay. And I was able to detect this weird energy in this particular corridor. And I realized that I ended up, if I wasn't careful, I would end up in a very negative reciprocal exchange of energy, where as
Yeah.
I got more fearful, this, whatever it was, could get more power.
Yeah.
And as
Yeah.
it got more power, I got more fearful. So
Yeah.
I had to reverse that. And the only way I could reverse that is to have a level of courage where I could literally relax.
Mm.
It can't hurt me. It can't do anything to me other than put me into sympathetic nervous system. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's what it's feeding on. So you could say that we have two energy systems
Yeah.
in some ways, one sympathetic, one parasympathetic.
Yeah.
So these, so a negative kind of entity is not particularly going to bring you closer to relaxation or parasympathetic. It's going to always sucker you into sympathetic nervousness, hypertension, chronic tension, paranoia, all of those things. So, in some ways, literally, our nervous system is a measuring tool
Mm.
for these entities. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I think over the last 3 years, a lot of people's nervous systems are pretty much shot. And it's got nothing to do with pharmaceutical intervention. No, it's to do with the um, like, I think humanity is in a arrested development. They're now in stages of PTSD in many different ways. And remember that PTSD often manifests to people that don't know they've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally, that's a symptom. When people are convinced that they don't have PTSD, they're probably going to be the ones that are going to get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Along with a lot of these nervous disorders of the nervous system. When somebody suffers like in nervous exhaustion, prior to them coming down with nervous exhaustion, they will be 100% convinced that there's nothing wrong. Yeah. And
Mm.
then it hits them, bam, shut down. So what am I saying? I'm saying that when it comes to negative entities and things like that, we have to start trusting our nervous system. And our nervous system is a type of personal protection function. The problem is our ability to have free will and choice
Mm.
to see something, see that it's drawing us or suckering us into the fight or flight, when we can just simply, it's cool, it's no problem at all.
Mm.
Our ability to kind of measure is topsy turvy. It's very inaccurate, and we spend most of our life now getting upset and exhausted over a lot of trivia.
Mm.
We have a lot of artificial fear. This world is not as scary as we're led to believe
Yeah.
most of the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
if we were left alone, reality would be kind of maybe 10% scary, 90% not scary.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's the perception of scariness is 90%.
Mm. Yeah.
And this also ties in with self-defense, personal protection, and all of these things, because you have crime, and then you have the perception of crime.
Yeah.
Are two different things.
Yeah. Your idea that might happen and that might happen because you've been taught to fear everything and you've been taught to live in a low vibration frequency.
Yeah, and we have very low energy, and the way that we activate our sixth sense, which includes intuition, is energy. But we just don't, after spending 12 hours awake in this kind of realm, this contemporary reality, we don't have the energy to have any intuition. I don't mean individuals, I mean just like humanity as a collective. When in actual fact, intuition is one of the greatest personal protection tools, or even, I wouldn't say weapon, but a device that's highly underestimated. And even if we do have intuition, how often do we trust it? And I think that's also connected to our sleeping cycles. I think we can actually increase our levels of trust in our intuition. Remember, one of the functions of dreaming is to predict. It's prediction. The second one is planning. So if we can actually tap into those functions when we come out of the dream cycles, or sleep cycles, we would actually be more empowered. We would be stronger when it comes to intuition, when it comes to these basic well, they're not extrasensory perceptions, or they're just not even extra senses. They are the senses.
It's just senses that we're not used to use.
Exactly. I think we're gonna have to wrap it up now.
Let's wrap it up. I'm the same, man. I'm dying for a piss, man. Like, I'm gonna burst, mate. Well, look, it gives people a little glimpse into the type of conversation that you and I are getting into every now and then. It's brilliant stuff. Could speak about it for hours. Is there anything you want to plug in on there? Have you got a website? Have you got any seminars coming up? Anything that you want to use that platform to plug in?
Let me see. Yeah, I've got one seminar in December. That's going to be in Warrington. That's at the Kombudo seminar. We're going to be doing gradings there as well, and that's going to be at the Wolf Gym in Warrington. So that's going to be good. And then next year I'm hosting a retreat in February, but I think that's pretty much sold out now. And then I think Kai's in next year. I think I'm booked.
Okay,
yeah. So I think I'll see you there.
I will see you there, most definitely.
It's quite a long wait because that's right at the end of next year.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there'll be more stuff in between then. But yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to contact me, they can contact me on my website. My website is innerguardians.com. It's very straightforward. You can contact me. That's the easiest way. I'm not big on social media. I don't do Instagram. I don't do TikTok. I don't do Twitter. At best, I do Facebook and YouTube. I am looking at doing some new stuff. I've been very busy with various projects. Once I've got those out the way, then I'll be working on more stuff. And like you mentioned earlier about doing like online training in terms of the martial arts and personal protection. We're actually working on a platform at the moment, so it's a work in progress.
Nice.
So I just want to thank you, Julien, for
thank you
me on. And
fucking hell, we broke the record here, mate. 5.5 hours, more even. Right. So anyone that wants to see this podcast again, because I'm sure that it was too long for people to have a look all in one go, although maybe just go on my YouTube channel called Adrenaline Combatives. In the live section, you'll find it. Share it widely wherever you want, and we shall see you guys next time.
Thank you. Goodbye.